Chapter 151, Rainbow-Colored Crescent Moon Dumpling? Where's the rainbow colors? Within the bustling gate of heavenly mystery, a man whose head was sparkling under the sunlight was extremely eye-catching as he stood behind one of many cooking stoves. Chef Jin's expression was solemn as he skillfully kneaded a meatball with his hands. This meatball was made using different kinds of meat mixed together, and its taste was definitely extraordinary. This was a dish that he was extremely proud of. For the sake of this year's 100 family banquet, he was giving his all. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Chef Jin stopped in the middle of kneading a meatball after getting startled by a deafening noise and discovering his cooking stove was slightly shaking. He subconsciously looked toward the direction where the sound was coming from and saw a fat person was actually fiercely hammering at a piece of meat on a cooking stove with a sledgehammer in his hands. Is this his idea of cooking? Is there something wrong with this fatso's head? Chef Jin sarcastically asked as the corners of his lips twitched. No one else ever cooked as if they were having a fight like this fatso. Rib. A bone-chilling sound rang out and goosebumps rose all over Chef Jin's body. His eyes widened as he looked behind that fatso. There, a short and thin person with a large black wok on his back was cutting open a struggling spirit beast on the ground with the dagger in his hand. Chef Jin swallowed his saliva with a gulp. His pupils constricted as he felt a sudden chill in his heart. The madness in that person's eyes made him feel as if he was looking at a vicious executioner instead of a chef. Who are all these people? This year's 100 family banquet is simply too disorganized. They didn't even manage to filter these sort of people from the participants. This is simply nonsense. Chef Jin muttered with a chilly expression on his face before he focused all of his attention back on making his dish once more. Clouds of steam were rising from the wok and the water inside was already close to the boiling point. At that moment, Bulletin Fang had already kneaded over a dozen rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings. This time, he did not follow the recipe provided by the system but used his own revised version instead. He only used ordinary ingredients for the fillings so that anyone would be able to eat the dish without experiencing any discomfort from consuming spirit energy. Many of the chefs around him had already finished cooking and their dishes were already served to the emperor as well as some of the high-ranking officials. As the ruling power of the empire, they were naturally the first to taste the dishes. These people were nodding their heads as they ate the food. After all, these were the dishes of famous chefs. It was natural for them to taste good. After tasting the dish in front of him, Ji Chinsu indifferently nodded and ordered someone to take it away without any change in his expression. As each dish was taken away, the next dish would be brought forward. Meanwhile, the commoners finally managed to have a taste of these delicious dishes as well. They were already close to their limits after having their appetites aroused by the fragrance wafting in the air. Many of their stomachs were rumbling in protest. Chef Jin's dish was successfully completed as well. After pouring his meticulously prepared sauce over the meatballs, the piping hot and intensely fragrant 4 happiness meatballs were ready to be eaten. After seeing the rather appetizing 4 happiness meatballs, Ji Chinsu raised his eyebrows and indiscernibly nodded. He picked up one of the meatballs and gently took a bite. The moment his teeth broke through the surface of the meatball, a thick juice gushed out from the center and instantly flowed into his mouth. The aroma was so fragrant that Ji Chinsu could not help but continue sucking the juice from the meatball. The juice contained not just the flavor of a single type of meat but tasted of several different kinds of meat combined together. After undergoing a special preparation by the bald-headed Chef Jin, there was actually no sense of conflict in the flavors and the taste was surprisingly good. After finishing the meatball, Ji Chinsu nodded in satisfaction. After tasting so many dishes up until now, this was the only dish that he thought was interesting. As expected of a head chef from the imperial kitchen, it's not bad, Ji Chinsu praised with a smile. When Chef Jin, who was still cooking in front of his stove, saw the smile on the emperor's face, he was suddenly overjoyed. He felt better than ever and was filled with confidence as if a seed had instantly grown into a plant and bore fruit upon his head. Meanwhile, the imperial city's bigwigs and the commoners were full of praise as well as they ate the 4 happiness meatballs. Evidently, this dish had conquered their stomachs. I am still a head chef from the imperial kitchen after all. Chef Jin's bald head became even brighter as he resisted the urge to hum a tune. He thought, Owner Bulletin? The brothers from Qinjiangjin? They're nothing. As Bulletin Fang's slender hands rapidly kneaded the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings, the amount of crescent moon dumplings in front of him grew more and more. When the water in the wok had completely reached boiling point and the heat was enough to make him slightly narrow his eyes, Bulletin Fang started dropping the dumplings into the boiling water. Plop, plop. One after another, the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings were dropped into the bubbling water. They floated on the surface for a while before sinking to the bottom of the wok. Bulletin Fang gave the water dumplings in the wok a glance before he went back and started kneading dumplings again. He prepared quite an amount of fillings which should be enough for a few hundred dumplings. Bulletin Fang's kneading speed was extremely fast and he could knead a crescent moon dumpling within a few breaths. Keep feeding the fire, don't let it get smaller, Bulletin Fang reminded the young eunuch stoking the fire. The young eunuch hurriedly nodded and added a few more pieces of wood into the fire. The dumplings soon started rising toward the surface of the water. Bulletin Fang's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. The instant a dumpling reached the surface, he scooped it up and dropped it into a blue and white porcelain bowl. A single bowl was only large enough to contain 3 of the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings. The white and glossy rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings was not radiating rainbow colors despite its name. These dumplings were smooth and translucent, and the fillings inside could almost be seen. From the outside, there seemed to be a faint amount of fragrance enveloping the fillings and made the dumpling appear extremely tantalizing. After pouring a ladle of the soup into the bowl and then sprinkling some chopped up green onion, the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings was completed. The young eunuch approached Bulletin Fang and was slightly surprised as he looked at the exquisite crescent moon dumplings. The aroma of the dumplings were not as fragrant compared to the dishes of the other chefs. However, the young eunuch did not say anything either as he picked up the dish and walked in Ji Chinsu's direction. "This is owner Bulletin's dish." Ji Chinsu was filled with anticipation as he looked at the dish being presented by the young eunuch. However, when he saw the ordinary-looking crescent moon dumplings whose fragrance was not that strong either, the expectation in his heart rapidly declined and he became somewhat disappointed. There were no dumplings in the Light Wind Empire, so Ji Chinsu did not recognize the dish. However, Ji Chinsu had tasted Bulletin Fang's golden shumai before and its rich fragrance and glistening appearance were still lingering in his memory even till now. In contrast, the adorable-looking water dumplings in the blue and white porcelain bowl in front of him were not as fragrant as he expected. Ji Chinsu let out a sigh. What did owner Bulletin call this dish? Even though he was somewhat disappointed, Ji Chinsu still asked the young eunuch. Owner Bulletin said this dish is called rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings, the young eunuch respectfully said. Rainbow-colored? How is this rainbow-colored? Aren't these crescent moon dumplings entirely white in color? Ji Chinsu was bewildered. He was somewhat confused as he gave the white dumplings another glance. Rainbow-colored was naturally 7 colors. Why was the dish called rainbow-colored when there was only a single color? Was there something else special about this dish? Ji Chinsu's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly remembered that with Bulletin Fang's capability in cooking, it was impossible for him to bring out such an ordinary dish. The expectation in his heart, which had already fallen before, rose up once more. Ji Chinsu was now eager to have a taste of these rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings. Using a soup spoon to scoop up a steaming crescent moon dumpling, Ji Chinsu blew on the dumpling before gently taking a bite. After biting through the tender skin of the dumpling with a single bite, Ji Chinsu's eyes instantly widened and became filled with incredulity. A rich aromatic explosion suddenly occurred in Ji Chinsu's mouth and the surging waves of flavor made him feel a sense of satisfaction. As a rich fragrance wafted out from the bite he took from the dumpling, Ji Chinsu's nostrils widened when he saw the fragrance. What the hell, this fragrance actually caused a rainbow. Chapter 152, What a dish that delights people. A stream of fragrance gushed out from the bite in the dumpling toward his face and Ji Chinsu slightly narrowed his eyes. The rich fragrance burrowed into his nostrils within an instant and provoked his senses. The rainbow-like fragrance appeared quickly and dissipated quickly as well, like a flash in the pan. When Ji Chinsu recovered from his surprise, the rainbow-colored fragrance had already gradually disappeared. As Ji Chinsu gently chewed the morsel in his mouth, he was suddenly filled with a sense of happiness and a faint smile subconsciously appeared on his lips. His chest was filled with uncontrollable joy. This dumpling was actually affecting his mood. After eating the dumpling, his chest was filled with numerous and diverse emotions like the colors of a rainbow and then finally stopped at joy. Ji Chinsu was not surprised that the dumpling did not contain even the slightest spirit energy since Bulletin Fang only used ordinary ingredients. However, the texture of the dumpling's skin greatly astonished him. The soft, tender, and flavorful skin of the dumpling felt extremely smooth in his mouth like a breeze brushing past. Ji Chinsu was unable to hold back any longer. He swallowed the remaining half of the dumpling in one bite and blissfully savored the taste. After finishing a dumpling, Ji Chinsu lifted up the blue and white porcelain bowl. He blew into the bowl before drinking a mouthful of the soup with a slurping sound. The soup appeared extremely clear, but the taste was not bland. On the contrary, it was savory like seafood soup. Drinking a mouthful of soup after eating a dumpling was giving him a warm and fuzzy feeling in this cold winter. Meanwhile, Bulletin Fang was adding the wrapped crescent moon dumplings into the wok while swiftly scooping up the dumplings floating on the surface. Every blue and white porcelain bowl was given 3 dumplings with chopped up green onions sprinkled over them. It was simple and satisfying. The eunuchs served the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings to the imperial court's high-ranking officials and allowed them to have a taste as well. As each of them took a bite of the crescent moon dumplings, they were astonished by the rainbow-colored fragrance and mystified by the stream of fragrance that gushed into their faces. It was simply too beautiful. Furthermore, the taste of the dumplings was beyond their expectations. It was so delicious that they almost swallowed their own tongues. Blissful and joyous expressions appeared on every one of their faces. It was a dish that delighted people. Finally, it was the turn of the commoners. They were already feeling somewhat impatient. When they saw the blissful expressions on the faces of the high-ranking officials, they were already close to their limits. Just what sort of dish could make them feel so happy? All of the commoners that received their rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings were eager to have a taste of the dish. As they took a bite of the dumplings, the rainbow-colored fragrance gushed out and enveloped them. The rich fragrance pervaded the air and filled the entire place. Everyone could not help but fiercely sniff the air. The craving in their hearts were teased to the point of being uncontrollable. As an old couple took a bite of their dumplings, joyous expressions appeared on their faces and they felt as if they had suddenly become much younger. "Old woman, have a taste of this. This dish is really delicious." The old man scooped up a crescent moon dumpling with his spoon and held it in front of the old granny next to him with a face full of smiles. The old granny immediately laughed in embarrassment and rolled her eyes at the old man but still took a bite at the dumpling. A warm feeling was spreading in their chests. As the 2 elderly people with graying hair ate their dumplings, a feeling of happiness was being spread around them. A young man was eating a crescent moon dumpling while his wife sat next to him. The 2 of them were at odds with each other due to a trivial matter and were currently at the stage of ignoring each other. The wife's serving of crescent moon dumplings was still not served yet, so she was looking at her husband who was heartily eating his dumplings from the corner of her eye and getting angrier by the minute. Suddenly, she was slightly startled when a white porcelain spoon with a steaming dumpling on top was thrusted in front of her. She turned her head and found her husband looking at her with a gentle expression on his face. "Hee, dear, have a bite as well. It's really delicious. There seems to be something magical about this dish," the husband said with a soft laugh as he brought the dumpling to his wife's lips. The wife was feeling exasperated a moment ago, but her resentment disappeared in that instant. Her pretty face flushed with redness as she shyly took a bite at the dumpling. A rainbow-colored fragrance gushed out and caused her face to be filled with euphoria. The wife ate half the dumpling and then her husband ate the rest of the dumpling in a single bite. The redness on her face immediately became brighter. She pinched her husband's arm and bashfully said, "What are you doing? There's so many people here. How embarrassing." Similar scenes continued to occur in the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. Every single person that tasted the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings would be filled with happiness. Furthermore, young couples who were previously quarreling would be reconciled with each other. The charm of the dumplings made everyone exude joyful emotions and increased the festive mood even more. "Why is it not our turn yet? It's too slow." Some of the more impatient commoners even left their seats and started heading in Bulletin Fang's direction. With someone taking the lead, more and more people followed suit and left their seats. The order of the scene became somewhat chaotic all of a sudden. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together as he expressionlessly watched the crowd of people charging toward him. Meanwhile, above the high platform, Ji Chinsu had already eaten the 3 dumplings in his bowl and even the soup was drank without leaving a single drop. He felt extremely satisfied as he put down the bowl and let out a breath of hot air. "Stop them, let them return to their seats and obediently wait. Otherwise, all of their qualifications will be cancelled and they'll be driven out," Ji Chinsu mildly said to the eunuch standing nearby as he gave the somewhat disorderly scene below a glance. The eunuch relayed the command and numerous guards in armor immediately appeared to restore the order. These commoners did not dare to disobey the emperor's will. They could only sit down on their seats and endure their cravings as they waited in anticipation for Bullet Fang's dumplings. Chef Jin's complexion became deathly pale and his bald head seemed to appear extremely dim under the sunlight. How is this happening? Why is this happening? How could he make such a delicious dish with only ordinary ingredients? Chef Jin was beside oneself. The reaction of the crowd and Ji Chinsu's satisfied expression had no doubt told him that Bullet Fang's rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings had completely trounced his 4 happiness meatballs. This was practically a bolt from the blue for Chef Jin, who had always been a proud person. He boasted in front of the other chefs that owner Bulletin was only a cook that got lucky and there was no need to be wary of him. However, the result had just mercilessly slapped him in the face. He was slapped so badly that even his bald head became extremely dim. I don't believe this. Chef Jin suddenly became somewhat agitated. He actually let go of the meatball in his hands and intended to walk toward Bullet Fang. Chef Jin, please complete your dish, you're not allowed to walk around without permission. The eunuch said in a high-pitched voice as he hurriedly stopped Chef Jin from leaving and caused the latter to become clear-headed. Chef Jin took in a deep breath and meaningfully gave Bullet Fang, who was methodically kneading his dumplings, a glance before letting out a snort. Sizzle! The sizzling sound of oil dripping into an open fire traveled into Chef Jin's ears and slightly startled him. He turned and looked toward a particular spot somewhere nearby. His pupils constricted once more as he sucked in a breath of cold air. The 2 brothers, Alu and Awei, were finished with their dishes as well. However, the visual effect was simply too shocking. On top of Alu's cooking stove, a gigantic metal rod was vertically standing there instead of a wok. The metal rod was piercing through a gigantic piece of aromatic roasted meat. Glistening droplets of oil was continuously seeping through the surface of the meat and produced sizzling sounds as they dripped into the fire underneath the cooking stove. Next to Alu, Awei had also finished his dish as well. His dish was also roast meat but he used a different cooking method from his brother. Awei was holding onto multiple skewers in each hand and each of the skewers was piercing through a small spirit beast covered in glistening oil. Chapter 153, The Barbecued Boar That Wants to Ascend into Heaven. The fat all over Alu's body was violently shaking as he rapidly swung the huge kitchen knife in his hand with a serious look in his tiny eyes and carved meat off the gigantic piece of roast meat. Slice after slice of meat was carved from the gigantic piece of roast meat and they fell onto the white plates on the table. Each plate contained a single slice of roast meat. When 5 plates were filled, Alu would put down the kitchen knife and use a ladle to pour some sauce over the pieces of roast meat. The rich fragrance of the meat accompanied with the sweet and sour aroma sauce immediately rose into the air and overwhelmed the senses of the people nearby. Then, Alu signaled to the eunuch that the dish was ready to be served. Ji Chinsu's eyes slightly brightened when he saw the piece of tender and juicy roast meat in front of him. The piece of meat was well roasted and the marbling on its surface was very distinct. From a single glance, he knew this was not just any spirit beast meat. Is this meat from the 3rd grade spirit beast, Plum Blossom's spotted boar? Ji Chinsu muttered to himself as something suddenly came to mind. Ji Chinsu accepted a dagger made from gold that a eunuch attentively handed over. He pressed down on the roast meat with his chopsticks and then used the dagger to slice off a small piece of the meat. It was still quite easy for a sharp dagger to cut through meat that was already cooked. The moment the meat was cut open, a puff of steam along with a rich fragrance suddenly gushed out from the opening. The fragrance was silky smooth, like milk. Using his chopsticks, Ji Chinsu picked up the small piece of meat that he cut off and dipped it in the sauce before popping it into his mouth. As he chewed the morsel in his mouth, the expression on his face became dreamy. His eyes were slightly narrowed and he seemed to be enjoying the wondrous feeling of the meaty flavor bursting in his mouth. His entire being seemed to be getting cleansed by the cloud of aroma. Immersed within the feeling, he almost did not want to wake up. After a long while, Ji Chinsu slowly opened his eyes and praised out loud with an enraptured expression. Afterward, he continued eating the dish and started cutting up the meat into smaller pieces. The sweetness and sourness of the sauce was making it difficult for Ji Chinsu to stop eating. When Alu saw the enraptured expression on Ji Chinsu's face, he broke into a laugh and the fat on his face violently jiggled. He was just about to celebrate by pulling out a chicken drumstick from his apron but stopped after thinking for a moment. He was once reprimanded by his master for eating chicken drumsticks while cooking. Plates after plates of roast meat were served to the guests and they all wallowed in its rich aroma and marvelous taste. Suddenly, Alu sniffed the air and the fat on his face started jiggling once more. He turned and looked in the direction of his brother's cooking stove. There, a fragrance that seemed to possess magical powers was drifting out. What a fragrant smell! I really want to eat that. Big Bro's culinary skill has really improved again. Alu was almost drooling as he sniffed the aroma wafting in the air. Away's culinary skill was good without any doubt. Alu had always held great confidence in his elder brother, especially after getting agitated by owner Bulletin. Gulp! As he sniffed the aroma, the struggle on Alu's face became even more intense. I can't eat the roast meat. I really want to have a chicken drumstick right now. Meanwhile, Bulletin Fang was expressionlessly kneading his dumplings when he was slightly startled by an aroma wafting in the air. He sniffed the air and slightly raised his eyebrows. Someone's actually smoking meat with spirit herbs. Bulletin Fang subconsciously muttered as his movements of kneading the dumplings slowed down a little. There was spirit energy within spirit herbs, and it was capable of improving the luster and taste of an ingredient. Even though directly burning spirit herbs was a wasteful method, it was an extremely exquisite technique to smoke meat. Bulletin Fang's expression slightly changed. He had to admit that the smell of the barbecued meat was really delicious. The result produced when the smell of the meaty aroma and medicinal fragrance were mixed together was unexpectedly good. As the fragrance spread everywhere, the expression of everyone who smelled the aroma changed. They turned toward the source of the smell with captivated and intoxicated expressions. They were continuously swallowing their own salivas as rumbling noises came from their stomachs. Ji Chinsu had just finished Alu's roast meat and was still in a daze when his attention was attracted by this peculiar fragrance. He could not help but crane his neck toward Away's present location. Away was holding 5 skewers on one hand and barbecuing spirit beasts covered in glistening oil with them. These spirit beasts appeared very adorable after getting processed. Once the finishing touches were completed, Away handed the 5 skewers over to a eunuch. The emperor gets 1 skewer while others get 1 per table, Away said as he lifted up his sharp chin. The eunuch hurriedly nodded after recovering from his surprise and carefully carried the skewers over to Ji Chinsu. After leaving a small and delicate skewered boar at Ji Chinsu's table, he divided the remaining 4 skewers among the empire's high-ranking officials. Everyone was looking at the spirit beast on the skewers. Even though a rich fragrance was continuously emanating from the skewers and the aroma was continuously enticing them, no one, including Ji Chinsu, attempted to start eating. The main reason was Away's barbecued meat was simply too lifelike, like they were covered with a layer of red and tender skin. Every single spirit beast appeared extremely cute. They were so cute that no one dared to start eating. Start eating, what are you people looking at? Food is meant to be eaten, don't tell me you're just going to look. Away tauntingly said with a sneer when he saw no one was actually eating. After he was done taunting them, he went back to his cooking stove and continued barbecuing the spirit beasts. Ji Chinsu narrowed his eyes before grabbing a dagger and directly cutting open the barbecued boar that looked as if it wanted to ascend into heaven with its legs spread wide open. The skin of the barbecued boar was very crispy and tender. As his dagger sliced into the boar with a crunching sound, it was like cutting through paper. The stomach of the barbecued boar was actually stuffed with ingredients as well. When the boar was cut open, the steaming sauce-like ingredients spilled out and covered the entire barbecued boar. A dish within a dish. Ji Chinsu exclaimed in surprise. The mellow aroma of the sauce was making him even more eager to start eating. The somewhat tangerine sauce was different from the sauce used in Alu's dish. It seemed to be cooked using stock before simmering with spirit herbs and then poured into the stomach of the barbecued boar. Once it was cut open, the sauce would automatically spill out. Alu's sauce was a condiment while Away's sauce itself could be considered a dish. Ji Chinsu used a porcelain spoon to scoop up the sauce before cutting off a slice of the barbecued pork and then shoved them together into his mouth. The moment the spoon entered Ji Chinsu's mouth, the hair all over his body stood up and there was even steam slightly gushing out from his nostrils. The barbecued pork was extremely smooth and tender in his mouth. There was not even the usual chewiness of barbecued meat in the slightest. However, when matched with the mellow sauce that was just like countless ingredients mixed together, it instantly caused Ji Chinsu to be captivated and intoxicated. slicing the barbecued pork, scooping up the sauce, shoving them into his mouth, getting intoxicated. Ji Chun-soo consecutively repeated these actions multiple times and half of the barbecued boar was eaten by him in a single breath. The sauce was also drank to the last drop. Delicious. It's truly delicious. Ji Chun-soo praised with a bright smile while repeatedly nodding. Hearing this, the corners of Awei's lips curled up. With his eyebrows raised and chin tilted up, he turned his head and looked in Bulletin Fang's direction as if he was trying to provoke him. However, Bulletin Fang was fully concentrated on kneading his dumplings and did not look up from start till finish. Awei's provocation resulted in failure in the end and it made him somewhat inexplicably furious. He put in so much effort to cook this dish just to avenge his humiliation and let Bulletin Fang know about his capability. However, it seemed Bulletin Fang never saw him as an opponent in the first place. Humph! Owner Bulletin, you shall soon experience the taste of defeat. Awei said with a snort. As the chefs gradually completed their dishes, plates after plates of dishes were placed on the banquet tables and even the commoners had almost eaten all of the dishes. Although, everyone's progress rate might have been different. Nevertheless, there were bright smiles on everyone's faces. There were times when food had such magical powers that could make people feel happy and experience an indescribable joy. Chapter 154, You Can't Accept the Result? Then try a serving yourself. The 100 Family Banquet was an activity held by the Empire for the sake of celebrating the Spring Festival and the banquet itself was a festive event. Within the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, the scene of clouds of fragrance in the air and the sound of laughter resounding incessantly in the background was very harmonious. The aroma of the food interweaved with the laughter of the guests formed an unforgettable picture. The guests were heartily enjoying their meals and the chefs were diligently cooking the food. Within this cold winter day, the atmosphere created a different kind of warmth. However, when the warm mood was over, it was time for a cruel competition where the guests had to select the number one chef for this year's 100 Family Banquet. For the guests, it was blissful and joyful while they were eating. However, picking someone was painful because there were simply too many delicious dishes in this year's 100 Family Banquet. Whether the 4 happiness meatballs, the roasted spirit beast, the barbecued spirit beast that was a dish within a dish, or the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings. These were all dishes that they had never heard before. Many of them were troubled with making a choice but they had no other option. Each of them were given the right to cast a single vote and not using it would be a waste. Otherwise, attending this year's 100 Family Banquet would be in vain. After Bulletin Fang was done kneading the dumplings, he gently breathed out and wiped off the moisture on his hands as well as the droplets of sweat on his forehead. After kneading a few hundred dumplings in one go, even he was feeling exhausted. The other chefs were also finished as well and some of them were leisurely leaning on their cooking stoves. Even though there was still quite a bit of ingredients left, it was already time for the voting so everyone stopped cooking. This also meant that the 100 Family Banquet was nearly over. Chef Jin's eyes looked rather fierce as he felt somewhat helpless. The chefs participating this year were simply too frightening. Whether it was owner Bulletin or the brothers from Kinjiangjin, there was a great possibility for them to endanger his position and it was making him feel nervous. Ji Chun-soo stood up and slowly walked forward with a cloak made from the fur of a spirit beast draped over his shoulders. He surveyed the entire place from the platform he was standing on. In this year's 100 Family Banquet, I wonder if everyone had an enjoyable and satisfying meal. Ji Chun-soo's calm voice resounded within the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. As Bulletin Fang listened to Ji Chun-soo's lengthy speech, he dropped some dumplings into the boiling water. After cooking for such a long while, he himself was craving the dumplings as well. Bulletin Fang scooped up the translucent and adorably plump dumplings from the water. As he took a bite of one of the dumplings, a stream of rainbow-colored fragrance instantly gushed out. It enveloped his face and caused him to become somewhat intoxicated. This rainbow-colored fragrance was produced only after performing a special preparation. The secret was inside the dough. When Bulletin Fang meticulously kneaded the dough with true energy, the dough was infused with his true energy. As the dumplings were cooked in boiling water, the true energy sparked a chemical reaction and manifested the various colors of the fillings inside. In truth, the visual image of the fragrance was not real. In simple terms, it was actually something like a mirage. However, the fragrance itself was genuine. After drinking a mouthful of the heartwarming soup, Bulletin Fang lightly breathed out and took another bite of the dumpling. The delicious flavor was wrapping around his taste buds and making him feel satisfied. Sometimes, a bowl of dumplings was enough to make someone feel extremely satisfied. When Bulletin Fang finished eating a bowl of dumplings, Ji Chensu finally ended his lengthy speech as well. Like those high-ranked officials and public figures, he needed to say a lot of insignificant matters before an event could start. Bulletin Fang had already long gotten used to such things. After Ji Chensu was done with his speech, he went back to his seat and sat down. A eunuch stepped forward and started announcing the rules in a high-pitched voice. Next, all of you are currently holding onto a special copper coin. This coin represents your vote. Among the dishes of the many chefs here today, which is your favorite? Once you've made your choice, place your copper coin into the porcelain plate in front of that chef's cooking stove. The chef with the most votes will obtain a reward prepared by the imperial court. The commoners below immediately started whispering to each other while looking at the special copper coins in their hands. When the eunuch announced the start of the voting, the commoners immediately left their seats and headed toward the chef's cooking area. Chef Jin, the 4 happiness meatballs were really too delicious. I am rooting for you. A brawny man said as he excitedly placed a copper coin into the bald-headed Chef Jin's porcelain plate. A smile immediately appeared on Chef Jin's face like a blossoming flower. The first person was already voting for him? Looks like the response for his 4 happiness meatballs was pretty good. Chef Jin rubbed his bald head and suddenly felt the world was beautiful again. He gave Bulletin Fang, who was standing far away, a provocative-like glance and then snorted at the fatty next to him who was continuously chomping on chicken drumsticks. After getting the first vote, would the second vote be long? Fatty, your roast meat was very delicious. This elder sister is rooting for you. This was someone who voted for Alu. Chef with the large black wok, your barbecued spirit beast was practically making me unable to stop eating. It was simply too delicious. As expected of a chef. This was someone who voted for Awei. Owner Bulletin. You're so handsome. Your cutting technique was practically blinding my eyes. Your dumplings made me want to cry. It's too delicious. Owner Bulletin, I want to give birth to your child. I'll root for you forever. Owner Bulletin, we really enjoyed your dish. We hope you'll continue cooking delicious dishes. We're rooting for you, an old couple encouragingly said with a faint smile as they walked over hand in hand and placed their copper coins into the porcelain plate in front of Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang's expression straightened as he slightly bowed toward the old couple and softly said, I'll do my best. The situation became one-sided within an instant. Chef Jin looked as if he had nothing to live for as he stared at the single copper coin sitting all alone in his porcelain plate. Where was the second coin that was agreed upon? What happened to the peak of his life that was agreed upon? His bald head gradually grew dimmer and almost lost all of its luster. Alu pulled out a chicken drumstick from the pocket on his apron and fiercely chewed on them with a satisfied expression on his face. On the other hand, Awei was looking at the porcelain plate in front of him with a gloomy expression. Obviously, compared with Bulletin Fang, his votes were far lesser. Was he going to lose? How could that be possible? He already put in so much effort to make this dish. He even resorted to a technique like dish within a dish, so why was he still losing? Furthermore, he lost to someone who was not even using ingredients with spirit energy. Awei tightly clenched his fist and firmly bit his lips. He was unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Smelly boss! This dumpling is super delicious. Are you going to sell this in the store? Wiang Xiaoi gleefully said as she energetically approached Bulletin Fang. She was definitely going to vote for Bulletin Fang. Xiao Yanyu, Xiao Xiaolong and the others also came over and placed their copper coins into the porcelain plate in front of Bulletin Fang. They gently smiled and nodded toward Bulletin Fang. Other high-ranking officials came over as well. Even though some people within the high-ranking officials chose Awei, there were even more people who chose Bulletin Fang's rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings. From their point of view, Awei's barbecue technique might have reached an extremely perfect level, but there was no comparison with owner Bulletin's dumplings in terms of emotional investment in the dish. That sort of dish that could make people feel happy and let them experience bliss during winter was still lingering in their minds. There was something magical about owner Bulletin's dish. A sort of magic power that mesmerized them. I can't accept this result. How could I lose? Awei could not accept his defeat. His expression was extremely unsightly as he stared at the scant amount of coins in his porcelain plate. Of course, the scant amount of coins on his plate was already not bad when compared to other people's completely empty plates. Even though his younger brother, Alu, only had a few coins as well, Alu was unconcerned about the result. He was having a good time delightfully pulling out chicken drumsticks and shoving them into his mouth. You can't accept the result. Ji Chinsu indifferently gave Awei a glance and asked, this result is determined through voting, what are you unsatisfied about? Awei was suddenly stumped for words. Indeed, Ji Chinsu's words were reasonable. The result was determined through the voting of all of the guests. What was his basis for not accepting the result? However, he was still unable to accept the result. Why was the dish that he meticulously cooked inferior to Bulletin Fang's rainbow-colored crescent moon dumpling, which did not even use ingredients with spirit energy? Chef Jin was standing there, looking as if he had nothing to live for. When he heard Awei's questioning, he also straightened his back and slightly nodded. The taste of ordinary ingredients was definitely incomparable to ingredients with spirit energy. This had always been common knowledge in the culinary world. However, Bulletin Fang broke this principle today. Bulletin Fang rubbed his own stomach as he expressionlessly gave Awei and that bald-headed Chef Jin a glance and lightly breathed out. He said, you can't accept the result? Then try a serving yourself. Chapter 155, Owner Bulletin has a venomous tongue. Bulletin Fang was speaking in a calm voice. He was not using a condescending tone of someone who had just obtained victory but an indifferent and matter-of-fact tone. Awei was stunned. He did not anticipate Bulletin Fang to actually give such a reply. However, he really was tempted by Bulletin Fang's offer. He understood well enough that since Bulletin Fang's rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings could acquire the fondness of so many of the guests, there was naturally something special about his dish. All right, let me have a serving and I'll let you have a taste of my barbecued spirit beast as well. Awei solemnly said with a nod. This was the nature of his personality. He did not like to take advantage of anyone. Furthermore, he also wanted to see Bulletin Fang's reaction after tasting his dish. Bulletin Fang nodded. With a wave of his hand, a stream of true energy breezed past and a few crescent moon dumplings splashed into the wok of boiling water. Awei walked back to his cooking stove and earnestly started barbecuing a spirit beast. The other chefs there all looked at each other and then subconsciously looked toward Bulletin Fang and Awei. Were the two of them really going to have a go at each other? Alu was chomping on a chicken drumstick with a face filled with curiosity as he watched Bulletin Fang and Awei cook. He understood Awei's barbecue meat very well. In his opinion, the taste of the barbecue meat was simply too delicious. Therefore, he found it rather incredible that owner Bulletin's dumplings could defeat his elder brother's barbecue meat. An amused smile appeared on Ji Chinsu's lips as he observed the crowd's mood. He stopped the eunuch who was going to interrupt them and said, let them finish their match. The eunuch immediately bowed and stepped back behind Ji Chinsu. The Wildlands was a mysterious place and even the imperial court had no influence there. By the fact that Qinjiangjin was located right outside the Wildlands and even relied upon it, there was naturally something unusual about this town. These two brothers who came from such a place possessed astonishing culinary skills. Without owner Bulletin, they would indeed be number one in this year's 100 family banquet. Unfortunately for them, owner Bulletin's culinary skills was simply too formidable. A strong aroma was soon filling the air. The smell was coming from the lifelike barbecue meat in Awei's hand. The barbecue meat of the small spirit beast was both tender and succulent. This was the result of barbecuing meat with spirit herbs as fuel. Not only was the visual effect superb, but the taste was excellent as well. In contrast, even though an aroma was also wafting from the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings being boiled in the water, this aroma was neither strong nor weak and could only be called ordinary. Compared to Awei's barbecue meat, the aroma was completely not on the same level. Even though many of the chefs were extremely puzzled and some of their gazes were even filled with suspicion, none of them dared to jump to conclusions because the copper coins inside of the porcelain plate before Bulletin Fang's cooking stove was proof that there was definitely something special about this dish. Bulletin Fang scooped up the dumplings from the boiling water and poured them into a blue and white porcelain bowl. With chopped up green onion sprinkled on top of the 3 dumplings, the dish was completed. Awei's dish was completed as well. Oil was continuously dripping from the intensely aromatic meat of the barbecue spirit beast. Owner Bulletin, please have a taste of this. Awei walked toward Bulletin Fang and handed the barbecue meat over. As Bulletin Fang accepted the barbecue meat, a wave of fragrance immediately rushed toward his face. His body and mind were instantly engulfed and he felt as if he was wandering within an inescapable sea of fragrance. The smell was really aromatic. A green wisp of smoke encircled Bulletin Fang's hand and then the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared. As he lightly sliced open the spirit beast's stomach, the piping hot sauce immediately enveloped the barbecue meat and the fragrance became even more aromatic. If Bulletin Fang's rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings were simple and elegant white orchids, this barbecue meat would be a fiery rose. The two were completely different types of dishes. Bulletin Fang cut off a slice of meat and picked it up with his chopsticks. He dipped the slice of meat in the sauce before popping it into his mouth. The texture of the crispy skin and succulent meat instantly overwhelmed his taste buds and he could not help but nod as his eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Awei had picked up the bowl of dumplings. The dumplings that were like simple and elegant white orchids were not impressive at first glance. However, its whitish, adorable appearance made the dish slightly more appetizing. "Big bro, let me have a taste as well," Alu said in an indistinct voice as he greedily stared at the bowl of dumplings while chewing on a chicken drumstick. Awei immediately gave him a disdainful glance. "Didn't I tell you not to talk to me when you're eating something? Did you forget again? If you want to eat this, get your own spoon and scoop it up yourself." Alu immediately gave a foolish laugh and quickly found a spoon. Like Awei, he scooped up a dumpling and was going to shove it into his mouth. Steam, accompanied with the faint aroma of flour and vegetables, was rising from the dumplings. Awei took a bite out of a dumpling and discovered a multicolored fragrance drifting out that seemed to have turned into a rainbow. So, this was the true meaning behind rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings? A comfortable, satisfied, and blissful feeling suddenly rose up in his chest. It was a sort of feeling that transcended the definition of delicious. Awei went silent and quietly finished the entire dumpling with an uncertain expression on his face. Just from eating the dumpling, he could tell that he was truly defeated. It was a one-sided loss for him. The difference between him and owner Bulletin was like an impassable chasm. Next to him, the flesh on Alu's face were almost scrunched together. His eyes were filled with tears and his lips were trembling as he sobbed uncontrollably. "What happened to you?" Awei was startled by Alu's reaction. He was only eating a dish, was there a need for him to be so dramatic? "Big brother. I miss our mom and dad," Alu said in an indistinct voice with tears flowing down his cheeks as he shoved the remaining half of the dumpling into his mouth while sobbing uncontrollably. Awei became silent for a moment and then let out a soft sigh. There was truly something magical about owner Bulletin's dish. Bulletin Fang finished tasting the barbecue meat. This time, he actually ate 3 more pieces. Even he was slightly surprised by himself. Evidently, this dish was pretty good. However, once Bulletin Fang ate a dish, he would give an honest appraisal with his venomous tongue out of habit. This time was not an exception either. "The taste of your barbecue meat is pretty good, but the way you handled the spirit beast meat is still not good enough. The spirit energy contained in the meat was equivalent to 3rd grade, but all of the spirit energy dissipated after getting handled by you. Furthermore, you smoked the meat with spirit herbs but did not manage to adhere the essence of the spirit herbs onto the meat. You also included a lot of unnecessary things that affected the taste. This is the cause of the slight oddness in the meat's flavor. In addition, the sauce." Everyone was staring at Bulletin Fang, who suddenly seemed to have turned into a chatterbox, with their mouths wide open. This was completely different from the usual owner Bulletin, who was concise with his words. Awei listened to the appraisal with an ashen expression. However, he was extremely shocked deep inside because Bulletin Fang was listing out the actual flaws of his dish. He could have averted some of the flaws that Bulletin Fang listed, but even he could not avert some of the other flaws. However, Bulletin Fang was capable of giving such a precise evaluation after merely having a few bites. It was simply terrifying. As expected of the man who could defeat me, Awei thought as he lifted his chin. After Bulletin Fang finished his appraisal, he regained his refined demeanor and started cleaning up the cooking stove. This year's 100 family banquet was finally over and there was no doubt who the winner was. Bulletin Fang was the winner since his porcelain plate had the highest amount of copper coins. Here, there were no applauses and Bulletin Fang was not experiencing the so-called joy of winning. He appeared calm as he gave the crowd the glance as if getting first place was a matter of course for him. Congratulations to the host for completing abrupt mission 2, obtain first place in the 100 family banquet, crush everyone else, and spread the glory of the god of cooking. The mission reward will now be issued. Buletin Fang went into a daze as the system's solemn voice resounded in his mind. At the same time, a eunuch was announcing the final winner of the 100 family banquet as well as the reward for getting first place. Chapter 156, The Prize, a Single Seed. This is the prize for getting first place? Buletin Fang asked in bewilderment. He expressionlessly watched as Ji Chinsu solemnly placed a seed with the size of peanuts into his hand. Isn't this just a peanut? Buletin Fang thought as he endured the impulse to slap Ji Chinsu's handsome face with a shoehorn. After working hard for most of the day, he did not anticipate only getting a peanut-like seed like this. He was at a loss for words. Looking at the pitch-black seed, it seemed to be somewhat old and in a bad shape. Its surface was covered with unusual thin markings that resembled an enigmatic magic array. However, it was still ultimately just a seed. Owner Buletin, this is an extremely important treasure from within the imperial palace. My father highly regarded this seed while he was still alive. Today, I shall gift this to you as a reward. I hope you'll cultivate this seed and help germinate it, Ji Chinsu said with a smile. Buletin Fang glanced at the seed in his hand and then looked at the smile on Ji Chinsu's face. He kept getting the feeling that he was swindled. Buletin Fang casually bounced the seed in his hand before storing it inside the system's storage space. Even though he felt he had been swindled by Ji Chinsu, Buletin Fang believed the system would not swindle him. If not for the system's mission, he would not have participated in the 100 family banquet. Since the system made him obtain this reward, it indicated that this seed was unusual. The two brothers from Qinjiangjin were standing a distance away. Alu was constantly taking out chicken drumsticks from his apron and popping them into his mouth, while Wei was staring at Buletin Fang with bitterness in his heart. Big bro, looks like we failed the mission that master gave us. We can't bring back the reward for getting first place, Alu said in a muffled voice. Wei did not say anything and merely lifted his sharp chin. His mind was rapidly spinning in an attempt to think up a method for obtaining the reward. Directly snatch the prize from him? That's out of the question. He thought. Even though their cultivation levels were slightly higher than Buletin Fang's, they were not much stronger than him. Furthermore, they would certainly be hindered by the guards if they openly tried to snatch the prize inside the imperial city. Snatch something personally awarded by the emperor? They were not stupid. Should we make a deal with owner Buletin? However, is there anything valuable on us that could be used for an exchange? Wei muttered as his eyebrows crossed together. Big bro, what's the point of thinking so much? Let's just go back and tell master exactly what happened. If he really needs that prize, just let him provide an item for us to come and trade with owner Buletin. If he doesn't need it, then there's no need for us to do anything, Alu said while holding a chicken drumstick in his hand. Wei gave Alu a surprised glance, seemingly in disbelief. He thought, what's going on with him today? Did he become smarter after going through a competition? Alright, then let's immediately hurry back to Qinjiangjin and let master settle this matter on his own. We've already done all we could. We lost because our skills are still lacking, Wei said as he slung the black walk on his back and made his way out of the imperial city. They really did not want to spend even a moment longer here. It was a place filled with sad memories for them. Buletin Fang gave their disappearing back figures a glance but did not pay much heed to them. After thanking Ji Chinsu, he bid farewell with Liang Xiaoi and the others before walking out of the gate of heavenly mystery and disappearing in the swirling snow. With this year's 100 family banquet had also come to a satisfactory end. A group of eunuchs rushed out from the main hall and started clearing up the garbage and objects in the plaza. Buletin Fang fiddled with the black seed in his hand as he walked into the alleyway. Large snowflakes were unsteadily drifting down from the sky. A piece of snowflake landed on the back of Buletin Fang's neck and he slightly sucked his breath as a chill suddenly spread from the spot. He tucked his neck into his shoulders and quickened his pace as he headed toward the store. As usual, Blackie was lying at the entrance of the store. It seemed to have felt Buletin Fang's approach and slightly raised its head while blowing steam from its nostrils. Good morning, Blackie, Buletin Fang said with a faint smile as he bounced the black seed in his hand. The time of the day was naturally not morning. The sky was already starting to get dark and the day was about to end. However, there should not be much of a difference for Blackie, who spent every single day either eating or sleeping. Blackie rolled its eyes and ignored Bullet and Fang's immature teasing. It turned its head away and was just about to go back to sleep. Suddenly, Blackie raised its head and its eyes focused on the black seed in Bullet and Fang's hand. Bullet and Fang had already removed the doorboard and was heading into the warm interior of the store. The seed in his hand was also casually kept into the system's storage space with a flip of his hand. He was completely unaware of Blackie's gaze. If Bullet and Fang had seen the seriousness in Blackie's eyes at that moment, he would definitely not think the seed was useless. Blackie's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness before turning into puzzlement and uncertainty after sniffing the air. In the end, it still let out a yawn and then went back to sleep. Wuliang Mountain towered into the clouds like a sky-piercing stone pillar that reached into the skies. At the peak of Wuliang Mountain, there was a rather decrepit monastery with a spacious courtyard and a majestic palace. The entire courtyard was shrouded with mist. Beside the majestic palace, there was a small two-story wooden cabin. An elderly man with white hair and eyebrows was quietly seated inside with his legs crossed. There were a few brownish-yellow jade talismans with unusual markings on them placed on his wrinkled hand. The elderly man seemed to be taking a nap. His eyes were closed and the faint sound of regular breathing was coming from the tip of his nose. Suddenly, the jade talisman in his hand started to slightly shake. The elderly man woke up from his nap and slowly opened his hazy eyes. The color of his irises were an odd blue. From a single glance, he seemed capable of staring straight into the stars. Why is the celestial arcanum talisman shaking on its own? I haven't started my divination and a strange phenomenon has already appeared. Is some sort of treasure about to appear on the hidden dragon continent once again? The elderly man thought as he lifted up the jade talisman and stared at it with eyes that had seen through worldly desires. With a casual point of his finger, the jade talisman immediately settled down and quietly lay down on the elderly man's hand. He stood up before tottering toward the window of the small cabin and sucked in a deep breath of cold air. The elderly man stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back as he gazed at the layers of rolling clouds that surrounded the peak of Wuliang Mountain. Bright lights seemed to be circulating in his blue irises as if he was attempting to observe everything. Afterward, he turned away and looked toward the disciples who were sweating like pigs in the courtyard of the Celestial Arcanum Palace. This was the youngest generation of the Celestial Arcanum sect and also the sect's foundation. Suddenly, the elderly man looked into the distance after seemingly noticing something. He saw two figures moving at a rapid pace. The person running in the front was an elderly man with shabby clothing and stubbless all over his face. He was moving across the courtyard in breakneck speed while hugging a wine calabash. The person chasing the elderly man was a beautiful woman in a white dress whose hair spilled down her back like a waterfall. The woman's transcendent appearance was extremely beautiful, like those of a banished immortal. Old drunkard! Stop right there! You promised to give me a tale of dragon's breath. You're going back on your word. A rather alluring voice rang out. The outlines of her voluptuous figure was faintly discernible underneath her clothes as she indignantly chased after the old drunkard in front of her. The tip of the old man's nose was red and his graying hair was a mess. He turned his head and said with a snicker, "Brat, you're being underhanded. I promised to give you a tale of wine, but that was on the condition that you have to finish the wine on the spot. You should know my rules well enough. You're welcome to drink my wine, but there's no way I am letting you take away the wine. Who knows what you're planning to do with the dragon's breath?" True energy flowed within Yan's body as she took a step forward and rushed toward him. She was so fast that it was nearly impossible to follow her movements. However, the old drunkard snickered and increased the distance between them with just a single step as if the ground shrank. You rotten old man! I am the third elder of our sect. Can't I even ask for a tale of wine?" Yan was utterly exasperated. "Ho ho, that's right. I don't care whether you're our sect's third elder or not. Even if the Supreme Elder wants my wine, I won't give it to him either. I've always been someone who sticks to my principles." The old drunkard loudly snickered like an impish old man as he hugged his wine calabash. Yan was grinding her teeth in anger as she watched him. The elderly man in the wooden cabin suddenly let out a soft chuckle and took a step forward toward the window. His figure abruptly shook and then he actually disappeared without a trace. Did you just say that you wouldn't give your wine even if the Supreme Elder was the one asking?" The old drunkard was suddenly startled by an elderly voice that came from behind him, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He even fumbled with the wine calabash and nearly failed to catch it. If you take someone by surprise, you might really frighten that person to death. The old drunkard thought while silently cursing the Supreme Elder. Chapter 157, Who told you I'll be using ordinary ingredients? Supreme Elder. The old drunkard turned his head and his legs immediately went weak when he saw the elderly figure standing behind him. He was almost shocked to death from the sudden appearance of the Supreme Elder after just mentioning him moments ago. With a gentle smile on his face, the elderly man casually waved his hand and the old drunkard's wine calabash fell into his hand. A hint of a smile appeared on his lips as he shook the calabash and the sound of sloshing came from within. The elderly man uncorked the calabash and pinched his fingers together as a pearl-like droplet of wine floated out from the calabash. When I was younger, I was also someone who loved wine, the elderly man said with a chuckle. With a wave of his finger, the droplet of wine flew into his mouth. The droplet instantly expanded in volume and filled his mouth with wine. The eyes of the elderly man narrowed as he reveled in the wine's flavor. He smacked his lips before tossing the wine calabash back to the old drunkard. This wine of yours is pretty good. Unfortunately, there's still room for improvement, the elderly man said with a faint smile. The old drunkard's eyes immediately lit up after hearing the Supreme Elder's words. He looked toward the Supreme Elder and respectfully asked, Supreme Elder, is there really a wine that's even more delicious than the dragon's breath that I meticulously brewed? Of course, there is. With the size of the world, all sorts of wondrous things exist and Hidden Dragon is only a small part of this world. Besides, you'll soon get to taste a genuine fine wine, the elderly man said with a chuckle as he lightly stroked his white beard. Then, his eyes landed on Nian and slightly narrowed. You've achieved a breakthrough? Not bad at all. Looks like the Imperial City really is paradise for you, the elderly man said with a smile. Nian might have been impudent toward the old drunkard, but she was behaving somewhat reserved in front of the Supreme Elder, a legendary figure in the Celestial Arcanum sect. Yes, in the Imperial City, I ate. I had a fortuitous meeting there. Ha ha ha, it's fine. It just so happens that I want you to go on another trip to the Imperial City. In the near future, an unusual treasure will appear there. Do your best and try to obtain it. If you can't, it doesn't really matter either, the elderly man said with a chuckle while holding his hands behind his back. Nian was surprised for a moment. Go on another trip to the Imperial City? Were things over there going to get lively once more? The sky had already gone dark and Bulletin Fang was back in his store. He did not choose to open the store and was instead deep in thought as he sat on a chair. The system's reward was already issued. He was originally going to cook the dish, but all of his attention was currently focused on that seed. System, you made me obtain first place in the 100 family banquet in order to get this seed? What's so special about it? Bulletin Fang asked in puzzlement. The system did not immediately reply him and remained silent for a long while before it solemnly replied, the host currently does not have the qualification to acquire information related to this seed. The host can only obtain information about this seed after the seed has been planted, germinated, and bore fruit. Bulletin Fang's face slightly darkened after hearing the system's response. What did the system mean by saying that he did not have the qualification to acquire information related to the seed? He was at the very least a man who could be called Battle King. Nonetheless, there was no point in getting angry. With the system's personality, Bulletin Fang knew he would definitely be unable to acquire the information since the system had already said so. Fortunately, Bulletin Fang was not that obsessed with getting information on the seed either. How should I plant this? Where do I plant this seed? Bulletin Fang asked. The system will provide a flower pot for the host. Would the host please proceed with the planting of the seed? The system's solemn voice resounded once more. Afterward, Bulletin Fang sensed a flower pot with the size of a wash basin suddenly appeared in the system's storage space. The time flow flower pot is capable of accelerating the germination and growth rate of the seed, the system introduced. Bulletin Fang took out the extremely ugly ochre-colored flower pot and placed the flower pot in the corner of the store. The flower pot was already filled to the brim with soil. According to the system's modus operandi, the soil contained inside the flower pot was definitely something special as well. He grabbed a handful of the soil and felt an extremely cold feeling in his hand that nearly froze his palm. Bulatin Fang made a frown and then took out that black seed. He dug a small hole in the soil and dropped the seed inside before covering up the hole. Won't the seed die from the cold temperature of the soil? The seed looks difficult to germinate in the first place, wouldn't using frozen soil make it even more difficult? Bulatin Fang was feeling rather perplexed. However, this might really be the ideal condition for this seed to germinate. Bulatin Fang stood up and dusted off his hands. He went into the kitchen and washed his hands with water. He drew out a kitchen knife and practiced his cutting and carving techniques for a while before ending that day's training. The 100 family banquet was exhausting for the chefs and Bulatin Fang was feeling slightly fatigued after a day's work. Bulatin Fang went back into his room and took a nice long shower. The steam drifted out of the bathroom and filled his room. After finishing his bath, Bulatin Fang comfortably lay down on his bed. He slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Bulatin Fang woke up as usual. After washing up, he left his room and went into the kitchen. Grabbing a kitchen knife and taking out some radishes, he started practicing his cutting technique. Practicing was even more important for level 2 of the meteor knife technique. Furthermore, there was now a time limit as well. Bulatin Fang did not neglect his carving technique either. After finishing the cutting technique training, he practiced his carving technique. His mastery of these two techniques was slowly improving. After making a serving of sweet and sour ribs, Bulatin Fang walked out of the kitchen while sniffing the rich meaty aroma. He removed a doorboard and the cold air outside rushed into the store. After the spring festival ended, the snow became even heavier and the weather became much colder as well. Blackie, it's time to eat, Bulatin Fang called out as he tucked his neck into his shoulders and stepped out of the warm interior of the store. Since he was wearing a thin layer of clothes, he immediately felt cold and goosebumps rose all over his body. On the other hand, Blackie was not bothered by the cold weather in the slightest. Its eyes were only filled with the sight of the sweet and sour ribs. It was panting with its tongue hanging out as it excitedly stared at the plate in Bulatin Fang's hands. After putting down the plate of sweet and sour ribs in front of Blackie, Bulatin Fang immediately went back into the store. He was eager to get back into the cozy comfort of the store. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from the direction of the alleyway and an already plump figure wrapped in thick layers of clothing appeared. Bulatin Fang watched as Fatty Jin waddled into the store like a meatball. Fatty Jin exhaled a breath of cold air and said with a chuckle, "Good morning, owner Bulatin. It's really cold outside today. The inside of this store is still the most comfortable after all. This warm feeling is making me feel like staying here forever," Fatty Jin said as he cheerfully sat down on a chair and took off his jacket. Bulatin Fang expressionlessly nodded in response. By the way, the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings from yesterday can only be described as marvelous. They were so delicious that I almost swallowed my own tongue. I've never tasted anything as delicious as this dish before. Will you be selling the dish in the store? Fatty Jin asked. Bulatin Fang stared blankly for a moment and then subconsciously looked in the direction of the menu. Sure enough, the name of a particular dish was up there. Rainbow-colored water dumplings, 100 crystals per serving. Fatty Jin sucked in a breath of cold air and said, 100 crystals per serving. Owner Bulatin, isn't this too expensive? The ingredients used in these dumplings are only ordinary ingredients. It's a little unreasonable for the price to be so high. The majority of the dishes in Bulatin Fang's store contained abundant amounts of spirit energy and their flavors were unprecedentedly delicious because those dishes used expensive ingredients without any exception. However, the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings that Fatty Jin ate the day before only used ingredients like ordinary fruits and vegetables. For the price to be set at such a price, it was simply too unjust. Even though Fatty Jin was the owner of a crystal mine, he would still feel slightly distressed if he squandered money like this. Fatty Jin's question startled Bulatin Fang for a moment. He was rather perplexed as he looked at Fatty Jin and asked, "Who told you that I'll be using ordinary ingredients for the rainbow-colored water dumplings?" Chapter 158, The Sisters-in-Law of the Young Marquis. The rainbow-colored water dumpling was originally a mission reward from the system. Therefore, it was impossible for the recipe to use ordinary ingredients. Bulatin Fang only chose to use ordinary fruits and vegetables during the 100 family banquet in order to ensure that the dish could be eaten by all of the guests. However, now that the dish would be sold in the store, he was naturally going to use much more valuable ingredients. When Bulletin Fang brought out the steaming bowl of rainbow-colored water dumplings from the kitchen, the aroma wafting in the air was completely different from the dumplings made during the 100 family banquet. The aroma of these rainbow-colored water dumplings that used ingredients with spirit energy was fully spreading throughout the room. Gulp! Fatty Jin was almost drooling as he stared at the bowl of rainbow-colored water dumplings in Bulletin Fang's hands. The rich aroma emanating from it was simply too appetizing. "Here's your rainbow-colored water dumplings, please enjoy your meal," Bulletin Fang said as he placed the bowl of dumplings in front of Fatty Jin. Fatty Jin's eyes were immediately attracted by the rainbow-colored water dumplings. They were completely different from the rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings made during the 100 family banquet. The actual version of the dumplings were miles ahead in terms of color, fragrance, and appearance. There seemed to be a light constantly changing on those white dumplings. It was sometimes bright red and other times emerald green. The switching between the colors of a rainbow was bewitchingly beautiful. A cloud of fragrance was also hovering above the soup. It was simmered with the meat of a spirit beast and was filled with spirit energy. With a single sniff, a burst of energy instantly coursed through Fatty Jin's entire body and made him feel extremely comfortable. The rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings were unable to fully manifest the colors of a rainbow because of the ingredients. At that time, I used a trick to trap the aroma and only managed to manifest the colors of a rainbow with the help of true energy. The actual version of the dumplings does not require special preparations like that. The ingredients alone would directly manifest the colors of a rainbow, Bulletin Fang explained. Fatty Jin eagerly picked up a rainbow-colored water dumpling with his chopsticks and took a bite. He suddenly felt as if he was standing underneath a waterfall. His entire body felt extremely comfortable as the falling water struck him. He wanted to open his mouth and shout out loud. However, the moment he opened his mouth, his eyes widened because his mouth was instantly clogged up by the aroma. Almost all of the flesh on Fatty Jin's face was trembling. His eyes were narrowed and his face was filled with pleasure. Delicious! It was simply too delicious. A faint smile appeared on Bulletin Fang's lips as he glanced at Fatty Jin, who was reveling in the delicious flavors of the rainbow-colored water dumplings. Afterward, he pulled back a chair and sat down. He subconsciously turned his head and looked toward the ochre-colored flower pot sitting in the corner. He wondered how the seed was doing ever since he planted it yesterday. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he just discovered a new continent. A seedling throbbing with vitality was actually emerging from the ice-cold soil. It germinated. Bulletin Fang's face was filled with surprise. The speed of its growth was way too fast. Not even half a day had passed since he planted the seed. However, Bulletin Fang quickly calmed down and walked toward the flower pot. He squatted down next to it and carefully observed the seedling emerging from the soil. The seedling was bright green in color and its surface was covered with complicated veined patterns. They looked like a blur in his eyes. Although he could not understand them, he was still amazed. He leaned forward and sniffed the seedling but he could not smell a thing. Bulletin Fang was rather perplexed as he stood up. Nonetheless, he was too lazy to bother with the seedling any longer. With the help of the flower pot, the seed should grow into a tall tree soon enough. Wang Xiaoi skipped into the store and cheerfully greeted Bulletin Fang. The latter nodded in response and continued to watch the falling snowflake outside while curled up on a chair. From a distance, the sound of voices and feminine laughter came from the alleyway as several figures slowly approached. Bulletin Fang puzzledly looked in the direction of the sounds and saw several slender and graceful women heading toward the store. Furthermore, there were people that he recognized in their midst. Wan Er, I heard owner Bulletin obtained first place in this year's 100 family banquet. I'll bring you to eat something delicious today, Luo Sunyang said in a rambunctious manner. She was wearing a tight-fitting robe with slits on the sides of the lower part that revealed her fair and slender legs. She did not seem to feel cold despite the freezing weather. There were a few other elegantly dressed women walking next to Luo Sunyang. One of them was a young-looking woman in a thick woolen clothing. Her nose was slightly red from the cold air and she was huffing out clouds of white breath as she blindly followed after Luo Sunyang. Yang Chen was excitedly leading the way in front of the group while wearing red festive clothing. My dear sisters-in-law, you definitely won't be disappointed by owner Bulletin's culinary skill, the young marquis confidently said. As someone who had personally tasted Bulletin Fang's dishes before, he was naturally aware of their deliciousness. The group arrived in front of the store and saw the big black dog lying on the ground as well as Bulletin Fang, who was curled up on a chair. Both of them had the same slothful appearance. It was no surprise considering that they were from the same store. What an adorable doggy! The young-looking woman in the thick woolen clothing suddenly cried out in joy when she spotted the big black dog soundly sleeping in front of the store. She then ran forward and petted Blackie's head with her delicate, fair hand. Blackie was rather dumbfounded as it looked at the young lady whose eyes were filled with affection. This young lady was only a mere third-grade battle maniac. The Lord Dog was capable of killing her even with a sneeze. However, with the Lord Dog's identity, what was the point of getting back at a little girl? Therefore, the Lord Dog changed its sleeping position and went back to sleep. This doggy is really adorable. Wan Yar's eyes were shining as she rubbed Blackie's nice and warm head with both of her hands while giggling. Bulletin Fang blinked in surprise as he looked at the lazy dog who was too lazy to even respond. He mockingly thought, this lazy dog. If the one vigorously rubbing its head was a man, it would have already greeted him with its paws. Bulletin Fang was well aware of the formidableness of this lazy dog's paws. You over there, come into the store if you're going to order something. Teasing that dog is prohibited, Bulletin Fang said as he stood up. Even though he did not know whether the lazy dog would get angry, he thought it was better to draw this woman away. Luo Sunyang gave that black dog a fearful glance. When she saw that Wan Er was actually rubbing its head, her heart almost jumped out in terror. The naive Wan Er might not know this dog's identity, but how could she not know? This dog was the widely rumored Supreme Beast. It was a Supreme Beast that could kill Wan Er thousands of times with a single sneeze. Luo Sunyang was dumbfounded. Should she think of her as innocent or just really bold? When she saw that Blackie did not seem to intend on getting even with Wan Er, she breathed out a sigh of relief inwardly and then went into the store while dragging along the reluctant Wan Er. The interior of the store was very warm and cozy. The group of women felt as if they had just stepped into a spring-like zone. The aroma of the dishes wafting in the air was especially mesmerizing. The young marquis excitedly stopped in front of Bulletin Fang. He patted his own chest and said, "Owner Bulletin, these are my sisters-in-law. I am treating them today, so just bring out whatever is delicious." Bulletin Fang expressionlessly glanced at Yang Chen and his mouth widened into a smile as he gave the women behind him a glance. "All of the dishes here are delicious, so just order whatever you want to eat," Bulletin Fang mildly replied. His reply resulted in a rather embarrassed expression on Yang Chen's face. Every single dish in Owner Bulletin's store was excellent. If he ordered every dish. Yang Chen gave his money pouch a little squeeze and awkwardly sniffed. "I think I'll just stop showing off," Yang Chen thought. Luo Sunyang put her hands at her waist and laughed. Wan Er and the others were also chuckling while covering their mouths with their hands. Thereafter, everyone turned to look at the menu behind them and froze momentarily before they started chattering with each other. Chapter 159, Spirit Turtle Egg Tart. "Wan Er, what do you want to eat? Hurry up and tell Owner Bulletin," Luo Sunyang said with a smile as she put her arm around Wan Er's delicate shoulders in a boisterous manner. Wan Er was the only one left who had not ordered, so she could not help but remind her. Wan Er shyly gave the menu a glance and seemed rather embarrassed to speak her thoughts. All of the dishes on the menu were delicious, so she wanted to order all of them. However, if she did that, that would give others a bad impression of her. "Owner Bulletin. Spirit Turtle Egg Tart. What's that? Is it delicious?" Wan Er softly asked in a voice that was gentle like water. Bulletin Fang was slightly startled. Spirit Turtle Egg Tart? Wasn't that the new dish? That was the mission reward for getting first place in the 100 Family Banquet, which he still had not checked after all this time. He did not anticipate that the dish would already be added onto the menu. Spirit Turtle Egg Tart is just Spirit Turtle Egg Tart. It's very delicious, Bulletin Fang said as he gave Wan Er a glance. Wan Er's eyes immediately lit up. She realized that none of her sisters-in-law ordered this particular dish, so she was rather tempted to do so. "Then, I'll have a serving of Spirit Turtle Egg Tart," Wan Er said while pointing at the menu on the wall with her slender hand. Bulletin Fang nodded in response and told them to wait before heading into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yang Chen led his sisters-in-law toward a table on his own. His sisters-in-law were rather pleased by the comfortable layout and furnishing of the store. Cold sweat was actually dripping down Yang Chen's back. Every single one of his sisters-in-law was extremely tough and their cultivation levels were pretty high as well. Oh, except for his second sister-in-law, Wan Er, who was a bashful young lady. Today, Yang Chen brought 4 of his sisters-in-law. 3 of them were the wives of his brothers while the last one was the wife of his cousin. They were all women of the Yang family who were capable at both public and domestic affairs. He had always been praising owner Buletin's culinary skill in front of his sisters-in-law, so he specially brought them here today. Buletin Fang entered the kitchen and started cooking the dishes ordered by the customers one after another. His movements were extremely proficient. After cooking the same dishes every single day, he was naturally becoming more efficient and his cooking speed became even faster. Xiaoi, serve the dish. After finishing each dish, he placed the dish at the window and called for Wang Xiaoi. In the meantime, he continued to focus all of his attention on cooking the dishes. Soon, he finished cooking all of the dishes with the exception of the spirit turtle egg tart, which the delicate beauty ordered at the end. Buletin Fang was naturally quite familiar with egg tarts. However, he was actually feeling somewhat perplexed and bewildered. All along, he assumed that the system was only going to provide recipes of Oriental-style dishes. Contrary to his expectation, the spirit turtle egg tart suddenly appeared. Buletin Fang washed his hands with water and then his mouth widened into a smile. He focused his mind and started poring over the steps of cooking the dish provided by the system. After muttering to himself for a while, Buletin Fang finished memorizing all of the steps and then took out a large blue and white porcelain bowl from a cupboard. The cooking process of egg tarts was more complicated. Buletin Fang took out tools and ingredients from the cupboards one after another, which included a bag of gram flour, a cup of milk from an unknown spirit beast, a cup of evaporated milk, and a few spirit turtle eggs. The first step was making the crust of the egg tart. Buletin Fang mixed the flour with water and added butter before kneading the mixture into dough. While adding the water, he employed some techniques. Instead of pouring everything at once, he slowly poured the water to adjust the hardness of the dough. When the outside of the dough was smooth, Buletin Fang stopped kneading. He stored the dough inside a cupboard prepared by the system and let it rest for a while. After waiting for some time, he took out the rested dough. He first sprinkled some flour on a chopping board and rolled the dough into a rectangular shape with a rolling pin. Next, Buletin Fang utilized the true energy within his body to churn the dough. Each time the dough was folded, it would be filled with true energy which caused every inch of the dough to be flipped inside out. The kneading method was the same as the one that Buletin Fang employed while making dumplings during the 100 family banquet. This was a kneading technique that Buletin Fang developed on his own. However, this technique required the user to have precise control over their true energy. Once a mistake was made, the internal structure of the dough would become uneven and the crust may crack during the baking process. After folding a few times, the dough was placed back into the cupboard once more to let it rest and Buletin Fang moved on to making the custard of the egg tart. The flavor of an egg tart mainly depended on its custard. He took out the spirit turtle eggs. These eggs were small and there were some ugly markings on their surface. There was even a faint fragrance emanating from them. Buletin Fang first poured the spirit beast milk and evaporated milk into the blue and white porcelain bowl. Then, he added some high-quality granulated sugar into the mixture and started mixing. When the mixture was evenly stirred and the granulated sugar was fully melted, Buletin Fang cracked the spirit turtle eggs into the bowl. There was some skill involved in cracking the eggs as well because only the egg yolk was needed. Therefore, Buletin Fang could not let the egg white fall into the mixture or the flavor would be affected. Buletin Fang nimbly broke open an egg with his fingers. Just as the egg yolk touched the mixture in the bowl, he instantly caught the egg white with the egg shells and perfectly separated the egg white from the egg yolk. After adding egg yolks from a few spirit turtle eggs, Buletin Fang continued stirring the mixture. After stirring for a while, the color of the mixture was changing from milky white into pastel yellow. Furthermore, the consistency of the mixture was thickening after stirring for so long. Buletin Fang took out a strainer and strained the liquid mixture. Once that was done, only a paste formed from egg yolk and milk was left. Buletin Fang then took out the rested dough from the cupboard and cut out round pieces with an exquisite cutting technique. An egg tart mold was conveniently prepared by the system, which slightly surprised Buletin Fang. Once the pieces of dough were fitted into the mold and the creamy paste was poured into the mold as well, Buletin Fang finished the initial step of making the egg tarts. The kitchen was well equipped. After Buletin Fang placed the egg tarts into the oven, he just had to wait. Buletin Fang was feeling somewhat excited as he looked at the spirit turtle egg tarts that were gradually changing inside the oven. He was staring at them without blinking while waiting in anticipation for the completion of the egg tarts. Fortunately, the oven provided by the system was very efficient and the baking was done before long. As Buletin Fang pulled open the oven's door, a rich aroma of milk and eggs gushed out. The spirit turtle eggs possessed a sort of bewitching fragrance in the first place. After getting processed in such a manner, the aroma became even more intense. Buletin Fang smacked his lips in anticipation. Even though the grade of the spirit turtle eggs was not that high, its aroma after getting cooked was extremely good. As Buletin Fang removed the egg tarts from the mold, the tender and fragrant spirit turtle egg tarts appeared before him. He greedily inhaled the aroma wafting in the air. The smell of the spirit beast milk was almost captivating. Buletin Fang placed 2 of the egg tarts onto a white porcelain plate before walking out of the kitchen while carrying the plate. The attention of the customers within the store were already attracted by the aroma wafting out of the kitchen. They were eagerly staring at Buletin Fang as he slowly walked out of the darkness. Buletin Fang was carrying a white plate in his hand with a weirdly shaped food placed on top. A rich fragrance and steam was rising from the plate. "Here's your spirit turtle egg tarts, please enjoy your meal," Buletin Fang said as he placed the spirit turtle egg tarts in front of Wan Er, who was already filled with anticipation. Wan Er's eyes were sparkling as she looked at the strange dish in front of her, which was both exquisite and extremely adorable but also bewitchingly fragrant. She was very excited and her delicate face was flushed in embarrassment. "This dish has a really unusual shape, is this a pastry?" Wan Er asked in curiosity. She also enjoyed cooking and she was most proficient in making pastries. Therefore, she was quite excited about the egg tarts which somewhat resembled pastries. Buletin Fang gave this bashful woman a glance and replied with a frown, "This isn't a pastry one. You can think of this as an after-meal dessert. This aroma is really fragrant, it's not something that pastries could compare with." "An after-meal dessert? I'm really looking forward to this." Wan Er's eyes narrowed and her face became flushed once more. "Wan Er, are you going to eat that? If you're not, then I'll go ahead and eat them. This smell is too fragrant, I'm really craving for them," Luo Sunyang said in a boisterous manner while looking on from the side. Hearing that, Wan Er hurriedly grabbed one of the egg tarts in panic. The egg tart was still somewhat hot to the touch and caused Wan Er to lightly yell out in surprise. She quickly blew on the egg tart before taking a bite out of it. Chapter 160, Wan Er's Egg Tarts of Darkness. Her rosebud mouth slightly opened and closed down on the soft and crispy spirit turtle egg tart, biting off a small piece while her face was flushed in anticipation. As she chewed her food with minimal jaw movements, she demonstrated the mannerism of a lady from a noble family. The longer she chewed, the more her eyes widened. The delicious flavor instantly spread from her mouth and coursed throughout her body. The rich aroma of milk engulfed her and made her feel as if she was standing among a herd of spirit beasts. A gentle wind breezed past as the herd of spirit beasts quietly grazed on the verdant field of grass. As Wan Er swallowed the morsel of egg tart in her mouth, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange feeling that caused her to let out a moan. Her pretty face became even redder as if she was intoxicated. A breeze carrying the strong smell of the sea came whistling toward her as if attempting to blow her clothes away. Delicious! Wan Er earnestly said with eyes filled with delight. This was her first time tasting such a delicious dish. She could not believe that the feeling of being immersed in a surging ocean actually came from such a tiny egg tart. It was simply unbelievable. She no longer cared about the hotness of the egg tart as she clasped the egg tart in her hands and gnawed at the egg tart. She was completely unable to stop herself. Her face was flushed as if she was basking in the happiness of the delicious flavor. Luo Sunyang's mouth was wide open as she stared at Wan Er who was currently ruining her own image. Was this still the Wan Er that she knew? That Wan Er who carried the mannerism of a young lady from a noble family, smiled without exposing her teeth, and ate her meals at a snail's pace? Luo Sunyang felt as if her worldview was completely overturned. Was owner Buletin's dish really that enchanting? Yang Chen was also curiously watching Wan Er whose face was filled with pleasure as he ate his sweet and sour ribs. This was unlike his impression of his second sister-in-law. Buletin Fang had never tasted the egg tarts before as this was his first time making them. Therefore, he did not know what Wan Er was feeling at the moment. However, he knew the taste of the egg tarts were pretty good based on her reaction. A smile appeared on Bulletin Fang's lips before he let out a deep breath and sat down on a chair for a small break. After finishing the first egg tart, Wan Er immediately picked up the second one. She lightly exhaled from her mouth and then continued eating. She completely lost the grace and elegance of a young lady from a noble family. At that moment, she seemed like a glutton who was enjoying her favorite food. The 2 egg tarts disappeared into her mouth before the eyes of the bewildered Luo Sunyang and Yang Chen just like that. Their mouths were hanging wide open from astonishment. I'm done eating. Owner Bulletin. These spirit turtle egg tarts are truly delicious. Wan Er placed her hands together and bowed toward Bulletin Fang as she earnestly said, "Thank you for letting me taste such a delicious dish." Bulletin Fang blinked in surprise. Her solemn attitude made him feel slightly uneasy, so he only responded with a rather awkward nod. Yang Chen and the others soon finished eating as well. The group ordered quite an amount of dishes. Seeing the pained expression on Yang Chen's face as he paid the bill, the group of women could not help but chuckle while covering their mouths. Oh, other than Luo Sunyang, who openly laughed with her hands placed on her waist. My dear sisters-in-law, like I've said before, Owner Bulletin's culinary skill is definitely the best in the imperial city. No one believed me back then. What about now? Yang Chen seriously said while lifting up his chin. Luo Sunyang was slightly annoyed when she saw Yang Chen's smug expression. She struck him on the back of his head with her palm and said in exasperation, "Why are you the one bragging when you're not Owner Bulletin? Since we're done eating, let's go back and train some more. In a few more days, the Marquis will be checking your cultivation level. When the time comes, you're really going to get it if you don't meet his standard." Yang Chen's expression immediately sank like a wrinkled tomato as he weakly headed outside of the store. The group of women left one after another as well after bidding farewell with Bulletin Fang. The store suddenly regained its tranquility once more. Wan Er returned to the Marquis Manor in a daze. She was somewhat distracted during the return trip and even nearly tripped over when getting off the carriage. Fortunately, Luo Sunyang was right next to her the entire time and managed to stop her from falling face first into the mud. Wan Er. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Luo Sunyang asked with a frown. Wan Er's eyes were dull and lifeless. Suddenly, she looked up at Luo Sunyang with a gaze that sent chills up her spine. Good heavens! It's terrifying if you stare at me like that. Luo Sunyang thought as a chill went up her spine. Sunyang, come with me to the kitchen, I'll cook something for you. You must help me taste my cooking. Wan Er pitifully pleaded while placing her hands together. Luo Sunyang was surprised for a moment and then she was immediately dragged into the kitchen by Wan Er. Xiao Chen Zi, make sure to practice hard. I'll come and check your training later. Even while she was being dragged away, Luo Sunyang did not forget to nag at Yang Chen. Bang! From the kitchen of the Marquis Manor, a dull sound rang out and was followed by the faint smell of something burnt drifting out. Luo Sunyang was standing in the kitchen while looking at Wan Er, whose face was covered in soot. The latter was holding a white porcelain plate and staring at Luo Sunyang with her innocent eyes. Sunyang, these are the egg tarts that I made, give them a taste. Luo Sunyang's gaze froze for a moment and then shifted toward the contents on the porcelain plate. She saw a pile of weirdly shaped lumps covered in burnt marks on the plate. The faint smell of something burnt was emanating from them. Egg tarts? Are you telling me those things are egg tarts? Recalling Owner Bulletin's spirit turtle egg tarts and then looking at the black lumps made by Wan Er in front of her eyes, Luo Sunyang suddenly felt the entire world had turned dark. Wan Er, are you sure, this thing is edible? Luo Sunyang asked in bewilderment, which Wan Er responded by continuously nodding. Just have a bite and stop eating if doesn't taste good. Wan Er was filled with expectation as she stared at Luo Sunyang. Luo Sunyang could not stand Wan Er's pitiful appearance and immediately acceded to her request. She picked up a badly burnt egg tart and slowly observed its surface. She finally found a spot which was not burnt and started eating. The disgusted frown on Luo Sunyang's face suddenly disappeared and she gave Wan Er a surprised glance. As she chewed the morsel in her mouth, she exclaimed in astonishment, Wan Er, you're incredible. This actually tastes pretty good. Even though the aroma and appearance are a lot worse than owner Bulletin's spirit turtle egg tarts, the taste is still alright. Luo Sunayang was speaking the truth. Wan Er's culinary skill was pretty good in the first place. She frequently helped the cook of the Marquis Manor with making the side dishes. Furthermore, she also enjoyed making pastries as a hobby. Her culinary skill was not weak in the slightest. The taste of the extremely unappetizing egg tarts before her eyes were still passable. That's great, then I shall bring them over to owner Bulletin tomorrow and let him give me some advice. I've discovered that I've fallen in love with egg tarts. I must research the recipe for making egg tarts. Wan Er excitedly said. Luo Sunayang's face stiffened for a moment. The corners of her mouth twitched as she stared blankly at Wan Er, whose expression was serious. Let owner Bulletin taste them. Are you sure about that? It was a dark and windy night with a snowstorm raging on. Inside the alleyway, the store had already closed up for the day and the tranquility in the store was restored. Bulletin Fang was bustling about in the kitchen. After a short while, he finished making an egg tart and was tasting this delicious dish himself. The spirit turtle eggs, which were filled with spirit energy, had a flavor that was far superior to ordinary chicken eggs. After tasting the egg tart, he felt as if he was submerged in the deep ocean. The taste of this egg tart is not bad at all. However, it's still rather lacking as a reward for this time's mission. The taste of the spirit turtle egg tart was indeed pretty good, but receiving such a dish as a reward after spending so much effort to obtain first place in the 100 family banquet was evidently quite unfair for him. The egg tart was delicious, but it was still just an after-meal dessert in the end. Is it because the previous abrupt mission is not completed yet? Therefore, the mission reward given this time was so pathetic. Bulletin Fang muttered to himself with a frown. The previous system mission required Bulletin Fang to develop and brew a wine that could surpass Dragon's Breath. According to Ni Yan's explanation, that Dragon's Breath should have been produced through numerous complex processes. It was definitely going to be hard to surpass. Bulletin Fang was pondering over the problem while he headed for his room. Since it was time, he was going to bed to maintain his sleep. I need to find some time to gather some high-grade spirit herbs. If I want to develop a wine that surpasses Dragon's Breath, relying solely on the Phoenix Blood herb and Three Stripes Path understanding fruit is still not enough. I still need to find some other ingredients. Bulletin Fang lay down on his bed and pulled a thick blanket over himself. As he pondered about the problem, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 161, The Ghost Chef of Qinjiangjin. Qinjiangjin was located right outside the Wildlands. It was a frontier town established by the Lightwind Empire because the Wildlands was a dangerous location with numerous spirit beasts nesting there. Some of these spirit beasts were powerful while others were weak. The stronger ones were even capable of attaining unimaginable levels, while the weaker ones were only 3rd or 4th grade spirit beasts. The outskirts, inner layer, and central zone of the Wildlands were like 3 circles nesting in each other, and the spirit beasts residing inside were innumerable. Qinjiangjin, as the frontier town guarding the entrance to the Wildlands, naturally bore the brunt of the pressure. Once the amount of spirit beasts exceeded a certain number, disastrous events like a stampede of spirit beasts would occur. Numerous spirit beasts would rush out from the Wildlands and trample on everything in their path. It was definitely a disaster for the residents of Qinjiangjin, and only those who truly possessed strength could survive in such a calamity. Qinjiangjin was such a town, where the strong gathered. Every single person who made a living there possessed high cultivation levels. The majority of them were adventurers from all around the Hidden Dragon continent. They were not just from the Lightwind Empire, but also from other smaller countries. They were gathered here in order to gain experience in the Wildlands as well as obtain crystals. Through hunting spirit beasts, they were able to earn crystals by turning in the corpses. Every single spirit beast was a trove of treasure and could be used to exchange for many things. With profit as the driving force, many people would still arrive wave after wave even if they had to face terrifying stampedes of spirit beasts. The number 1 restaurant in Qinjiangjin was the only restaurant in the entire town, and the first floor of the 2-story building was extremely spacious. The inside of the building was buzzing with activity and a steady stream of people was entering and leaving. The aroma of wine and the fragrance of the dishes were wafting in the air. Shouts and laughter could also be occasionally heard. In short, the scene within the restaurant was lively. As Alu, who was gnawing on a chicken drumstick, and Awe, who was carrying a black wok on his back, stepped into the restaurant, a curvaceous and beautiful woman in revealing clothing approached them with her hips swaying. She said with a giggle, "Oh my, Alu and Away, you're back? How did it go? Have you completed the old man's mission?" Alu pulled out a chicken drumstick from his apron and took a bite. As he chewed the morsel in his mouth with crunching noises, he said in a mumble, "And you, we lost." As expected of the Lightwind Empire's capital, it's indeed brimming with talented individuals. Even though Big Bro brought out his trump card, he still lost in the end. Away's face darkened and only gave the enchanting beauty a glance without saying anything. There was really nothing for him to explain. A loss was a loss. He could only blame himself for his own ineptitude in learning. A hint of surprise immediately appeared on the lovely face of Aunt Yu. She thought, Alu and Away actually lost in the 100 family banquet, even with their culinary skills? Has the culinary skill level of the Lightwind Empire's chefs really become that terrifying? After all, Alu and Away were personally taught by that old man. It's alright, losing is fine too. It's better than having the two of you think your culinary skills are unrivaled under the heavens. It's not a bad thing for the two of you to suffer a little setback, Aunt Yu said with a chuckle as the mounds of flesh on her chest jiggled, causing the eyes of the customers in the room to light up. The expressions on Away's and Alu's faces immediately sank as they scanned their surroundings in displeasure before heading toward the second floor of the restaurant. They stepped onto the second floor and produced creaking noises as they treaded on the seemingly old and rickety floorboards. The illumination gradually grew dimmer as the two proceeded and soon came to a halt before a small room. Away respectfully knocked on the door and the ever-present arrogance on his face disappeared without a trace. "Come in." After an elderly voice came from inside the room, the two brothers looked each other in the eye before entering. "Master." Alu and Away lowered their heads and softly called out to an elderly man dressed in a grey robe. The elderly man was sitting on a sandalwood rocking chair while lightly waving a fan made from the feathers of an unknown spirit beast. "You lost? And failed to obtain the prize?" There was a hint of mockery in the elderly man's tone, which made Away feel a sudden burst of shame. Before setting off, he confidently said he would definitely bring back the prize, but he returned in defeat instead. "I've already said before, the Hidden Dragon continent is an extremely large place. Your worldview only encompasses a single well. If you observe the world while sitting in a well, you'll feel as if you're in possession of the entire world. However, in truth, you're only amusing yourself in a microscopic world," the elderly man said as he stopped the rocking chair. The elderly man then stood up and his gaze landed on the two brothers. His face covered with wrinkles trembled for a moment before he said with a chuckle, "It's fine, there's no need for the two of you to blame yourselves either. Just take this as a lesson. A single failure is nothing. Work hard and take revenge on your own." "Yes. Master, in truth, if I had used the 100 flavors pot, I might not have lost." Away was still somewhat unable to admit defeat. The elderly man gave Away a glance and shook his head. "I passed on the 100 flavor pot so that you'll let it ferment for 10 years. If you use it in advance, that would only result in a loss in its energies. So what if you had obtained victory? The things you would lose, would far exceed what you would obtain. You should rejoice in the fact that you did not use the 100 flavors pot." "Alu, describe the circumstances of your loss to me," the elderly man said. Alu was surprised for a moment and subconsciously reached out for a chicken drumstick. However, he stopped after thinking for a moment and seriously started narrating the events that occurred on that day. The elderly man quietly listened on as Alu gave a narration on what happened that day. Rainbow-colored crescent moon dumplings? A dish made from ordinary ingredients was able to defeat Away's dish within a dish. The elderly man's eyes narrowed as a hint of severity appeared on his face. Since when did such a formidable chef appear in the Lightwind Empire? In order for dishes made from ordinary ingredients to win against those made from spirit energy ingredients, the flavors and textures of the ingredients must be fully exhibited. This is an extremely difficult task for any chef to accomplish. Crunch, crunch. Master. The prize was won by that owner Bulletin as well, Alu said in a mumble while gnawing on a chicken drumstick. The elderly man nodded and then started laughing while clapping his hands. "I didn't think anyone in the Lightwind Empire would still dare to compete over something with me, the ghost chef. I suddenly feel like meeting this owner Bulletin." Away was stunned for a moment and then his pupils constricted. He thought, is Master going to personally make a move? The seed of the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree. If it's successfully germinated, I wonder how big of a disturbance would occur, the elderly man quietly muttered. The sun had just risen over the horizon and sunlight was piercing through the clouds, illuminating the land with a golden gleam. Snow was no longer falling but the temperature was still icy cold. Bulletin Fang cooked a serving of sweet and sour ribs for Blackie as usual and then started practicing his cutting and carving techniques as well as cooking dishes. Since he was aiming to become the god of cooking, he was obviously unable to slack off in the slightest. Practicing every day was absolutely essential because practice would gradually improve his culinary skill and strengthen his fundamental skills. Within the ochre-colored flower pot, the bit of greenery was growing taller and taller. The seedling which had just emerged from the soil the day before had already grown to a finger tall. It was indeed rather astonishing. The aquamarine-colored leaves were covered with mysterious markings that made Bulletin Fang's vision blurry from looking at them. Just what exactly is this seed? Will something good grow from this? Bulletin Fang puzzledly muttered as he touched a leaf with his finger. Then, he got up and went to remove the doorboards. Fatty Jin came in a mad rush along with his army of obese men. After all this time, Bulletin Fang had become rather familiar with them. He entered the kitchen and soon came out with their food. Wiang Xiaoi arrived together with the Xiao siblings. Xiao Yunyu was wearing a veil and appeared gentle and refined as always. After their arrival, Luo Sunyang and a rather bashful figure arrived as well, which slightly surprised Bulletin Fang. Owner Bulletin, Wan Er is looking for you. Are you available? The moment Luo Sunyang stepped into the store, she immediately started yelling out loud. This woman was quite attractive looking but did not possess even a shred of feminine quality. Meanwhile, Wan Er was shyly following after Luo Sunyang while carrying a lunchbox. She was slightly out of breath as she stepped into the store. Chapter 162, This Egg Tart. Tastes awful. Bulletin Fang looked at the two of them in puzzlement. He was already used to Luo Sunyang's raucous behavior but why was this Wan Er coming into his store with a lunchbox? Bulletin Fang gave the two a suspicious glance and then said with a smirk, I am busy. Luo Sunyang's expression suddenly stiffened for a moment and her eyebrows immediately knitted together. What did you say? It's opening hours right now, so I am busy. You're welcomed if you're here to eat. However, if you're seeking me for other reasons, please wait until opening hours is over. Bulletin Fang directly ignored Luo Sunyang's dissatisfied gaze and headed back into the kitchen. You rascal! Luo Sunyang was furious. She was naturally well aware of Bulletin Fang's rules. However, she was unable to stand Bulletin Fang's attitude. Within the imperial city, who would dare speak to her, Luo Sunyang, in such a manner? Sunyang, there's no hurry. Owner Bulletin is right, it's opening hours right now. We can't disturb other people's business, Wan Er hurriedly said while grabbing onto Luo Sunyang who seemed as if she was about to fly into a rage. Her face was flushed with a trace of anxiousness. In the end, Luo Sunyang gave in under Wan Er's pleading gaze. She was actually not that angry. She was simply peeved by Bulletin Fang's attitude. I'll listen to you. In that case, let's eat something here while we wait. Even though that rascal is stuck up and has a bad temper, his dishes are really delicious. Luo Sunyang said while her eyes scanned her surroundings in search of a seat. Come here and sit down with us, Xiao Yunyu called out while beckoning to them with her fair and slender hand. My goodness, Yunyu, you're here as well. Luo Sunyang's eyes immediately brightened when she saw the Xiao siblings. She walked over toward them while pulling along Wan Er and sat down next to Xiao Yunyu. Oh my, Xiao Long! You little sissy, you're here too? What a coincidence! After hearing her words, Xiao Long almost vomited out a mouthful of blood in anger. Every time he met her, Luo Sunyang would call him a sissy. This was simply maddening. Coincidence? My ass! Xiao Long thought while letting out a snort and ignored Luo Sunyang by turning his head away from her. Xiaoi, serve the dish. Bulletin Fang's voice came from the kitchen as a rich fragrance filled the entire place and caused everyone present to become slightly mesmerized. Hearing that, Xiaoi skipped over to the serving window and took away the dish placed there. The atmosphere within the store was caught up in an excitement toward food once more. Everyone was heartily enjoying their meals. When most of the customers finished their food and left after paying their bill, the store gradually regained its quietness once more. Owner Bulletin, are you finally free now? Luo Sunyang asked in annoyance while rubbing her slightly bulging stomach. Bulletin Fang wiped off the water droplets on his hands before he pulled a chair over and sat down. He looked at Luo Sunyang and nodded. Well, what do you want? I can't promise I'll be able to help even for ordinary matters, Bulletin Fang said. Luo Sunyang raised her eyebrows in response. However, she could not be bothered to get angry with Bulletin Fang anymore. She pulled Wan Er over and said, Wan Er is the one looking for you. Bulletin Fang was surprised for a moment. He gave the bashful woman before his eyes a glance, noticing her face was flushed in embarrassment. He could not figure out her intention for finding him. Wan Er seemed to have plucked up a lot of her courage as she placed the lunchbox in front of Bulletin Fang and solemnly said, Owner Bulletin. Yesterday, I went back home and tried making your egg tarts. So, I want you to taste them. This woman made egg tarts after returning home yesterday. Bulletin Fang was startled as he gave her a surprised glance. The steps of making egg tarts were rather complicated. Did she really make them after only eating them once? Bulletin Fang was immediately filled with curiosity. He really wanted to see just what sort of egg tart this woman managed to make. You made egg tarts? Show them to me, Bulletin Fang said. Wan Er originally thought Bulletin Fang would refuse. Contrary to her expectation, Bulletin Fang actually agreed to her request. Her eyes immediately brightened. She hurriedly opened the lunchbox and carefully took out a porcelain plate. In the middle of the plate, there was an egg tart. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth involuntarily twitched as he expressionlessly looked at the egg tart placed in front of him. He felt like laughing but found himself unable to do so. Even though the thing before his eyes resembled an egg tart, its color and smell was. Even from a distance, Bulletin Fang could smell a strange aroma. Is this burnt? Bulletin Fang asked with a frown as he picked up Wan Er's egg tart and looked at the burnt marks on its surface. I couldn't control the heat properly. This is already the best one, Wan Er said. Bulletin Fang nodded without thinking her answer was strange. After all, there were no ovens in the Lightwind Empire. It would be weird if she could actually make egg tarts without burning them. The fact that Wan Er could actually produce an egg tart like this was already pretty good. Thus, Bulletin Fang did not say anything else. He found a spot that was not burnt and chomped down. The egg tart made by Wan Er was not soft enough and was actually rather hard. Furthermore, it was baked for too long and became uncomfortable to chew. While Bulletin Fang was tasting the egg tart, a frown was on his face the entire time. His expression was very solemn. Everyone within the store was holding their breaths as they watched Bulletin Fang. He was awe-inspiring whenever he was appraising dishes. Xiao Yanyu and Xiao Xiaolong had both witnessed Bulletin Fang's venomous tongue before. They could more or less predict what was going to happen next. The dish was definitely going to get roasted by Bulletin Fang. After swallowing the morsel in his mouth, the frown disappeared from Bulletin Fang's face. He glanced at the bashful woman standing next to him, whose hands were nervously clasped together. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Honestly speaking, the egg tart could be considered a dark cuisine one. It was simply hard for anyone to sing praises about its taste. However, it was still much better than actual dark cuisine. At the very least, it was still edible. However, when strictly evaluated through every aspect, this egg tart was completely worthless. Nonetheless, this was her first time making egg tarts. After only tasting them a day before, she came to find him with the egg tart for his evaluation. Just this courage and willpower alone was enough to impress Bulletin Fang. Owner Bulletin, why don't you say something? Just tell us whether it's good or not, Luo Sunyang said. She was an impatient person. When she saw Bulletin Fang's hesitation, she could not help but urge him to speak. Wan Er was staring at Bulletin Fang with a face filled with expectation. She was truly fond of making egg tarts. Bulletin Fang pondered for a moment while lightly drumming the table with his slender fingers. Then, he looked up at Wan Er and asked, why did you make egg tarts after going back home? Wan Er was stunned for a moment and then anxiously replied, because I like egg tarts. Bulletin Fang was slightly shocked by her blushing appearance. She did not seem to be faking her expression. She was truly captivated by egg tarts and had completely fallen in love with the dish. Sometimes, food possessed such a charm that could completely mesmerize a person. Even though it could be their first time tasting a dish, they would still be fascinated by this peculiar charm. Just like how Wan Er was captivated by egg tarts. Bulatin Fang lightly breathed out and placed the egg tart back on the porcelain plate. He raised his head and looked at Wan Er. My assessment of your egg tart is very simple. Luo Sunyang and the others immediately perked their ears in curiosity. Bulatin Fang gave them an indifferent glance and said, "It tastes awful." Chapter 163, The Second Teleportation, Illusory Spirit Swamp. It tastes awful. Wan Er's expectant gaze immediately grew dim after hearing Bulatin Fang's assessment, like a crystal shattering into thousands of sparkling fragments. Without taking her feelings into account, Bulatin Fang did not go easy on her in the slightest. Luo Sunyang was dumbfounded. On the other hand, Xiao Yanyu and Xiao Xiaolong were extremely surprised. According to their understanding of owner Bulatin, he should have started passionately giving a long-winded assessment on this dish. How could he have stopped after merely saying 3 words? It tastes awful? It was not like they had ever heard him describe anything as delicious. You rascal, what do you mean by that? Wan Er worked hard to make the egg tarts without sleeping last night. Can't you even say something nice? Luo Sunyang furiously said in dissatisfaction. Bulatin Fang expressionlessly gave the livid Luo Sunyang a glance and replied, "Why should I say something nice? Would saying something nice help her improve her culinary skill?" Luo Sunyang's expression suddenly froze for a moment. She was unable to say anything in response. Indeed, anyone could say something nice. However, saying nice stuff would only cause others to become complacent. They would become unable to realize their own flaws and lose sight of themselves. If they could not even recognize themselves, how could they improve? There's nothing here for me to assess. Your egg tart just tastes awful. In other words, it's unpalatable, Bulatin Fang said. As he looked at her, his gaze was like a sharp spear that looked straight into her innermost being, causing her mind to slightly tremble. I. Wan Er felt wronged and her eyes instantly turned red. How could she feel happy when her work was mercilessly criticized after staying up the entire night? Calm down, let me finish first, Bulatin Fang said as a smile appeared on his lips and his eyes became slightly softer. If you really want to make egg tarts that taste good, I'll give you 2 more chances to let me try your egg tarts. If you're able to obtain my approval, I'll point out the flaws in your egg tarts. Otherwise, forget about it, Bulatin Fang said. Both Wan Er and Luo Sunyang were surprised. They did not expect Bulatin Fang to actually say something like that. What exactly did his words mean? Was he going to give pointers to Wan Er? Xiao Yanyu and Xiao Xiaolong were stunned as well. Bulatin Fang stood up and took a breath. He faced them and said, "All right, today's opened hours has ended. Everyone, please leave." Afterward, Bulatin Fang's gaze landed on Wan Er once more as he said, "Remember, you only have 2 chances. If you're unable to fulfill my expectations, then I can only offer my apologies." After Bulatin Fang finished speaking, he turned around and entered the kitchen. The people in the store looked at each other and then started leaving one after another. Wan Er had yet to recover from her astonishment. Was Bulatin Fang telling her to make egg tarts and let him taste them? Did that mean that if her egg tarts could gain his approval, he would teach her the true method of making egg tarts? The horrible feeling that she felt when Bulatin Fang criticized her egg tarts suddenly disappeared. If she could receive pointers from Bulatin Fang, she was confident that she could make delicious and adorable egg tarts. "Thank you, owner Bulatin. I'll definitely work hard to earn your approval," Wan Er seriously said while bowing 90 degrees. Afterward, Wan Er left the store while pulling along Luo Sunyang. She excitedly hurried back to the Marquis Manor and started the preparations to make egg tarts. She was determined to make egg tarts that could obtain owner Bulatin's approval. In the cold winter night, the pair of bright moons hanging high up in the sky were strongly radiating a cold moonlight which seemed to have draped a veil over the earth. Bulatin Fang returned to his room after he finished practicing his cutting and carving techniques as well as brewed the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. He washed up and then leaned back on the headboard of his bed. The wine which I am planning to brew should use the 3 stripes path understanding fruit as the main ingredient while the phoenix blood herb as well as other spirit herbs shall be complementary ingredients. If a portion of the phoenix blood herb had not been used to cure Ji Jinsu, it would have been a pretty good main ingredient as well, Bulletin Fang muttered to himself. However, other than the 3 stripes path understanding fruit and phoenix blood herb, Bulletin Fang did not have any other suitable spirit herbs at the moment. Therefore, he needed to start considering the problem of obtaining other spirit herbs. The requirements for the other spirit herbs might not need to be as strict, but they should not be too terrible either. After all, Yan once mentioned that the wine, Dragon's Breath, was brewed using numerous valuable spirit herbs and then left to ferment at the bottom of a spirit lake for a few years. The resulting wine was definitely exceptional. System, bring me somewhere where I can harvest spirit herbs. Spirit herbs are considered ingredients as well, so I should have the right to go, Bulletin Fang called out to the system in his mind. The system remained silent for a long while before it solemnly said, "Does the host really wish to proceed with the teleportation and carry out the capturing and harvesting of ingredients?" "Yes," Bulletin Fang seriously replied. Then, the system became silent once more. After a long while, its voice rang out, "Setting coordinates, teleportation will be ready in approximately 2 hours. During this period, the host may begin preparation work." 2 hours. Bulletin Fang nodded. 2 hours was not much, but it was enough for him to make some preparations. However, there was actually not much for him to prepare. He mainly needed to sleep and have a good rest. Many of the things were already inside the system's storage space. Thus, Bulletin Fang went back into the kitchen and added some containers filled with seasoning into the system's storage space before returning to his room. He climbed onto his bed and fell asleep. With this slumber, he slept for 2 entire hours. Only when the system's voice started resounding in his mind, did Bulletin Fang open his eyes. A tiny white dot of light was hovering above his head. It was rapidly flying around, drawing a mysterious teleportation array. As someone who experienced teleportation once before, Bulletin Fang appeared unhurried and relaxed. He leisurely put on his clothes and tied up his hair with a woolen rope. When he finished washing up, the drawing of the teleportation array was just about to finish. Finally, after a few more breaths, the teleportation array was completely drawn. It was emanating a strange light that illuminated Bulletin Fang's entire body. A violent wind suddenly started blowing and engulfed everything in the room. Bulletin Fang's figure standing within the gale was soon enveloped and disappeared without a trace. The illusory spirit swamp was a boundless and vast region that was located north of the Wildlands and the Lightwind Empire. Within the Hidden Dragon continent, there were 4 great dangerous locations: Wildlands, Illusory Spirit Marsh, 100,000 Great Rivers, and Wuliang Mountain. The Illusory Spirit Swamp was a dangerous location that was as equally famous as the Wildlands, and innumerable spirit beasts were inhabiting there as well. However, the spirit beasts were different from the ones in the Wildlands. Many of them dwell beneath the swamps and respired the spirit energy within the swamp to strengthen themselves and continuously increase their cultivation. Even though the Illusory Spirit Swamps was a dangerous location, there was an abundant amount of spirit energy and water in the area. Since it was a much better environment for spirit herbs to grow compared to the Wildlands, high-grade spirit herbs were far more common there. Within the Hidden Dragon continent, many adventurers would choose to explore the Illusory Spirit Swamp. If they could chance upon a 6th-grade spirit herb, they would have struck gold. With profit as the driving force, many people would naturally head there in droves. No matter which of the dangerous locations, the situation was the same. Within the peaceful Illusory Spirit Swamp, a white dot of light suddenly appeared and then rapidly flew around in the sky. In a short while, a mysterious teleportation array was drawn in the air. A violent wind suddenly came whistling from the teleportation array and caused the swamp water to swirl into the air. The peacefulness of the swamp was instantly broken. The birds nearby were startled, causing them to flap their wings and fly away. When the violent wind dissipated, the swamp water instantly spilled back onto the ground. A slender figure appeared after the violent wind completely died out. Chapter 164, The Serpent Men Tribe in the Illusory Spirit Swamp. Within the boundless Illusory Spirit Swamp that glittered with gorgeous colors under the glare of the sunlight, a flock of birds were taking flight after getting startled by a barrage of noises. Bulletin Fang raised his eyebrows as he stepped onto the mushy ground. "Where am I?" Bulletin Fang's expression slightly darkened when he realized he was not in the Wildlands where he previously went but in an unfamiliar location. At a glance, there were bodies of water and vegetation everywhere. As Bulletin Fang took a step forward, the squishy ground made him feel rather uneasy. Judging from the terrain, he should be in a swamp. With the bodies of water and vegetation everywhere, there was not even the slightest resemblance between this place and the wildlands. Where exactly did the system dump him? How could any spirit herbs of worth be found in such a place? Could there be a bug in the system? As a result, he might have been accidentally sent to the wrong place. After covering the soles of his feet with true energy, Bulletin Fang felt he could safely roam within the swamp. He was completely surrounded by wetland and the terrain was extremely muddy. Bulletin Fang was sure that without the aid of true energy, he would definitely be engulfed by the swamp within a few steps. A 5th grade battle king possessed a large amount of true energy, and walking on the surface of water by covering the soles of his feet with true energy was not an especially difficult technique. Basically, any battle king was capable of doing so. In the first place, Bulletin Fang's ability to control true energy was much stronger than the average battle king. So, it was not surprising that he could do so as well. The splashing noises produced as his feet made contact with the water's surface traveled far within this large and open area. The strange noises that were constantly coming from the swamp around him caused a frown to appear on his face and put him on alert. I should quickly find the spirit herb and return as soon as possible. This environment is really making me feel uncomfortable, Bulletin Fang muttered to himself as he continued moving forward. As one of the 4 great dangerous locations in the Hidden Dragon continent, how could there not be any spirit herbs growing in the illusory spirit swamp? As Bulletin Fang moved forward by himself, his eyes were constantly scanning his surroundings in hope of catching a glimpse of a spirit herb. Suddenly, as Bulletin Fang took a step forward, bubbles started appearing on the surface of the water. Bulletin Fang calmly watched as something burst out from the water and splattered muddy water everywhere. The creature was an extremely ugly spirit beast. It was not very big, but its sudden appearance still caused a slight frown to appear on Bulletin Fang's face. The body of the toad-like creature was covered with a layer of black mud that gave off a revolting smell. It was staring straight at Bulletin Fang with its vocal sacs puffed up. This should be a 3rd grade spirit beast, judging from the weak intensity of spirit energy emanating from its body, Bulletin Fang muttered as he gave the creature an indifferent glance. The current him was completely unconcerned with the likes of a 3rd grade spirit beast. Even though he was inept in combat, dealing with a 3rd grade spirit beast was still quite easy for him. Bulletin Fang flicked his finger and an energy bullet filled with true energy instantly flew toward the toad. The toad made an odd noise and spat out putrid sludge from its mouth at Bulletin Fang's energy bullet. It was an easy matter for a 5th grade battle king to deal with a 3rd grade spirit beast. Even if Bulletin Fang was inept in combat, the difference in their cultivation level was unchangeable. He could deal with the creature by purely relying on his true energy. Bang! The energy bullet pierced through one of the toad's legs. The creature shrieked in pain and then dived back into the swamp. It splattered the putrid mud everywhere and disappeared in an instant. Bulletin Fang did not give chase. Or to be more exact, he could not be bothered to. He was completely uninterested in using this toad-like spirit beast as an ingredient. Therefore, Bulletin Fang no longer paid any heed to the creature and continued moving forward while stepping on the surface of the water. The serpent men tribes were the most commonly seen tribes within the illusory spirit swamp. There were similarities between them and humans, but there were also many differences as well. Firstly, the method of reproduction for the serpent men was different from humans. Humans reproduced through live birth while the serpent men reproduced through laying egg, which might be due to having a serpentine lower body. There were quite a lot of strong warriors within the serpent men tribes. Every one of them was a natural-born warrior because the illusory spirit swamp itself was a place where only the fittest survived. Here, those who were weak would only get devoured by the spirit beasts hiding in the swamp. The serpent men had their own ruler just like humans. Even though their society only consisted of tribes, the entire race was unified under their sovereign. Within the illusory spirit swamp, there were serpent men tribes of various sizes everywhere. In each serpent men tribe, there was an elder who could use magic arrays to communicate with their sovereign. Within one of the serpent men tribes, the members of the tribe were peacefully living their everyday lives while swaying their brightly colored serpentine tails. Like humans, they had social interactions in houses. Even though the sort of housing built in wetlands was crude, it was still their home and possessed an indescribable meaning for the serpent men. A scrawny, elderly serpent man bearing his upper body was slithering over the wetlands while swaying his serpentine tail. He was speaking to a muscular, young serpent man in a distance. "Ah, and I. Send some of the stronger guards to watch over the medicinal herb farm. It's almost time for harvesting, we can't let anything untoward occur. Last year, our tribe was criticized by our sovereign, so we must do a good job this year. The serpent man called Ani immediately broke into a grin, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. Yes, I'll go right away. Elder, don't worry. The harvest is definitely going to be bountiful this year. Many of the spirit herbs are ready to be harvested, especially that ice soul monarch lotus is just about to bloom. When the time comes, we'll definitely earn our sovereign's praise if we offer up the harvest along with the lotus. The elderly serpent man rolled his eyes at the robust serpent man and said in exasperation, "Don't be careless, pay close attention and make sure nothing bad happens." "Oh, that's right. That bunch of crafty humans from the White Cloud Villa will definitely find out that the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus is about to bloom. You must watch out for them. If any of those crafty humans dare to appear in front of me, I'll definitely tear them into pieces." Ani's eyes revealed a hint of malice. As he clenched his fists, the muscles on his body slightly bulged and true energy overflowed from him. The intensity of true energy emanating from him was actually comparable to an ordinary 6th grade battle emperor. The elderly serpent man smiled and shook his head. After bidding farewell with the elder, Ani slithered toward their medicinal farm while leading a few other young serpent men. Splash! A small boat made from unknown materials was swiftly gliding across the vast illusory spirit swamp. There was a brightly flashing magic array carved on the stern of the boat. The magic array was providing a powerful driving force that propelled the small boat forward. The boat made traveling within the swamp extremely fast and convenient. A white cloud symbol was etched on the side of the spirit boat. The white cloud appeared realistic, as if it was going to come to life. 3 figures were sitting cross-legged in the spirit boat. The auras emanating from them were very strong and caused the grass around them to buckle under the pressure. Suddenly, the young man with fair complexion sitting in the middle slightly opened his eyes. He was very good-looking and the rossiness in his fair skin made him look extremely alluring. The young man's forehead was covered with a layer of bangs that was fluttering in the wind. "Miss young master, we're just about to reach a serpent men tribe. The Ice Soul Monarch Lotus that you're looking for is in the tribe's medicinal herb farm," the man sitting in front of the young man said as he turned his head and looked at the young man. The young man opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he looked toward the barely visible crude buildings in the distance. "Let's stop somewhere near the tribe and find out more about their medicinal herb farm." Chapter 165, The Serpent Men's Medicinal Herb Farm. Elder Brother Ani. Elder Brother Ani, good day. Are you here to check on the herb farm? Elder Brother Ani's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. His true energy level is really impressive. With his chest held high, Ani slithered over the moist ground of the swamp. His upper body was bare, exposing his powerful muscles as well as strange markings which made him appear slightly fiercer. As Ani moved along, the serpent men nearby respectfully greeted him. Some of them had respectful expressions on their faces while others looked at him with envy in their eyes. Ani was not the person with the highest cultivation in the serpent men tribe, but he was viewed by the tribe leader and the elder as the most promising tribesman because of his youth. As a 6th grade battle emperor, Ani frequently went hunting for 5th grade spirit tail crocodiles and could tear them into pieces with his bare hands, which was an incredible feat for a serpent man. Since the serpent men were capable of forming societies within the perilous illusory spirit swamp despite the constant threat from the countless amount of powerful spirit beasts roaming about, they naturally had their own rules of survival. In order for the serpent men to safely survive in such a hostile environment, they must first deal with the spirit beasts. Therefore, the serpent men used the capability of slaying spirit tail crocodiles, which were the greatest threat to them, as the benchmark for determining the strong among them. Those capable of slaying the spirit tail crocodiles were the true warriors of the serpent men. Ani's tribe was considered small among the serpent men, but its population was surprisingly large. Compared with humans, the amount was comparable to a small town. Even though their dwellings were crudely made, they were still buildings. With rows upon rows of buildings, it gave off the feeling of a small town. Ani had once heard from the elder that a large city built by the serpent men existed somewhere within the illusory spirit swamp. The neatly ordered buildings in the city were extremely magnificent and even comparable to cities built by humans. The serpent men residing in the city were able to live happy lives under the reign of the serpentine sovereign. In that place, there were neither spirit tail crocodiles nor other terrifying spirit beasts to constantly threaten their lives. Their offsprings could lead stable lives from the moment they hatched from their eggs and grow up without a care in the world. That was the sort of world that Ani and the other tribe members all longed for. Slap! Ani struck the ground with his tail and caused the icy water to splash everywhere. A pair of serpent men warriors armed with spears immediately bowed toward Ani in a respectful manner. These two serpent men warriors were standing guard in front of an area surrounded by a crude bamboo fence. This was the most important area within the tribe, the medicinal herb farm. There were many valuable spirit herbs growing in here. Even though most of them were only 3rd or 4th grade, there were some 5th and 6th grade spirit herbs. There was even a 7th grade ice soul monarch lotus that was about to bloom. Good work, don't let your guard down. Make sure to pay attention to any signs of trouble near the herb farm. Those crafty humans have dog-like noses. Once the spirit herbs are ready to be harvested, they will definitely come running after the smell. We must definitely not let those damned humans profit from our hard work, Ani said while patting a guard's shoulder. That serpent men warrior immediately puffed out his chest and solemnly nodded. The corners of Ani's lips curled into a smile. He then slithered past the guards into the herb farm. When Ani entered the herb farm, his nose was immediately assailed by the rich herbal fragrance in the air and he was mesmerized with the strong scent. Ani, why are you back here again? While Ani was taking in a deep breath and reveling in the herbal fragrance, a bewitching voice suddenly reached his ears. A group of serpent women was slithering out from the inner parts of the herb farm. These serpent women had serpentine lower bodies just like Ani, but their upper bodies were just like any human woman. Their well-developed chests were wrapped in linen cloth which they obtained from trading with the humans. The leader of the group was an extremely beautiful serpent woman. Her face appeared to have been meticulously sculpted by the heavens themselves and her voluptuous figure was unmatched among the serpent women. Yufu, you're really getting more and more beautiful. One day, you'll definitely become my wife. Ani said as he looked at the serpent women leading the group with a mesmerized expression. A slight frown immediately appeared on Yufu's face as she coldly looked at Ani and asked, "Why are you here today? The herb farm has always been our responsibility. Are you questioning our ability to perform well?" Ani licked his lips and said with a smile, "Yufu, please don't misunderstand, you have my utmost trust. It's just that since the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus is close to blooming, the Elder wanted me to be here to prevent those crafty humans from stealing the herb." Yufu's complexion immediately became much better after hearing his reply. She nodded and said, "In that case, come with me." Then, the group of serpent women went ahead and led the way. Ani, who was watching Yufu with a mesmerized expression, hurriedly wiped away the saliva running down from the corner of his mouth and followed after them. It's only a 3rd grade spirit herb, too bad. With an abundant amount of true energy gathered on his solace, Bulletin Fang squatted down and plucked a blade of aquamarine leaf sticking out from the soil. The long and thin leaf had a single black vein running across its surface. Bulletin Fang had already been wandering about in the vast illusory spirit swamp for over half a day. During this time, he found many spirit herbs but they were basically only 2nd or 3rd grade. Once in a while, he would find 4th grade spirit herbs as well, but 4th grade spirit herbs were still worthless in Bulletin Fang's eyes. He needed a spirit herb that could be mixed together with the phoenix blood herb as well as the 3 stripes path understanding fruit to brew wine. 4th grade spirit herbs were insufficient. As the bottom of his feet was covered with true energy, Bulletin Fang appeared to be hovering above the water. However, he would still produce noise as he walked on the water's surface. After walking for a while, Bulletin Fang found another 4th grade spirit herb along the way. With a better-than-nothing attitude, Bulletin Fang killed the snake-like spirit beast that was guarding the spirit herb before storing it in the system's storage space. What's that? After walking for a while more, Bulletin Fang puzzledly looked toward a large mass of shadow in the distance, which appeared to be buildings. There's actually buildings here? Did someone really set up a village on this mushy swamp? Bulletin Fang was extremely surprised. Logically speaking, the soft ground of the swamp was completely unsuitable for constructing buildings. Even though Bulletin Fang was somewhat perplexed, he was still feeling quite pleased. At least, it was a sign of human presence. Therefore, Bulletin Fang increased his pace and headed in the direction of the buildings. As Bulletin Fang gradually moved toward those buildings, something rapidly approached from a distance and went past him, causing water to splash toward him. Fortunately, Bulletin Fang's cultivation level was not weak. With a true energy barrier, he managed to keep himself from getting drenched. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly gave the wooden boat that sped past him a glance and pursed his lips. As he had expected. There were people living here and it was suddenly becoming lively. That boat-like thing seemed to be rather convenient for traveling within the swamp, Bulletin Fang thought. The spirit boat came to a halt and 3 figures stepped off the boat. The soles of their feet were also covered with true energy, allowing them to firmly stand on the wetland. With a wave of his hand, the spirit boat was put away by the young man with a fair complexion standing in the middle. Young Master Wu. Wasn't there someone standing there just now? One of the men could not help but ask as he recalled the scenery as the spirit boat sped past. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of a human figure back there. The woman who was being called Young Master Wu. Oh, the woman who was currently disguised as a man indifferently gave the man a glance and said, "Who cares if there was someone there or not? Our objective is the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. As long as he doesn't interfere in our business, it has nothing to do with us. After all, this isn't our White Cloud Villa, we're in the territory of the Serpent Men." That subordinate nodded with a grave expression. The Serpent Men tribe was not to be underestimated. He did not dare to be careless either, especially with the young master around. The young master's identity was special. His job was to ensure that she did not suffer even the slightest injury. "Let's go, our target destination is the rear area of the Serpent Men tribe. That should be the location of their medicinal herb farm. We'll look for an opportunity to sneak in," young Master Wu said while revealing a hint of excitement on her face. That subordinate immediately forced a wry smile and could only nod in response. Leaving behind one person as a lookout, young Master Wu and the other subordinate headed in the direction of the rather dilapidated fence in the distance. That was the direction of the Serpent Men tribe's herb farm. Chapter 166, Just exactly who is sabotaging us? The Serpent Men tribe's medicinal herb farm was enormous. Even though its perimeter was surrounded by a simple bamboo fencing, the interior was filled with the characteristics of an herb farm. Ani was following after Yu Fu and the other serpent women. As he observed the spirit herbs around him which were continuously emanating rich amounts of spirit energy, his eyes were filled with amazement. These spirit herbs were planted within their respectively assigned areas and the types of spirit herbs planted in each area were determined through strict planning. Therefore, he felt that everything within the herb farm was orderly arranged. Yu Fu and the other serpent women were members of the tribe who were specially assigned to cultivate spirit herbs. They developed their familiarity and understanding with spirit herbs through the teachings of the older generation and took over the responsibility of cultivating the spirit herbs. The Ice Soul Monarch Lotus is a very valuable 7th grade spirit herb. Nearly every part of the herb is usable and filled with terrifying amounts of spirit energy, and its seeds are especially valuable. Moreover, its taste and texture are extremely good. It's not just a medicinal herb but also an excellent ingredient, Yu Fu explained as she slithered ahead while swaying her serpentine lower body. Yu Fu's master had once told her that 7th grade spirit herbs like the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus were not only extraordinarily valuable for their medicinal value but also their usability. However, the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus is so precious. How could anyone easily use it as an ingredient? Isn't that a waste? Ani subconsciously said. From his point of view, some things were meant to be eaten but there were some things that would be wasted if eaten. As the group proceeded through the herb farm, they soon arrived at the central area. This was the center of the herb farm where many valuable 5th and 6th grade spirit herbs were planted and being cultivated. Even without including the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus, the spirit herbs here were extremely valuable. That's the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Right now, it's still in an unripe state. When the herb has completely ripened, the flower bud will completely spread open. I've never seen the blooming of an Ice Soul Monarch Lotus either, so I have no idea how beautiful it is when it's in full bloom, Yu Fu said. A distance away, there was a small pond encircled with bamboo fencing. The water of the pond was clear and transparent. There was not even the slightest algae floating in the water and it was even emanating a faint fragrance. A delicate, pale blue closed lotus bud was floating on the surface of the pond with a few pieces of lotus leaves around it. When viewing from a distance, the lotus bud seemed to be hidden behind a layer of blurry fog and the markings on its surface were barely discernible. The lotus leaves were deep green in color, appearing darker due to the complicated and mysterious markings on its surface. Aonai stood next to the pond and took a deep breath. As he felt the abundant amount of spirit energy flowing into his nostrils, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How beautiful! So, this is the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. That's natural, since there's no one who can resist the beauty of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. It's even more beautiful when it's in full bloom. Unfortunately, the blooming of the Monarch Lotus only lasts for a short moment. According to my master, it only lasts for a few breaths. A hint of yearning and pity appeared on Yu Fu's exquisite face. The corners of Aonai's mouth curled up as he scanned his surroundings and said with a smile, there should still be half a day before the Monarch Lotus fully blooms. When the time comes, humans might appear. We have to protect the Monarch Lotus well. Yu Fu gave Aonai a glance and replied, of course, we've waited so long for the Monarch Lotus to bloom. How could we allow those humans to easily snatch it away? Moreover, when the Monarch Lotus blooms, its intense spirit energy will definitely attract the spirit beasts in the surroundings. During that time, powerful spirit beasts might appear too. You must watch out for them as well. There's nothing to be afraid of. With me around, there's no problem at all. Aonai patted his chest with confidence. Young Master Wu and her subordinates easily got over the bamboo fencing. The defense fortifications built by the Serpent Men tribe were basically equivalent to nothing. A mere bamboo fencing was simply not going to stop anyone. It appears this Serpent Men still have some tricks up their sleeves. There's a magic array drawn in each of these fields. If someone attempts to steal any of these herbs, the magic arrays would activate and the Serpent Men warriors would be alerted. No wonder they've only set up a bamboo fencing, young Master Wu muttered to herself while knitting her good-looking eyebrows together. Since she had already discovered the Serpent Men's traps, she could not be bothered to look at those low-grade spirit herbs anymore. In her eyes, these spirit herbs were not really that valuable. After all, there were already innumerable amounts of 4th and 5th grade spirit herbs in the White Cloud Villa. Their medicinal herb farm was several times larger than the Serpent Men tribes. If it was not for the 7th grade Ice Soul Monarch Lotus, she would not even bother to come here. Young Master, there's a large amount of spirit energy coming from the field up ahead. Let's head in that direction, her subordinate said after sensing the spirit energy in the air. Young Master Wu nodded and reminded her subordinate to be more careful. After all, they were currently trespassing. With the animosity between Serpent Men and humans, there would certainly be some trouble if they were discovered. If that really happened, it would become even harder for them to obtain the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Therefore, the two of them suppressed their aura and slowly headed in the direction of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Bulletin Fang had been walking for a long while. Even though the group of buildings appeared close at hand, he still had to travel for quite a distance before reaching the perimeter of the herb farm. A fence? That's a bit funny. A smile appeared on Bulletin Fang's lips as he vaulted over the bamboo fencing. The softness of the soil in the herb farm was much firmer compared to the swamp outside. Even though it was still softer than normal soil, it was at least not the sort of terrifying mud that would cause someone to sink after stepping into it. Well-ordered fields were scattered throughout the herb farm. With a single glance, Bulletin Fang's field of vision was filled with a sea of spirit herbs. There were some really valuable spirit herbs here, but the others were comparatively ordinary. After giving his surroundings a quick glance, a trace of joy appeared in Bulletin Fang's eyes. He did not think that there was actually man-made herb fields here. It was truly a pleasant surprise. It was already a miracle to encounter a village within the sparsely populated illusory spirit swamp. He did not anticipate that the village would actually have their own herb fields. This is a rather valuable 5th grade spirit herb. It's actually just left here like this. Bulletin Fang puzzledly looked at a spirit herb that appeared to be a butterfly suspended in place. His eyes narrowed as he squatted in front of the spirit herb. Spirit energy was steadily hovering above the spirit herb and releasing a faint fragrance in the air. Not bad, it wouldn't be a bad idea to use this as a supplementary ingredient for the wine. Bulletin Fang's eyes lit up as a smile appeared on his lips. Young Master Wu was fully suppressing the aura emanating from her body, and her subordinate was doing the same thing as well. This was one of the White Cloud Villa's secret techniques, the turtle breathing technique, which allowed its user to conceal their aura and cultivation level. It was a rather useful technique. I can already sense the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus in the distance. However, there's a lot of people around that area. We have to be careful not to be discovered. There's still some time before the monarch lotus bloom, we'll make our move once it happens, young Master Wu said. Her subordinate solemnly nodded in response. The two of them hid themselves in an herb field and gazed toward the pond where the ice soul monarch lotus was located in the distance. Is that the monarch lotus? As expected. What an astonishing amount of spirit energy! Her subordinate exclaimed in astonishment. Stop talking and just wait. You're going to alert them of our presence, young Master Wu whispered while fiercely glaring at her subordinate. The subordinate's expression stiffened for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. Suddenly, a great change abruptly occurred in the serene herb farm. When young Master Wu noticed that the magic array underneath her feet started activating on its own and was sealing off the herb field like a cage, she quickly backed away. What's going on? Why did the magic array activate? Young Master Wu was extremely flustered. Who's there? Who dares to intrude upon our tribe's herb farm? How audacious! Get out here right now! Ani, who was relishing in the beauty of the ice soul monarch lotus, suddenly opened his eyes and let out an angry roar. As true energy gushed out from his body, his eyes swiftly locked onto the place where young Master Wu and her subordinate were hiding. He sensed a spirit energy fluctuation appearing in that area just now. Without a doubt, someone was hiding there. This immediately caused Ani to bristle with rage. These damned humans! They actually dared to intrude into our herb farm. This is simply unforgivable. Meanwhile, young Master Wu was even more exasperated and her pretty face was contorted in fury. Damn it! Just exactly who sabotaged us? Chapter 167, Mermaids? Wu Yunbei, the young master of the White Cloud Villa, exhibited an astonishing talent for cultivation ever since a young age and was thus heavily nurtured by the master of the White Cloud Villa. At present, she was already a 6th grade battle emperor and was only a step away from becoming a 7th grade battle saint. She was hailed as the most talented within the younger generation. If it was not for her identity as a woman, she might have already been chosen as the successor to the master of the White Cloud Villa. The White Cloud Villa was an extremely powerful faction within the illusory spirit swamp. It was not a sect but was far more dreadful than any sect. Among the sects, the Celestial Arcanum sect might be the only one who could contend against them. Furthermore, the master of the White Cloud Villa himself was a person with a formidable level of cultivation. At the moment, Wu Yunbei's expression was grim. All of the magic arrays in the herb farm were activated and each of the herb fields was enveloped by a mysterious magic array. It became impossible for them to steal the herb without alerting the Serpent Men. In addition, Ani, Yu Fu, and the other warriors of the Serpent Men tribe had discovered the location of Wu Yunbei and her subordinate, and were currently rushing toward them. Dreadful amounts of true energy were emanating from the Serpent Men, especially Ani, who was exuding a malicious aura just like a savage monster. His eyes were extremely menacing and veins were bulging all over the muscles on his upper body. When Wu Yunbei's subordinate realized that their presence was already discovered, he let out a furious roar. The hair all over his body were standing on their ends and his eyes were wide like bronze bells. As he pushed his palm forward, a torrent of clouds suddenly gathered around him and then surged forward toward the Serpent Men. Cloud-expelling palm. Ani's eyes turned cold and a smile appeared on his lips, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. The malice in his eyes became even more intense. As expected, the two of you are from the White Cloud Villa. Are you here for the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus? I won't allow you to succeed. Ani started sneering as he placed his hands together and gathered true energy into his hands. Suddenly, he pulled his hands apart and a pitch-black spear appeared in between them. At that moment, Wu Yunbei had also regained her composure. Her fair face was calm and serene as she gave the Serpent Men a glance and said with a frown, "Don't kill them, just immobilize them. After all, we're just here for the spirit herb." Her subordinate, who was much more serious than before, gave her a profound smile and replied, "Don't worry, miss, I know what to do." Wu Yunbei immediately glared at him. "What did you just call me? Either call me young master Wu or just young master." That subordinate coughed in embarrassment and then turned to face the Serpent Men with a grin. The aura emanating from his body suddenly surged and a dreadful, mountain-like pressure came crashing down upon the Serpent Men, causing all of their expressions to change. A 7th grade battle saint. Oh no! Ani's expression slightly changed. He did not think that the person in front of his eyes was actually a 7th grade battle saint. The likes of battle saints held prominent positions even within the White Cloud Villa, so how could such a personage serve as a subordinate of this pretty boy? Could it be, there was something special about the identity of this pretty boy? I was not a fool. When he realized his opponent was a 7th grade battle saint, various thoughts rushed through his head and he immediately came up with his own speculations about Wu Yunbei's identity. However, his current situation prevented him from pondering any further. Dealing with the might of a 7th grade battle saint was already beyond his capability. Even though the difference between a 6th and 7th grade was only a single grade on the surface, the actual difference between the two was basically insurmountable. However, I was not too worried either. Even though his opponent was a battle saint, the elder watching over the herb farm was a 7th grade battle saint as well. Sure enough, while I was still preoccupied with his own thoughts, the aura of a serpent men battle saint appeared from behind him. A smile appeared on Bulletin Fang's lips as he looked at the spirit herb protected behind a magic array. Like he expected, no one could feel at ease about leaving spirit herbs in such a basic herb farm without having security precautions. Judging from its complex appearance, the magic array was clearly unusual. As Bulletin Fang reached out a finger and touched the magic array, he narrowed his eyes from the numb feeling coursing through his body. He then stood up and looked around his surroundings. He noticed that the magic arrays in the other herb field were activated as well and realized he might have accidentally done an incredible deed. The aura of a 7th grade battle saint. Bulletin Fang suddenly felt a wave of dreadful aura coming from a distance. He was not a stranger to the pressure mixed within the aura. Bulletin Fang had personally met a few battle saints like Xiao Meng and Zhao Mushan, so he was quite familiar with the feeling of their true energy. However, he did not expect to witness a clash between battle saints in such a basic herb farm. There are 7th grade battle saints in such a rural place too. Bulletin Fang thought in amusement. Bulletin Fang gave the spirit herb protected behind the magic array another glance before he continued moving forward. It was impossible for two battle saints to fight each other for no reason, so something good must have brought about the battle. Within this herb farm, the only thing that two battle saints would fight over was most likely some high-grade spirit herb. Just the thought of spirit herbs was enough to energize Bulletin Fang. The objective of this trip was precisely for the sake of acquiring spirit herbs. After continuing ahead and turning a few corners, Bulletin Fang was suddenly surprised for a moment when he saw several figures heading toward him from a distance. Mermaids! Bulletin Fang muttered in astonishment. However, after getting a closer look, he realized those figures were not the legendary mermaids. Their upper bodies were just like humans, but they had serpentine lower bodies that were densely covered with scales. Serpent men! Bulletin Fang exclaimed in astonishment. This was his first time witnessing strange races from another world, so there was actually an inexplicable agitation in his heart. The group of serpent men who were armed with spears were hurriedly rushing toward the location of the battle between the battle saints. When Bulletin Fang spotted them, they also spotted Bulletin Fang. Who's there? One of the serpent men warriors angrily shouted while brandishing the spear in his hand. Bulletin Fang was surprised for a moment by the fact that the serpent men were not as friendly as expected. Bulletin Fang wanted to say something, but he was not given the chance. That serpent man immediately thrust his spear at him. It's a human who has trespassed upon our tribe's herb farm, kill him without any quarter. As he felt the dreadful aura emanating from the spear, the corners of Bulletin Fang's lips twitched. He thought, what do you mean by trespass? Who exactly are you attempting to stop with that fencing of yours? That bamboo fencing was extremely worn out and some parts had even fallen apart. Forget stopping anyone, it might not even manage to prevent some of the smaller spirit beasts from entering. Back then, Bulletin Fang calmly entered just by stepping over the fencing. However, these serpent men were uninterested in Bulletin Fang's thoughts. They enveloped their spears with true energy and started attacking Bulletin Fang. The cultivation levels of these serpent men were not low. They were all 4th grade battle spirits, which was more than enough for the guards of a medicinal herb farm. However, Bulletin Fang was at the very least a man who could be called a battle king. Why would he be afraid of these little serpent men? Even though he was inept in combat, his cultivation level was still the real deal. Bulletin Fang stood in place with a sharp gaze as true energy burst out from his body with a loud noise. The piece of woolen rope used to secure his hair fell apart as well. The serpent man who first thrust his spear was shocked by the sudden development and his expression became extremely grave. A 5th grade battle king. Those serpent men immediately stopped advancing. They were only 4th grade battle spirits, but the human in front of them was a 5th grade battle king. Perhaps their lives would all end here. The serpent man craned his neck and shouted while putting up a brave front, "You damnable humans! Are you here to steal our spirit herbs? You'll have to step over my dead body first." Contrary to his expectation, Bulletin Fang slowly suppressed the true energy emanating from his body. With his hands held behind his back and an unfathomable expression on his face, he looked at these serpent men and let out a snort. "Why should I step over your dead body just because you're telling me to? Wouldn't that make me lose face?" Bulletin Fang replied. The expressions of those serpent men immediately stiffened, and then they looked at each other in confusion. Dozens of miles away from the serpent men tribe, the surface of the water suddenly started bubbling. Then, something large emerged from the water and swiftly headed in the direction of the serpent men tribe. Plop, plop. Somewhere within the swamp, a large pack of toad-like spirit beasts were swiftly leaping in the direction of the serpent men tribe. Nearby, there were many other spirit beasts that were bizarre-looking but emanating powerful auras slowly moving along as well. Suddenly, a large herd of spirit beasts had gathered around the serpent men tribe without anyone realizing. Chapter 168, The Scary Human Armed with a Kitchen Knife. "Miss, hurry up and go, I'll hold that serpent men elder back." Wu Yunbei's subordinate was releasing an intense amount of true energy from his entire body as he blocked the attack from an elderly serpent man who was swinging his tail around like a weapon. The aura of this elderly serpent man was very powerful, since he was a 7th grade battle saint after all. The two of them rose into the sky and started fighting in the air. The Ice Soul Monarch Lotus was not that far away and they did not want to accidentally damage the Monarch Lotus during their fight. That was a result that neither side wanted. Therefore, the both of them reached an unspoken agreement and continued their battle in the sky. Wu Yunbei calmly gave the battle in the air a glance and then leisurely started retreating while holding her hands behind her back. "Human, where do you think you're going?" Ani angrily shouted. With a roar, his spear came whistling through the air at Wu Yunbei. With a frown on her face, Wu Yunbei raised her slender hand and threw out a palm strike. A massive cloud of fog suddenly appeared and spread everywhere, as if a curtain was draped over the land. When Ani rushed out of the hazy fog, Wu Yunbei's figure was already long gone. He let out an infuriated roar and slammed the ground with his tail in frustration. Then, he swiftly slithered away while heading in an outward direction to chase after Wu Yunbei. With her hands held behind her back, Wu Yunbei was lightly tapping the ground with her toes and covering a large distance with every step. Suddenly, her figure slightly trembled before coming to a stop and she looked somewhere in the distance in puzzlement. There, a young man with a slender figure was holding. A kitchen knife? Wu Yunbei's expression immediately became extremely odd. Why was there a human holding a kitchen knife in the Serpent Men tribe's medicinal herb farm? Furthermore, right in front of that person, 3 serpent men were prostrating themselves before him. At that moment, the 3 serpent men prostrating on the ground had already lost their arrogance from before. The only thing remaining in their hearts was pure terror. Everything was not because of anything else but because of that damnable kitchen knife in that damnable human's hand. The moment when the kitchen knife appeared, they felt a throbbing feeling that seemed to have originated from the depths of their bloodline, and the flow of true energy within their bodies came to a complete standstill. Was this thing really a kitchen knife? Who exactly was this person standing in front of their eyes? At that moment, the serpent men were on the verge of bursting into tears. In the first place, they were already weaker than this human. Then, this human took out a kitchen knife that could suppress them. How were they going to put up a fight in such a state? A smile appeared on Bulletin Fang's lips as he gave the 3 serpent men prostrating on the ground an indifferent glance. Even though the serpent men were half human and half snake, they still possessed the bloodline of snakes. Snakes had a messy relationship with dragons, while the golden dragon bone kitchen knife contained the dreadful aura of a dragon. Therefore, it was no surprise that the kitchen knife had a suppression effect on the serpent men. After twirling the knife around in his hand, Bulletin Fang stopped paying any attention to these 3 serpent men and slowly walked away from them. Just then, Wu Yunbei walked out of the fog with her hands behind her back and the two of them crossed paths. Wu Yunbei's gaze landed on Bulletin Fang. As she sized up this slender young man, a hint of suspicion appeared in her eyes. This young man was only a 5th grade battle king, where did he find the courage to enter the Serpent Men tribe's herb farm on his own? Even though this tribe was only a subsidiary tribe among the Serpent Men, there were still many powerful Serpent Men warriors garrisoned here. A 5th grade battle king was simply weak to the point of being laughable. While Wu Yunbei was sizing up Bulletin Fang was doing the same to her as well. He was sizing up the pretty boy in front of his eyes. Bulletin Fang remembered clearly that the pretty boy in front of him was one of the members aboard the little boat that sailed past him earlier on. It turned out that the other party's objective was this herb farm as well. "Who are you? Don't you know that this place is dangerous?" Wu Yunbei said. The tone of her voice was cold and lacked the gentleness of ordinary girls. "You should hurry up and leave, there are 7th grade battle saints fighting in there. If you go in any further, you might get caught up in their battle." Wu Yunbei did not say too much to Bulletin Fang. She only gave him a friendly warning and walked right past him. Suddenly, just when Bulletin Fang's face was still filled with bewilderment and his eyes were still focused on her, a figure charged out from the depths of the herb farm along with a dreadful wave of aura. A spear was sent stabbing in Wu Yunbei's direction. Bulletin Fang, who was standing blankly between them, was naturally the one who bore the brunt of the attack. "There's another human. You audacious humans, do you really think our tribe's herb farm is the White Cloud Villa's back garden? Die!" Ani was immediately enraged when he spotted Bulletin Fang. He let out a roar as he thrust his spear straight at Bulletin Fang. Wu Yunbei immediately stopped walking and silently swore. This young man might get instantly stabbed to death since he was standing right in front of her. Killing a battle king who used a kitchen knife as a weapon was a matter of seconds for a 6th grade battle emperor like Ani. Wu Yunbei turned around in order to warn Bulletin Fang. However, the scene that happened next made her eyes and mouth open wide in astonishment. Bulletin Fang was frowning as he watched the spear grow larger and larger in his field of vision. His entire body was covered in goosebumps. Then, his pupils constricted and he subconsciously swung the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand. With true energy injected into the knife, it suddenly started gleaming with a golden radiance. The intense pressure emanating from the spear was instantly dispersed by Bulletin Fang's swing, and then the kitchen knife that was gleaming with a golden radiance stopped right in front of him. Boom! Ani was overwhelmed by the dreadful pressure that suddenly emanated from the kitchen knife. His complexion instantly turned pale as he felt a pressure descend upon him without any warning, and he was pressed down onto the ground. It was fear and reverence that originated from the depths of his bloodline. Ani could not believe that all of the muscles in his body were trembling. He was actually trembling? Furthermore, he was trembling because of a human. This person. Who exactly was he? Wu Yunbei's eyes and mouth were wide open in shock. She felt as if her worldview was completely overturned. What happened to getting pierced by the spear? Why was the Serpent Men prostrating on the ground instead? Bulletin Fang stopped inserting his true energy into the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, and it immediately regained its unassuming appearance. The true energy consumption while activating the full form of the kitchen knife was simply too high for him. Therefore, Bulletin Fang would usually not fully activate the full form during normal circumstances. Ani felt the pressure upon his body drastically weakened. He raised his head with much difficulty and fiercely glared at Bulletin Fang. However, Bulletin Fang ignored his gaze. With a conflicted expression on his face, he glanced at the direction where the two battle saints were fighting and then glanced at the swampland behind him. "I wouldn't go in, if I were you. The battle between battle saints is terrifying," Wu Yunbei said. After recovering from her shock, she could not help but become curious about Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang gave her a glance and asked with a frown, "What are the battle saints fighting each other for?" "You don't know?" Wu Yunbei was slightly bewildered. Did the person in front of her brazenly marched into this place for a purpose other than obtaining the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus? "They're naturally fighting over a spirit herb," Wu Yunbei replied. Bulletin Fang nodded and said, "All the more reason for me to stay." Wu Yunbei's mind went blank for a moment. She thought that she had already explained quite clearly enough. Two 7th grade battle saints were fighting over a spirit herb. Why would a 5th grade battle king still want to go in there? Did he wish to seek his own death? "You're not leaving. Is it because of that spirit herb?" Wu Yunbei asked with a frown. Bulletin Fang gave her a puzzled glance. He was obviously not leaving because of the spirit herb. What other reasons could there be? Of course, Bulletin Fang replied. However, just then the ground started to violently shake and a loud rumble suddenly came from underneath the earth. Wu Yunbei's pupils suddenly constricted and her entire body was enveloped in a cold chill. Bulletin Fang was expressionlessly standing still. The two of them slowly turned to look behind them. Their entire field of vision was filled with a massive shadow that blotted out the sun. A gigantic and horrifying spirit beast emanating an aura filled with malice was slowly observing them with its blood-red pupils. Ani was looking up from the ground with a face filled with terror. His entire body was trembling like a leaf. 7th grade Spirit Beast, the Blood-Crowned Black Swamp Boa. Chapter 169, How Do I Obtain the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus? The blood-crowned black swamp boa was a powerful species of spirit beast that resided in the depths of the illusory spirit swamp. This species naturally became 4th grade when they reached adulthood and then molted once every 100 years. A 7th grade blood-crowned black swamp boa was a horrifying existence that had already molted 3 times with a lifespan of a few hundred years. This humongous creature was emerging from the swamp and its height reached a few dozen meters. The scales all over its body were glittering under the sunlight and its eyes were the size of paper lanterns. On top of the black swamp boa's head, there was a lump of meat that resembled the comb of a chicken. It was entirely blood-red in color and filled with an abundant amount of spirit energy. That was where the essence of the black swamp boa was located. As the swamp boa fanned out the 2 flaps like the hood of a cobra beside its head and flicked its forked tongue, a dreadful pressure was emanating from its body. This is a blood-crowned black swamp boa that's about to advance into 8th grade. It must have been attracted by the aura of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus, Wu Yunbei said with a grim expression. Suddenly, a figure swiftly sprinted over from a distance and stopped behind her. It was the subordinate who was left outside as a lookout. His current expression did not look too good either. Miss, the area around the Serpent Men tribe is flooded with spirit beasts. The poison frogs and spirit tail crocodiles have gathered en masse. We're completely surrounded. The subordinate's expression was grave. A 7th grade blood-crowned black swamp boa plus swarms of other spirit beasts was a disastrous situation. Wu Yunbei did not think that they would suddenly find themselves in a dangerous situation either. With so many spirit beasts in the surroundings, breaking through the encirclement would be difficult and very dangerous. The best solution at the moment was running back into the Serpent Men tribe and let the 7th grade battle saints deal with the blood-crowned black swamp boa instead. Let's escape inside, Wu Yunbei said to Bulletin Fang and then took the lead by running back in the direction she came from. Bulletin Fang was startled for a moment. He gave the blood-crowned black swamp boa that was nearly covering the entire sky a glance and the corners of his mouth twitched. Then, he twirled the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand and followed after Wu Yunbei. He was not a fool. When facing such a humongous creature in a swamp of spirit beasts, avoiding them was the smartest choice. Ani was trembling as he got up from the ground. He hurriedly fled while carrying the other 3 serpent men and also headed in the same direction as Bulletin Fang. Suddenly, the black swamp boa's eyes started glowing and its humongous body started to slowly slither forward. When Ani turned his head and glanced back, he witnessed many of the herb fields being devastated under the black swamp boa's advance. As he watched the numerous spirit herbs getting trampled, his heart hurt so much that he could not breathe. However, he did not dare to turn back. Even though the serpent men had a natural suppression effect on snake-like spirit beasts, the humongous creature behind him was simply far too terrifying. It was impossible for a serpent men. When facing such a dreadful black swamp boa, escape was his only choice. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly followed Wu Yunbei and soon reached an open area with a pond in the center surrounded by a bamboo fencing. Within the pond, a faint blue lotus bud was floating on the water. Bulletin Fang's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the abundant amount of spirit energy hovering above the lotus bud. A 7th grade spirit herb. It was actually a 7th grade spirit herb. No wonder there was a battle between the battle saints. Furthermore, it attracted a 7th grade spirit beast and even a stampede of spirit beasts. Not all 7th grade spirit herbs would attract 7th grade spirit beasts. However, there were some special 7th grade spirit herbs that would definitely attract 7th grade spirit beasts, because these special spirit herbs were capable of assisting spirit beasts in achieving a breakthrough in their cultivation. It was normal for these spirit herbs to trigger a great battle between 7th grade spirit beasts. Back then in the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix, the scene where two 7th-grade spirit beasts fought over the phoenix blood herb occurred because the spirit herb could help them achieve a breakthrough. It was likely that the spirit herb in front of them also possessed such an effect. This was a spirit herb that was comparable to the phoenix blood herb. Bulletin Fang's heart was thumping in excitement. This was simply a stroke of good luck. After searching for so long, he finally found the ideal spirit herb. Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Ice attribute? The phoenix blood herb is fire attribute. If I use the two herbs to brew the wine, it'll be an amalgamation of ice and fire. If I add the 3 stripes path understanding fruit into the mixture, it'll be perfect. Bulletin Fang's eyes were completely lit up. Boom boom. The 2 battle saints in the sky had stopped fighting and landed on the ground with grave expressions. The appearance of a 7th-grade spirit beast was enough to demand their attention. A 7th-grade blood crown black swamp boa, was it lured here by the aura of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus? Damn it! The serpent men elder silently snorted with a frown while flicking his tail. From a distance, a large group of serpent men slowly approached with an elderly serpent man in middle. Head elder. The serpent men elder respectfully said after noticing the approaching person, and the head elder nodded in response. His cloudy eyes were grave as he gazed at that humongous creature, black swamp boa. Third elder, are you able to hold back this black swamp boa? The head elder gravely asked. That third elder of the serpent men tribe gave the black swamp boa a glance and replied with a sigh, no, this beast has already experienced 3 moltings. Furthermore, it's about to experience its 4th molting. With its horrifying combat prowess, I am not its opponent. Even the third elder was not an opponent. Were they going to let this beast snatch away the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus that they had been cultivating for so long just like that? How frustrating! The head elder let out a sigh and shook his head. It was because their tribe was too weak. If this was the Serpent Men's imperial city, something like this would never happen. Their sovereign would need only to lift a finger to erase this beast. Unfortunately, this was not the imperial city and their sovereign was not here either. Just when the head elder was mulling over his options, Wu Yunbei suddenly stood out and said, "Head elder, why don't we work together?" The head elder frowned as his gaze landed on Wu Yunbei and an intense pressure suddenly pressed down upon her. Even though head elder's cultivation level was not high, most people would be unable to withstand the powerful pressure that he was exerting. However, Wu Yunbei was the young master of the White Cloud Villa after all, and her mental strength was robust. With a faint smile on her lips, she indifferently looked back at the head elder. "Your tribe only has a single battle saint while our side has a battle saint as well. If the 2 battle saints work together, we should be able to deal with this black swamp boa, right?" Wu Yunbei's words made a lot of sense. It was also the best solution at the moment. The head elder contemplated for a long while and still could not come up with a better solution. Therefore, without any other choice, he nodded and said, "I accept your proposal, but we won't give you the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Instead, after driving away the black swamp boa, we'll compensate your help with a few 6th-grade spirit herbs." Wu Yunbei raised her eyebrows and smiled without saying anything. She only nodded to show her agreement. Immediately, the 2 battle saints looked at each other in embarrassment. Just moments before, they were still engaged in intense combat and now they were suddenly allies. It was rather amusing. The humongous body of the blood crown black swamp boa started coiling itself into a ball. It was rearing its gigantic head and flicking its tongue. It actually stopped moving forward. This beast has already gained intelligence. It's waiting for the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus to bloom before making a move. The head elder's expression immediately crumbled as he watched the black swamp boa that stopped moving. "There's no need to hurry. It's a good opportunity for the 2 battle saints to recover their true energy," Wu Yunbei said with a smile. Bulletin Fang was watching them the entire time. He stared at the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus and could not help but make a frown. A 7th-grade spirit beast, 2 battle saints, and the Serpent Men tribe. With so much opposition, his chances of obtaining the spirit herb were practically inexistent. However, the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus was indispensable in order for him to brew a wine that could surpass the dragon's breath. Therefore, Bulletin Fang's gaze shifted away from the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus and landed on the elderly figure of the head elder. I have a question. If I wanted this Ice Soul Monarch Lotus, would you consent?" Chapter 170, The Serpent Men's Cuisine. Bulletin Fang's voice was not loud. With the bestial roars coming from outside of the tribe, his words were mostly drowned out. At first, the head elder took no notice of Bulletin Fang, or, in other words, he was completely ignoring Bulletin Fang. A mere 5th grade battle king was simply unable to attract his attention. From his point of view, Bulletin Fang was just one of Wu Yunbei's servants. However, when Bulletin Fang said those words, the head elder's gaze immediately froze and Wu Yunbei's face stiffened for a moment as well. When they looked toward Bulletin Fang and saw the earnestness on his face, they were suddenly struck with bewilderment. Did he come here to make jokes? A mere 5th grade battle king was actually dreaming of obtaining the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Why did he not ask for the moon too? Wu Yunbei's expression became extremely odd. She did not think this young man would actually spout such nonsense. Did he not realize that the 2 7th grade battle saints were guarding the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus? There was also the Blood Crown Black Swamp Boa waiting outside. Where exactly did he find the courage to say such words? Your servant really likes to joke around. I've already said before, this Ice Soul Monarch Lotus is very important to our tribe. If you're asking for any other 6th grade spirit herbs, I'll gladly fulfill your request. However, if you're insisting on the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus, then the deal is off, the head elder said while slightly waving his tail. Servant? Wu Yunbei blinked her eyes as she thought, looks like they've misunderstood his identity. Bulletin Fang furrowed his eyebrows. From the head elder's reply, it did not seem like they would let the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus fall into the hands of others. Things were going to be difficult in that case. The Ice Soul Monarch Lotus was the best ingredient for brewing that Bulletin Fang had encountered so far. It was an excellent spirit herb that was highly compatible with the Phoenix Blood Herb and 3 Stripes Path Understanding Fruit. Bulletin Fang was reluctant to give up just like that. However, Bulletin Fang knew well enough that the head elder would definitely not just hand over a 7th grade spirit herb like the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Therefore, he was still thinking of a method to obtain the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. This Serpent Men tribe's need for the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus is a little too extreme. Could there be a secret reason behind this? Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while but still could not figure out that secret reason. With its humongous body coiled into a ball nearby, the Blood Crown Black Swamp Boa silently waited for the blooming of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus while overlooking the herb farm. The blooming of the spirit herb would be the moment when the Blood Crown Black Swamp Boa strikes. A large group of spirit beasts was gathered around the Black Swamp Boa. These spirit beasts had vastly different appearances. Some were extremely ugly while others were fairly pleasing to the eye. They were all quietly waiting while lying down next to the Black Swamp Boa. When the Black Swamp Boa made a move, they would follow suit and swoop down on the tribe. This wait lasted for a long while. In the sky, 2 crescent moons quietly emerged from the clouds and radiated cold rays of moonlight. The moonlight illuminated the icy cold scales of the Black Swamp Boa and made its appearance eerie. There's still a few more hours until the blooming of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Everyone, please follow me into our tribe to have a meal first, the head elder said. Wu Yunbei raised her eyebrows and then nodded before heading into the Serpent Men tribe along with her 2 subordinates. Bulletin Fang was still spacing out. He was thinking up a method to obtain the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus but woke up when Wu Yunbei gently tapped his shoulder. The head elder of the Serpent Men is inviting us for a meal. I've never eaten the Serpent Men's cuisine before. Let's go together, Wu Yunbei said. Bulletin Fang was surprised for a moment. The Serpent Men's cuisine? He was originally going to refuse but his eyes immediately lit up after hearing those words and he gave a slight nod. The warriors of the Serpent Men led the way while slowly slithering at the front. Meanwhile, Bulletin Fang followed behind them along with Wu Yunbei and her subordinates. They were led along a path in the middle of a cluster of crudely built buildings. Bulletin Fang was not too concerned about the condition of the buildings. He was observing the surroundings with eyes filled with curiosity. He knew very little regarding the living habits of a tribal community, especially those from another world. It was precisely this lack of understanding that piqued his curiosity. Even though these residences of the Serpent Men were not large, every single building underwent long periods of renovation in order to reach their current size. Above the entrances of these residences, Bulletin Fang noticed rows of dried fishes. The moisture of these dried fishes were completely removed after prolonged exposure to the wind and sun, allowing them to be stored for a longer period. Not only fishes were being dried. Bullet and Fang also saw many pieces of dried meat as well as some dried fruits. As this place was a swamp, the high humidity sped up the rate of food spoilage. With the difficult living conditions, the serpent men could only use such a primitive method to preserve their food. After the group walked for a while, they detected a faint fragrance wafting toward them. This was the familiar smell of food. The group reached an open clearing. Somewhere nearby, a voluptuous serpent woman was stirring the contents of a large black wok with a metal spatula. The faint fragrance was drifting out from the wok. "Our tribe is a small place. If there's any inadequacy in our hospitality, please excuse us," the head elder said to Wu Yunbei. Wu Yunbei performed a fist and palm salute in response, but her eyes were inquisitively gazing toward the large black wok. She was extremely curious about the sort of food that the serpent men ate. Obtaining ingredients was not an issue since they were living in the illusory spirit swamp. However, the culinary level of the serpent men might be a huge problem. After all, they were constantly embroiled in a fight for survival against a hostile environment. Their research on food would naturally be less advanced than that of humans. "Please start eating, this is the fish soup made by our tribe's #1 chef. There's nothing much in the illusory spirit swamp, except for this fish. This species of fish can be found in the puddles seen everywhere. Don't underestimate them, though, as they're a rare delicacy," the head elder said with a smile. Then, serpent men servants brought out ceramic bowls and placed them in front of Wu Yunbei and the others. Bullet and Fang received a bowl of fish soup as well. As he clasped the warm bowl of fish soup in his hands, his expression suddenly became rather odd. Fish soup? They actually served fish soup to him. Bullet and Fang was obviously knowledgeable with fish soup. After all, his fish head tofu soup received praise from many of his customers. However, this was his first time tasting the serpent men's fish soup as well. Today was an opportunity for him to try out something new. The main ingredient of this dish is actually a type of low-grade spirit beast. However, having a low grade is actually better since many of our people are able to capture them, the head elder exclaimed. This fish was considered their staple food. Within the swamp, where growing crops was not possible, this type of fish was commonly seen on their dinner tables. Wu Yunbei was clasping a bowl of fish soup in her hands as well. The soup appeared slightly white in color. The liquid was not very clear, but the aroma was pretty good. The overall appearance was quite appetizing. Many of the serpent men sitting around them were holding ceramic bowls with smiles on their faces. They had absolute confidence in their fish soup. After all, this was a cuisine that was created by them. It was more than enough for subduing some humans. As Wu Yunbei drank a mouthful of the slightly hot fish soup, its rich flavor spread in her mouth and sent a jolt through her mind. Not bad, it's very delicious. It's more delicious than the average fish soups cooked by human chefs. It's fresh and fragrant, Wu Yunbei earnestly said with praise and then continued drinking a few more mouthfuls. The serpent men suddenly burst into laughter. The fact that they could subdue this human was a happy matter for them as well. Having their favorite fish soup acknowledged by others was a form of happiness, even if their race was different. However, just when everyone was drinking the fish soup and praising its delicious flavor, a voice filled with disdain rang out. "You call this a fish soup?" The fishy smell was not completely removed. Furthermore, the taste is so horrendous. This is simply a waste of an ingredient. Everyone was slightly stunned by the voice that suddenly rang out. Even the alluring serpent woman who was cooking the fish soup was startled. They all turned toward the source of the voice and saw the scene where Bullet and Fang spat out the mouthful of fish soup in his mouth with an expression filled with disgust. Bullet and Fang's face was almost scrunched together from revulsion to the point where many of the serpent men were questioning their own life choices. Did the fish soup really taste that terrible? Chapter 171, This fish is suitable for grilling. Since the tribe was situated in the illusory spirit swamp, the serpent men frequently consumed this type of fish. They were also extremely familiar with its cooking method and the dish could be considered a local cuisine. That scrunched-up expression on Bullet and Fang's face, as if he had just eaten Coptus chinensis one, was simply baffling to them. The freshness and sweetness of the fish was perfectly expressed in the fish soup. The culinary skills of the serpent woman chef who made the fish soup were pretty good as well. The dish was perhaps not as meticulous as dishes made by humans, but the taste was still passable in the eyes of Wu Yunbei and the others. As a result, everyone's attention was focused on Bullet and Fang. Many of the serpent men were angrily glaring at him. The head elder and the others were frowning as well. On the contrary, a faint smile was on her lips as Wu Yunbei watched Bulletin Fang with great interest. This young man. Was he really not here to make jokes? This was the serpent men's tribe after all. Even if their fish soup really tasted that horrible, there would be no need for him to say that out loud. Furthermore, the taste of the fish soup was still pretty good. Human, what are you saying? My mother's fish soup is the most delicious in the entire tribe, what do you even know? Besides, do you know how to cook in the first place? A young serpent girl angrily glared at Bulletin Fang and let out a snort while waving around her exquisite tail in frustration. The serpent men around her all nodded in agreement. Elder sister Mu's culinary skill might not be number one in the entire serpent men race, but she was unparalleled within the tribe. Even though the fish soup was not the dish that she was most proficient in, no one was tired of drinking it. The alluring serpent woman called Elder Sister Mu, who was also the mother of that young serpent girl, was looking at Bulletin Fang with a dissatisfied expression while holding a ladle in her hand. Bulletin Fang was surprised for a moment. He did not expect his words to trigger such a reaction from the people around him. He was merely stating a fact. From his point of view, the taste of the fish soup was indeed horrible. As a chef, Bulletin Fang's taste was already accustomed to the level of his own culinary skill. If a horrible tasting dish entered his mouth, he would lose his appetite and his expression would turn ugly. Spitting out the fish soup was just a subconscious action. In simpler terms, his taste buds became even more sensitive after frequently eating dishes filled with true energy. As his sense of taste dramatically improved, even the tiniest bit of flavor in a dish was noticeable. Therefore, he was even more particular about the flaws in the dishes. This sort of improvement in one's sense of taste was a tremendous help for chefs. It raised their precision in judging the taste of ingredients and their preparation as well. Bulletin Fang did not have any intention of humiliating her. It was really just a subconscious action. The people around him were dumbfounded from the blank expression on Bulletin Fang's face. Even elder sister Mu was amused. In the first place, she was not someone who was easily angered. Perhaps her dish really did not suit Bulletin Fang's tastes, everyone had their own preference after all. Unexpectedly, elder sister Mu did not feel the blame was on Bulletin Fang. After Bulletin Fang recovered from his surprise, he heard the young serpent girl's words and broke into a smile. He gave her a glance and said, "Of course I know how to cook. I am a chef as well." Bulletin Fang's voice was not loud but instantly caused the room to quiet down. Wu Yunbei felt as if her worldview was being renewed once more. The young man in front of her eyes was a chef? Of all things, a chef? However, since you were a chef, what were you doing in the Serpent Men tribe? I always thought you were an adventurer. Should a chef not be preparing food in a kitchen? Oh? Are you a chef as well? Pleased to meet you. It seems that you're dissatisfied with the dish that I made. Elder sister Mu was surprised for a moment and then her expression became serious. If Bulletin Fang was a chef, his fussiness toward food was understandable. The sense of taste of a chef was far more sensitive than ordinary people and they were more particular about the taste of their food. It was much easier to please an ordinary person with a dish than a chef. Bulletin Fang nodded and slowly walked toward elder sister Mu with the steaming bowl of fish soup in his hands. Overall, your fish soup is still passable. Every single step was executed very well but the steps themselves could only be considered conventional. Furthermore, you do not understand the characteristics of this fish. Some fish are suitable for making soup while this particular fish isn't. As Bulletin Fang solemnly walked toward elder sister Mu, he could not help but enter his venomous tongue mode. Whenever he tasted a dish, he would always lose his self-control and start evaluating the dish. That is not to say that this fish cannot be used for cooking soup but you're lacking the required seasoning. For example, if some spring sun herb was added during the cooking process, it would not only remove the fishiness but also increase the tastiness of the fish. But what I want to say is that making soup with this fish is simply a waste. Even drying this fish first and then steaming it would still be more delicious than making fish soup. As Bulletin Fang continued prattling on, everyone else in the room was starting to drift into drowsiness. After all, none of them were chefs and their understanding of food had not reached such a profound level. Whether the spring sun herb or control over the heat or the characteristics of the fish. None of them understood anything. On the contrary, elder sister Mew's eyes grew brighter and brighter while listening to Bullet Fang's appraisal because she realized his words were all true. The taste of the fish when first dried and then steamed was indeed much more delicious compared to the fish soup. As for the spring sun herb, she did not fully understand either. After Bullet Fang was done talking, he became expressionless once more. He was someone with few words in the first place. It was just that he became extremely talkative when evaluating dishes. You. After saying so much, why don't you make something tastier than my mother's fish soup if you're so capable? If you're just going to criticize my mother's dish like this, then you're all talk and no action. You're a bad person. The young serpent girl was filled with grievance. Bullet Fang was not holding back when he evaluated the dish. After witnessing the dish made by her mother whom she revered getting belittled in such a manner, her eyes welled up with tears. Noticing that her daughter was about to burst into tears, elder sister Mew hurriedly consoled her. This young man's words are correct, there's still room for improvement in my cooking. After hearing his appraisal today, I've learned a lot. What are you crying for? We should be thanking him instead, elder sister Mew softly said while caressing the bridge of her daughter's nose with a finger. The young serpent girl immediately stopped sobbing and fiddled with her hands while pursing her lips together. With her eyes reddened, she softly sniffled while looking at her mother. The corners of Bullet Fang's lips were twitching. There was basically no difference between this young serpent girl and a human child. She immediately resorted to crying when a disagreement occurred. Nonetheless, he was in the wrong for making a young girl cry. Bullet Fang pondered for a moment and then said, "How about this, since it's still early, I'll cook a dish using fish and let everyone have a taste. Hopefully, everyone will enjoy it. It's also a compensation from me for taking the liberty to evaluate the dish." Bullet Fang's words caused the people around him to exclaim in astonishment once more. This human was really a chef? And he was actually going to personally prepare a meal? Wu Yunbei's eyes widened with incredulity. Was this fellow serious? If his dish turned out to be terrible, he would become a laughingstock. Even though there were some similarities between humans and serpent men, no one could guarantee that their tastes were the same. Elder sister Mew looked at Bullet Fang in surprise. Her eyes slightly narrowed as she saw the confident look on Bullet Fang's face. She straightened her back and said, "It would be our pleasure. Here is the cooking stove, I'll tidy it up first for you to use." Elder sister Mew swiftly cleaned up the cooking stove and then looked toward Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang did not immediately start cooking. First, he pinched the fish prepared for him by the serpent men. It was an extremely plump first-grade spirit beast fish. After tasting the fish earlier on, Bullet Fang already had an idea about the best method to prepare it. This type of fish was not suitable for making soup, but it was extremely suitable for another cooking method. And that was grilling. Chapter 172, Aromatic Grilled Fish, 1. While everyone was watching him, Bullet Fang reached out his hand and suddenly pulled the fish out of the basin of water. He effortlessly picked the fish up with 2 fingers skillfully clamping onto its sides. The fish was struggling in Bullet Fang's fingers but could not break free as if it was caught in a vice grip. Bullet Fang was expressionless as he inspected the fish. Honestly speaking, the fish was indeed very plump. Its body was entirely made up of meat. His eyes slightly lit up and his satisfaction toward the ingredient rose. It was not an easy matter for chefs to find ingredients that satisfied them. Bullet Fang did not choose to use the dragon bone kitchen knife. Instead, he picked up the kitchen knife that elder sister Mew left on the cooking stove. As he twirled the kitchen knife in his hand, the dazzling technique immediately caused many of the people present to exclaim in astonishment. Twirling his kitchen knife had already become a habit for Bullet Fang. After countless hours of practicing the meteor knife technique, he would now subconsciously twirl the kitchen knife. It was not for the sake of showing off. Bullet Fang was expressionless as he swiped the kitchen knife across the belly of the fish. The sharp edge of the knife directly ripped open its fair and tender belly as if it was paper. Bullet Fang then began the steps of removing the fish's innards. Bullet Fang's movements were fluid as if he was drawing a painting. The process that should originally appear bloody and violent became strangely beautiful. After cleaning the fish with water, he widened the incision at its belly and split it apart. The fish was laid open on the chopping board like a pancake. Bullet Fang lightly flicked the blade of the kitchen knife with his finger. He then gently carved on the fish with 6 strokes and patted the plump flesh of the fish. With that, the preparation of the fish was done. However, this was just the completion of the preparatory step. Grilling a fish was not so simple. The people around him were puzzledly watching Bullet Fang. They could not figure out what sort of dish he was making. Judging from the appearance, it should not be fish soup. However, if it was braised fish, it should not be sliced in such a manner. If he was making dried fish, there was not enough time. Therefore, it was not just the people around him but also elder sister Mew who was guessing what sort of dish Bullet Fang was preparing to cook. Suddenly, Bullet Fang seemed to have recalled something. He turned toward elder sister Mew who was deep in thought and asked, "Do you have any vegetables?" Elder sister Mew made a frown, then nodded and said, "We have vegetables but there's only a little. Not much fruits and vegetables grow within the illusory spirit swamp in the first place. They're even rarer than this fish." Bullet Fang looked back at the fish that was already prepared and said, "Then forget it, I'll provide the ingredients myself." Bullet Fang then took out many fruits and vegetables from the system's storage space as well as various containers that were filled with seasoning. He prepared these things earlier on while he was waiting for the system to carry out the teleportation. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Bullet Fang take out the assorted items. They were at a loss on how to react. At this point, they were almost certain that Bullet Fang was indeed a chef. Furthermore, it seemed like he came here for a vacation. What kind of an adventurer would fill his dimensional storage with seasonings, fruits, and vegetables instead of healing medicine and elixirs? After Bullet Fang washed the fruits and vegetables, he swiftly diced them into pieces and placed them onto a plate. Once all of these were done, Bullet Fang placed the fish into a basin. Then, he poured various seasonings into the basin and started marinating the fish. During the marinating process, Bullet Fang infused the fish with his true energy to speed up the process. After approximately 10 minutes, Bullet Fang finished marinating the fish. He then took out 2 large pieces of leaves that came from a spirit herb and wrapped the marinated fish with the leaves. Before wrapping the fish, he even coated the entire fish with a layer of sauce. The fish was wrapped in spirit herb leaves? Just what kind of dish was this fellow making? None of them had ever seen this sort of cooking method before. Wu Yunbei's eyes were filled with curiosity as well. As the young master of the White Cloud Villa, she had tasted plenty of delicious food before. The White Cloud Villas had also specially hired many chefs with superb culinary skills. Even so, she had never seen Bullet Fang's cooking method before. Bullet Fang did not pay any heed to their gaze. Once he started cooking, he would devote all of his attention into the dish. According to his own words, only then would a chef be able to pour his feelings into the dish. After removing the large wok, Bullet Fang covered the whole of the stove with branches and then placed the fish wrapped in spirit herb leaves on top. Earlier on, Bullet Fang had already doused these branches in water to prevent the fire underneath from burning them. Furthermore, with his true energy covering the branches, it would be difficult for them to catch on fire. Meanwhile, the fish wrapped in spirit herb leaves would receive the heat from the fire. Bullet Fang had no other choice. Originally, he should use a commercial oven to grill the fish. However, since this was not his kitchen, there was no oven at all. Therefore, he could only set up a temporary grilling pit. Even though the working condition was slightly harsher, he could still produce the grilled fish. Everyone was completely astounded by Bullet Fang's strange actions. Some of them even started snickering. After all, no one had ever seen such a strange method of preparing food before. Not even using a wok. Was this dish edible? The fish was first wrapped in spirit herb leaves and then roasted over a fire. Was a dish made in such a manner really edible? Many of the serpent men were throwing questioning gazes at Bullet Fang. Meanwhile, elder sister Mew was thoughtfully watching Bullet Fang's actions. From her point of view, almost every single one of his movement was smooth and uninterrupted, the result of having integrated his culinary skill into his body. Steam started emerging from the spirit herb leaves along with a rich fragrance. At first, the scent was not that strong. Everyone was sniffing the air but they only thought the scent smelled pleasant. However, as the fish continued to cook, the fragrance grew stronger and nearly engulfed the entire place. Everyone was sniffing the air. The young serpent girl was even hugging her mother's tail while continuously smacking her lips. Now and then, saliva dripped from her mouth. The scent was too aromatic. The serpent men had never smelled such an aromatic scent before. It was arousing all of their appetites. Even the head elder's cheeks trembled for a moment as he looked toward Bulletin Fang in incredulity. He never expected Bulletin Fang to possess such a high level of culinary skill. An euphoric expression appeared on Wu Yunbei's face as well. Her astonishment was not any lesser than anyone else present. She understood more than them about the difficulty and innovativeness of Bulletin Fang's cooking method. The difficulty of preparing food by wrapping a dish in leaves and then roasting it over a fire was extremely high. Not only did this test Bulletin Fang's control over the heat but also demanded a high level of control at manipulating true energy. This person. Wu Yunbei muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Bulletin Fang was placing his hand on the spirit herb leaves. After feeling the temperature, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. After twirling the kitchen knife in his hand, he sliced open the bundle of spirit herb leaves. During the instant when the spirit herb leaves fell apart, a thick sauce splattered everywhere and spread a rich aroma into the surroundings. The aroma, accompanied by a puff of steam, rose into the air. Chapter 173, Aromatic Grilled Fish, 2. As the aroma enveloped the entire place, everyone could not help but be mesmerized. It never crossed their mind that the smell of fish could reach such an enchanting level. The moment when Bulletin Fang sliced open the spirit herb leaves, the fragrance instantly took hold of their senses and they fell into an euphoric state. Wu Yunbei swallowed her saliva. Her eyes were staring straight at the bundle of steaming leaves. Even though the tantalizing fish inside was not visible because of the rising steam, she felt an incredible urge to immediately taste this delicious dish just from smelling the aroma. Both elder sister Mu's body and mind trembled in incredulity. The aroma of the dish had simply exceeded her understanding. She cooked this type of fish on a daily basis, but the aroma of her dishes never reached such a level even when she braised the fish. Bulletin Fang's method of preparing the fish had completely brought out its smell. This young man was definitely a super incredible chef. As the young serpent girl breathed in the aroma, she was filled with craving for the dish. She slithered toward the cooking stove with her small body and tried peeking over the counter to catch a glimpse of the fish inside the spirit herb leaves. However, because of her height, she could only see the steam rising from the leaves and not the tantalizing fish inside. How frustrating! After watching for a while and still not seeing anything, the young serpent girl gave up and turned toward Bulletin Fang. With her childish voice, she asked, "Human big brother, this fish, can we start eating?" This was not just the young serpent girl's thoughts but also the thoughts of everyone present. They also wanted to know whether they could start eating. With such an enticing aroma, everyone wanted to have a taste. Bulletin Fang gave the young serpent girl a glance. She was no longer about to burst into tears like before. It seemed that the attraction of food was powerful enough to distract her. A smile appeared on his lips as Bulletin Fang replied, "Of course, not." Everyone's face stiffened for a moment. They could not understand the reason for his reply. Why were they not allowed to start eating? The fish was so aromatic, what was the reason for not allowing them to have a taste? The eyes of the young serpent girl widened and she angrily puffed up her cheeks. Elder sister Mu was also looking toward Bulletin Fang in puzzlement. The dish was already finished. Why couldn't they have a taste? He could not even accede to the simple request of a little girl. Bulletin Fang did not pay any attention to their expressions and instead started the fire of another cooking stove. Once the temperature of the wok was hot enough, he added some oil and poured in the julienne vegetables before he started stir-frying. Bulletin Fang threw in the seasoning in a skillful manner. After a short while, the stir-frying of the side dish was finished. The expression on everyone's face was slightly awkward. As it turned out, the dish was not finished yet. No wonder he refused to let the young serpent girl have a taste. A chef would naturally refuse to let the customer have a taste if the dish was not complete. This was a basic principle of a chef. Using a spatula, he directly poured the slightly viscous side dish over the fish on the leaves. The overwhelming fragrance of the side dish mixed together with the aroma of the fish produced an indescribably euphoric aroma. After Bulletin Fang sliced the fruits and placed them on the leaves, this colorful dish of spirit swamp grilled fish was completed. While Bulletin Fang was making the side dish, he stir-fried the vegetables over high heat in a short duration. Therefore, the appearance of the ingredients were still as glossy and alluring as ever. The meat of the fish lying in gravy was slightly trembling. The incisions made on its body had opened up because of the grilling process. Its white and tender flesh was covered in grease as well as the sauce. Bulatin Fang twirled the kitchen knife in his hand before placing it back down on the cutting board. He calmly gave the crowd a glance and said, "The dish is completed, please have a taste." Completed? It was finally completed. Waiting for this fish to be grilled was practically torture for them. Looking at the steaming grilled fish, everyone was suddenly overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. Elder Sister Mew slithered toward the grilled fish and her eyes were filled with amazement. It was simply too beautiful. The colors of the vegetables were bright and diverse. Because of the oil on their surface, they appeared to be glittering with vibrant colors. The aroma of the fish was also outstanding. Without a doubt, this dish was flawless. It was definitely going to be delicious. "Big brother, can we start eating now?" The young serpent girl eagerly asked once more. Bulatin Fang nodded. He did not reject her request this time. The young serpent girl was immediately overjoyed. She grabbed her mother's hand and urgently said, "Mom, hurry and feed me the fish." In order to placate her daughter, elder sister Mew grabbed a pair of chopsticks. She did not choose to pick up any of the side dish. Instead, she picked up a piece of the fish and popped the meat into her daughter's mouth. Once the piece of meat entered her mouth, everyone's gaze was focused on the young serpent girl. They all wanted to see her reaction. The moment when the young serpent girl tasted the meat of the fish, her eyes widened and her face was filled with astonishment. This fish was, compared to the fish cooked by her mother, really more delicious. Elder Sister Mew narrowed her eyes and her gaze landed on the grilled fish. Bulatin Fang did not serve the grilled fish on a plate. Instead, he left the fish on the grilling pit with the fire still brightly burning below. The gravy was bubbling and the meat of the fish was trembling. This seemed like a gradual process. At the start, the taste of the fish would definitely be fresh and delicious. However, after a while, the meat of the fish would gradually harden but its taste would become more flavorful and its texture would become even firmer. Elder Sister Mew swallowed her saliva with a gulp and then used her chopsticks to tear off the meat near the gills of the fish. This was the most delicious part of the fish. Once the meat entered her mouth, Elder Sister Mew could not help but narrow her eyes in ecstasy. The flavors of the fish spreading and lingering within her mouth were sending her into throes of pleasure. By then, the rest of the people could not sit still any longer and all started coming forward. Wu Yunbei popped a piece of meat into her mouth as well and was completely taken prisoner by its flavors. This fish was the most delicious fish she had ever tasted. Nothing could compare against its flavors. There seems to be spirit energy inside the meat? How is that even possible? The meat of a first-grade spirit beast shouldn't have any spirit energy left after cooking, right? Wu Yunbei thought in slight puzzlement. Bulatin Fang seemed to have sensed her confusion. A smile appeared on his lips as he said, "These leaves are actually from a third-grade spirit herb. It's rich in spirit energy and has a calming effect on the mind. After my preparation and cooking, the spirit energy in the spirit herb has gathered into the meat of the fish. Furthermore, its calming effect has also migrated over. In short, this grilled fish could be considered an elixir cuisine, although it's just the most basic elixir cuisine. The spirit energy originated from the spirit herb? He could even migrate the calming effect? Elixir cuisine? Wu Yunbei was stunned for a moment. She suddenly discovered that her bank of knowledge might be somewhat inadequate. She never realized that there was so much knowledge involved in culinary as well. Elixir cuisine was a term that she had obviously heard before. However, not just any chef was capable of making elixir cuisines. Even within the White Cloud Villa, only one out of the many great chefs was capable of making elixir cuisines. Furthermore, that chef's cultivation level was extremely formidable and cooking was just his hobby. The young chef in front of her, who was only a 5th-grade battle king, could actually make elixir cuisines? That was simply terrifying. When the head elder of the Serpent Men tribe heard elixir cuisine, his gaze immediately landed on Bulatin Fang. As he closely stared at Bulatin Fang, his intense gaze filled with an inexplicable agitation made Bulatin Fang's hair stand on end. Chapter 174, The Spirit Herb is About to Bloom. The head elder of the Serpent Men tribe gave Bulatin Fang a meaningful glance. However, he did not rashly approach Bulatin Fang but instead forced himself to calm down. Bulatin Fang did not notice the look on the head elder's face. He was watching the numerous serpent men relishing in his dish with a smile on his lips. The greatest affirmation for a chef was their customers enjoying their dishes. Seeing the smiles on their faces, a chef would feel happy as well. The amount of meat on the fish was not much. After everyone took their turns, the entire fish was picked clean. After all, there were so many people present but only a single fish available. Everyone stared at the fish bones remaining on the spirit herb leaves with yearning in their eyes. They wanted to eat more, but Bullet and Fang only prepared a single serving. The young serpent girl licked her lips while narrowing her eyes. Even though she only got to eat a small portion of the fish, she was feeling really full. The spirit energy inside the fish was more than enough for the young serpent girl to digest. After everyone tried his dish, no one there doubted Bullet and Fang's culinary skill anymore. His ability to cook such a delicious grilled fish was already astonishing enough for them. Even elder sister Mew was nodding her head while eating the fish. The more she ate, the more she became aware of the techniques used in the grilled fish. True energy culinary. Good heavens! She could hardly believe that the young man before her eyes was actually proficient in true energy culinary. When true energy was infused into a dish, its flavors would improve and its fragrance would become even more enticing. Furthermore, the spirit energy in the ingredients would even be fully retained. It was simply unbelievable. Alright. Since we're all fully rested, everyone should get ready. There's still a bunch of spirit beasts waiting for us outside, so let's not lower our guard. When the head of the serpent men noticed that everyone was still engrossed in the dish's aftertaste, he coughed a few times to get their attention. Outside of the tribe, a humongous figure was quietly coiled into a ball. With an eye-catching, blood-red crown on its gigantic head, a hissing sound could be heard as it flicked its forked tongue. The growls of the spirit beast were continuously resounding in the surroundings, lingering within the illusory spirit swamp, and echoing into the distance. The head elder's words immediately woke everyone up from their stupor. As they looked toward the humongous blood-crowned black swamp boa, their expressions became grave. However, most of the serpent men were actually not too worried. For the serpent men tribe to exist within a treacherous place like the illusory spirit swamp for such a long time, they were naturally not just relying on a single 7th grade battle saint. Beneath the tribe, there was a gigantic barrier magic array that encompassed the entire area. Each serpent men tribe was protected by a magic array such as that. The presence of a 7th grade battle saint was only to ensure that they would not be too defenseless during an enemy attack. This protective magic array was their actual safeguard. Since the magic array was passed down by the Serpentine Sovereign, a mere 7th grade spirit beast would not be able to destroy the barrier. Head Elder, even though we have the protection of the magic array, the medicinal herb farm is not included in its range. Furthermore, the aura of this beast is growing more and more powerful. It looks like it's about to undergo another molting. This won't be easy, the Serpent Men Battle Saint gave the Black Swamp Boa a glance. He felt the situation was really troublesome. Sometimes, spirit beasts were harder to deal with than humans because of their tough skins and thick muscles as well as their strong capability in combat. Therefore, most humans were unwilling to face spirit beasts with equivalent cultivation levels as them. The Ice Soul Monarch Lotus must be protected. We need the seeds of the lotus, this beast must not be allowed to ruin the spirit herb. The head elder solemnly said with a grave expression. The Serpent Men Battle Saint let out a sigh and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He understood the importance of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus toward the tribe as well. As seconds passed by, the mood within the Serpent Men became tense once more because everyone could feel the serious atmosphere that was spreading in the air. The aroma emanating from the faint blue bud of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus was becoming more and more intense. As the fragrance spread and enveloped the area, everyone felt refreshed and their eyes lit up. Looks like, the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus is about to bloom. The head elder said. Wu Yunbei nodded as well and signaled toward the battle saint behind her to get ready for battle. With 2 battle saints guarding the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus, there was still a chance for them to succeed. The problem was the large bunch of spirit beasts gathered around the Black Swamp Boa. Even though there was a barrier protecting the tribe, activating the magic array would use up a large amount of crystals. Wu Yunbei was not sure how many crystals the Serpent Men tribe's storage had. If their storage of crystals was not enough and the barrier went down, they would be facing a horde of disgusting spirit beasts. Bulletin Fang was quietly standing on one side. He was observing the humongous blood-crowned black swamp boa with a slight frown on his face. Something was on his mind. He stared at the blood-red crown of the black swamp boa for a long while and then smacked his lips. An idea seemed to have struck his mind. This blood crown, looks pretty good, it might just be a decent ingredient. However, acquiring this will be difficult, Bulletin Fang muttered to himself. Elder Sister Mu was standing right next to Bulletin Fang. When she heard Bulletin Fang's muttering, she was immediately dumbfounded. As expected of a chef, he could think of cooking even when looking at the black swamp boa. All of the essence throughout the body of the blood crown black swamp boa was gathered in its blood crown. Without a doubt, the blood crown was a highly nutritious ingredient and definitely its most valuable body part. However, this black swamp boa was just about to undergo another molting and become a terrifying 8th grade spirit beast. Not just anyone could treat this spirit beast's body parts as an ingredient. Bulletin Fang was naturally unaware of Elder Sister Mu's thoughts. He was busy staring at the blood crown black swamp boa. The fragrance was growing stronger and stronger. The aroma of the spirit herb seemed to possess some kind of magical power that caused their true energy to seethe with excitement and a faint coldness to spread throughout their bodies. This ice soul monarch lotus is not just any spirit herb. If it's properly handled, the cultivation level of the person who consumes it will greatly increase. It's a valuable spirit herb that increase one's spirit energy. That's the reason why this black swamp boa is yearning for the ice soul monarch lotus, because it needs the spirit herb to achieve a breakthrough, Elder Sister Mu promptly explained when she noticed the perplexed expression on Bulletin Fang's face. This beast won't be able to snatch away our ice soul monarch lotus. With the elder around, this beast will not succeed. If Yu Fu's father wasn't heavily injured, this beast wouldn't. Humph. Ah-ni snorted while tightly clenching his fists. He was extremely infuriated by this black swamp boa. Yu Fu let out a sigh. The one who needed the ice soul monarch lotus the most was her. The head elder wanted to protect the lotus because of her father, a heavily injured 7th grade battle saint who was also the leader of the serpent men. She did not anticipate that the blooming of the ice soul monarch lotus would attract so much attention. That Wu Yunbei appeared to be someone from the White Cloud Villa, and that mysterious chef. She did not know where he came from, but his objective was definitely the ice soul monarch lotus as well. However, she could not let the ice soul monarch lotus fall into the hands of others because she needed to use the herb to treat her father. This was the objective of all of the serpent men in the tribe. Chapter 175, This beast is going to molt. The aroma of the herb wafting in the air was growing stronger and stronger to the point where many of the people present felt as if the true energy in their bodies were seething with excitement like boiling water, as though they were going to achieve a breakthrough at any point. Many of the serpent men immediately coiled their lower bodies into a ball and focused on their breathing. They breathed in the medicinal aroma and started cultivating on the spot. As expected of the ice soul monarch lotus, known as an essential spirit herb for achieving a breakthrough. It was no wonder a powerful 7th grade spirit beast like the blood crown black swamp boa would be attracted by its aroma. Rumble. As the medicinal aroma grew even stronger, the blood crown black swamp boa that had been quietly waiting slowly lifted up its body. Its humongous body was overlooking everything from high above while its eyes were filled with indifference. The black swamp boa was flicking its pitch black tongue and emanating a foul smell while waiting for the blooming of the ice soul monarch lotus. Everyone inside the tribe could not help but tense up as they gazed at this large serpent. The 2 battle saints standing proudly in the sky were also releasing powerful auras to oppose the blood crown black swamp boa. Bulletin Fang's gaze was almost entirely focused on the faint blue lotus bud. Specks of light seemed to be drifting out from the lotus bud, like fireflies in the darkness. They were intersecting with the moonlight radiating from the sky above. The spirit beasts in the surroundings all started roaring in a menacing manner. Their auras were becoming restless in the wake of the black swamp boa's movements. The black swamp boa straightened its body before slightly lowering its head and gradually inched closer toward the ice soul monarch lotus. As the black swamp boa drew closer, the 2 battle saints felt that the pressure on them increased as well. As expected of the terrifying existence that experienced 3 moltings, the pressure emanating from the black swamp boa was extremely powerful. Wu Yunbei widened her eyes as well. Her lips slightly parted as she watched the confrontation in the sky. From the looks of it, the 2 battle saints were at a disadvantage. Look! It's going to bloom! Someone suddenly cried out in alarm while pointing toward the lotus bud floating on the little pond with a shaking finger. As time passed by, the lotus bud was actually quivering. As everyone held their breaths, they suddenly felt as if something in the air had broken free from its restraints and rushed out. Waves of freezing spirit energy burst forth from above the ice soul monarch lotus, coming wave after wave like tide water. It's starting. Wu Yunbei's eyes immediately lit up with expectation as she stared at the lotus bud. The blooming of the monarch lotus brings about a fleeting beauty. The ice soul monarch lotus will definitely captivate anyone who witnesses its blooming. Yu Fu muttered to herself while gazing at the lotus bud floating on the little pond with dreamy eyes. As the first petal of the lotus quietly opened, it was accompanied with a surging wave of spirit energy. Thereafter, the second petal, then the third. Each time a petal opened, a simulacrum of a gigantic lotus petal would appear in the air like a beautiful aurora. Buleten Fang's eyes were shining with amazement. A beautiful scene like this was hard to encounter. The blooming of 7th grade spirit herbs were all accompanied with strange sightings. Back then in the fallen Phoenix Valley, the scene of a phoenix ascending into the sky during the blooming of the phoenix blood herb was also extremely stunning. The ice soul monarch lotus was a 7th grade spirit herb as well. The beauty of the current scene was not any inferior to the blooming of the phoenix blood herb. Hiss! Rumble! The ground started shaking. Everyone's attention was withdrawn from the beautiful scene. That humongous blood-crowned black swamp boa had finally lost its patience. As it flicked its forked tongue, its lantern-sized eyes were glittering with emotions. Malevolence and killing intent were welling up in this large serpent's eyes. Both of the battle saints tensed up and let out battle cries. Up in the sky, the beautiful scene produced by the blooming of the ice soul monarch lotus finally ended as well. Just like a flash in a pan, it was only a fleeting beauty. The faint blue petals of lotus actually started wilting away in a rapid manner and revealed a gigantic lotus pod. This lotus pod was the real essence of the ice soul monarch lotus. Beast! How dare you! The elder of the serpent men tribe let out a shout. He propelled himself into the sky with his serpentine lower body and a pitch black spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was gleaming with a cold sharpness. The serpent was sliding forward toward the herb farm as the elder thrust his spear at the large beast. The serpent's objective was the lotus pod remaining after the wilting of the monarch lotus. Buzz! The serpent man elder did not dare to be careless while facing this large serpent. He was using all of his strength in this attack. As a wave of true energy surged out from his body, a countless amount of spears started falling from the sky toward the black swamp boa. Black swamp boa's eyes shone with malevolence. Anyone who attempted to obstruct it from obtaining the ice soul monarch lotus, must die. The scales all over the black swamp boa's body were emanating a chilling light. With a swing of its gigantic tail, it managed to block all of the falling spears without receiving a single injury. It's so hard. The serpent men elder's eyes immediately widened. The human battle saint let out a shout as well. He stepped on thin air and immediately rose into the sky. As he thrust his palm toward the large serpent, true energy gathered in his palm and turned into an enormous palm that was extremely detailed and lifelike. Boom! The palm directly landed on the blood-crowned black swamp boa's head and even caused its blood crown to slightly quiver. Buleten Fang's eyes suddenly widened and the corners of his mouth were twitching. He thought, I hope that didn't ruin the blood crown, it's an ingredient that's hard to come by. The blood-crowned black swamp boa was enraged. As it opened its mouth and revealed its sharp teeth, it let out a screech and swung its gigantic tail with a wide sweeping motion. Rumble! The air seemed to have been torn apart with the sweep of its tail. The human battle saint immediately cried out in panic and used all of his strength to protect his body. With a loud noise, he was sent flying like a ball and instantly smashed into the ground. The fate of the serpent man elder was even more miserable. He was swallowed with a single bite by the black swamp boa. The head elder's eyes widened in shock. This beast! How could it be so strong? Fortunately, the serpent man elder soon managed to crawl out from the large serpent's mouth. However, his entire body was covered in blood. The human battle saint rose into the air once more. Filled with rage, both of the battle saints released their true energy at the same time and two streams of dreadful true energy suddenly streaked toward the blood-crowned black swamp boa. The two battle saints were truly enraged. Utilizing their true energy in such a reckless manner would result in severe damage toward the true energy vortex within their bodies. However, they were already long past the point of caring. Surprisingly, the advance of the blood-crowned black swamp boa was stopped in such a manner and it was forced to continuously back away. As waves of bestial roars sounded out, the horde of spirit beasts started charging toward the tribe in a frenzied state. The head elder of the Serpent Men tribe gave an order and the magic array underneath the tribe suddenly started flashing with an intense light. The spirit beasts charging toward the tribe collided into the barrier and were all dazed by the collision. However, they could not break through the barrier. For the time being, the situation entered a stalemate. High above, the lantern-sized eyes of the black swamp boa were focused on the ice soul monarch lotus. The large serpent let out a screech filled with frustration. These tiny ants before its eyes actually wanted to obstruct its breakthrough, unforgivable. Thereafter, in front of the horrified gazes of the battle saints, the blood crown of the blood crown black swamp boa suddenly emitted a crimson light and the head of the black swamp boa started splitting apart right from the middle. This beast is attempting to molt by force. Be careful! Wu Yunbei hurriedly cried out in alarm. Chapter 176, Running under the moonlight while holding a kitchen knife. The blood crown black swamp boa was molting by force. This beast had gone insane. Just like humans when attempting a cultivation breakthrough, spirit beasts needed to find a quiet location when molting. Getting disturbed in the middle of the process might result in mental aberration. Spirit beasts could suffer from mental aberration like humans as well. No one anticipated that the desperate struggle of the two battle saints to protect the spirit herb would actually cause this beast to attempt its fourth molting. It was going all in a desperate gambit. For the sake of obtaining the ice soul monarch lotus, this blood crown black swamp boa had completely thrown all caution to the wind. However, even though the blood crown black swamp boa was running the risk of suffering from mental aberration, it also meant that its cultivation level would dramatically increase and might even infinitely approach the cultivation level of an 8th grade spirit beast. 8th grade was a really terrifying realm. If this beast advanced into 8th grade, everyone present might really perish. The barrier would be simply unable to withstand the attack of an 8th grade spirit beast. The head elder fell into a state of panic. If the black swamp boa succeeded in molting, they would really be finished. Wu Yunbei's eyes revealed a trace of panic as well. She managed to plan out everything but did not anticipate that this beast would actually make such a choice. The serpent had simply gone mad. Bang! Bang! As two loud noises rang out, both of the battle saints were knocked several steps backward in mid-air. The expressions on their faces turned ugly. The forehead of the blood crown black swamp boa split apart and a layer of skin slowly peeled off. A wave of spirit energy started surging, as if a violent storm was coming. The intense pain caused the black swamp boa to scream in agony. Its humongous body continuously thrashed about while its tail violently slammed onto the barrier, causing the entire barrier to shake for a moment. The head elder's heart was trembling along with the shaking of the barrier. "Please hold on." The head elder silently prayed. However, despite his prayer, the intensity of the barrier's shaking grew even further. The ferocity of the spirit beast's attack on the barrier grew as well. Every single spirit beast became extremely menacing. Damn it! This must not be allowed to continue. Otherwise, once the barrier is broken, the tribe will be completely destroyed and everyone here will die, Wu Yunbei thought. Her eyes flashed as she searched for a solution. Meanwhile, Bulletin Fang was observing his surroundings. He discovered that the eyes of the people around him were filled with terror. Evidently, they also understood the terrifying consequence of letting the large serpent succeed in molting. Could the blood crown black swamp boa really succeed in molting? It was actually difficult to predict because the ice soul monarch lotus was just sitting nearby. This beast only needed to swallow the lotus pod left after the wilting of the monarch lotus to successfully advance into 8th grade. By then, this infuriated serpent would definitely not show any mercy to these people for obstructing its advancement. Master Wu! Catch this! As Wu Yunbei took a step forward, she rose into the air as if she was light as a feather. With a flash of light, a longsword appeared in her hand. The blade of the longsword was gleaming with flowing lights. Every ray of light appeared to have originated from the inside of the blade. The cloud-rising sword? Young miss! Isn't that the semi-divine weapon that the master gave you? The eyes of the human battle saint called Wu suddenly widened in astonishment. His entire body was trembling in excitement as he subconsciously caught the glowing longsword. A semi-divine weapon. That was an actual semi-divine weapon. Furthermore, it was a semi-divine weapon listed in the Celestial Arcanum Sex Weapon Records. The battle saint was so agitated that he almost burst into tears. He was actually able to hold a semi-divine weapon and use it in combat. It was worth it even if he died in the next moment. With the semi-divine weapon in his hand, the aura of the battle saint suddenly changed. He became extremely confident. As his true energy filled up the longsword, he rose into the air like a god of war. His entire body appeared to be radiating light. Compared to before, this battle saint's arrogance suddenly increased by a large chunk. With a semi-divine weapon in my hand, the world is my oyster. You're just a mere snake. Now, die! With a shout, the blade of the sword suddenly flashed. A barrage of sword energy poured out and filled everyone's field of vision. They gathered and turned into a massive longsword. Its target was the black swamp boa. The malevolence in the black swamp boa's eyes suddenly dramatically soared. With a screech, a wave of spirit energy rushed out of its body and even its skin started shaking as well. The sword energy brutally shredded its shed skin. This was the shed skin of a 7th grade spirit beast. If made into armor, it could even stop the full-strength attack of a battle king. However, it was completely torn into pieces by the sword energy. The horridness of the sword energy could clearly be seen. Semi-divine weapons deserved their reputation indeed. This sword stroke could literally be called earth-shattering. The black swamp boa felt a powerful sense of danger as well. It opened its mouth wide and roared toward the longsword in the air. Then, it suddenly charged forward with lightning-fast speed. Rumble! Blood sailed through the air. The part of the large serpent where the skin had already shed was actually cut open and blood was spurting out. However, the eyes of the battle saint suddenly widened. He could feel a burst of dreadful pressure rushing toward him. Then, a shadowy figure shot out from the serpent's mouth and instantly struck his body. Awu was uncontrollably vomiting blood as he sailed through the air. He was nearly sliced in two just now. If not for the enhancement from the semi-divine weapon, he could have already perished. Nonetheless, Awu was still severely injured. He fell onto the ground and the cloud-rising sword landed a distance away from him. Wu Yunbei, the head elder, and everyone else were all stunned. Did he not have the upper hand? How did he get defeated in an instant instead? What happened to slaying this beast? What happened to his imperious presence from before? The serpent man battle saint's expression turned dark as well. He thought, almost dying to a mere beast even with a semi-divine weapon. What a disgrace to all battle saints! The humongous body of the black swamp boa fell onto the ground with a loud noise. A snake, more fearsome than the black swamp boa and a dozen times smaller, was coiled into a ball in mid-air and flicking its tongue. It then flew through the air in lightning-fast speed toward the ice soul monarch lotus floating in the pond. This was the true form of the black swamp boa. Feeling threatened by the semi-divine weapon, it had no choice but to reveal its true form. It was already more than capable of trouncing all of its enemies blocking its way. Soon, it would obtain the ice soul monarch lotus. There was no one around who could stop it from becoming an 8th grade spirit beast anymore. By then, it would become the overlord class spirit beast of the entire illusory spirit swamp, the overclass spirit beast that stood at the top of the food chain. The glow emanating from the ice soul monarch lotus was so beautiful that it was suffocating. The speed of the blood-crowned black swamp boa was lightning fast and its eyes were filled with desire. It was getting nearer and nearer. It would soon obtain the spirit herb of its dreams. It would soon become an 8th grade spirit beast and look down upon the entire region. The head elder and the others were filled with utter despair. They never expected the two battle saints would actually fail to stop the 7th grade blood-crowned black swamp boa. Once the beast obtained the spirit herb, the entire serpent men tribe would fall into ruins. Just when everyone had fallen into despair, the sound of soft footsteps rang out. A figure slowly stepped out from the crowd and walked in the direction of the blood-crowned black swamp boa. Wu Yunbei's eyes widened in incredulity as she watched the young man slowly walking forward. What is he doing? Wu Yunbei was filled with bewilderment. Why was a mere battle king stepping forward at such a moment? Was he seeking his own death? A smile appeared on Bulletin Fang's lips as he looked at the blood-crowned black swamp boa. A wisp of green smoke encircled his hand and a pitch-black kitchen knife appeared in his palm. As Bulletin Fang held the kitchen knife, his walking pace slowly changed into a jog. Then, his speed gradually became faster and he started sprinting. In the darkness of the night, a young man holding a kitchen knife was running under the moonlight. Chapter 177, Compared to the aura of a dragon, the aura of a snake is nothing. Has he gone mad? Everyone was staring at the knife-wielding figure charging straight toward the blood-crowned black swamp boa, with blank expressions on their faces. Was he going to oppose the black swamp boa with his own strength? Was he planning to snatch the seed pod of the monarch lotus from the mouth of a spirit beast that was infinitely close to becoming 8th grade? That was simply deranged and foolhardy. That was the thought on everyone's mind at the moment. If Bulletin Fang was a 7th grade battle saint, they might consider his behavior as worthy of praise. However, Bulletin Fang was merely a 5th grade battle king. From their point of view, his current behavior was simply stupid beyond belief. A 5th grade battle king was simply a feeble ant before the black swamp boa that defeated 2 battle saints at once. Perhaps with a single swipe of its tail, this young man would be turned into dust. Wu Yunbei let out a sigh and helplessly shook her head. She originally admired Bulletin Fang because he was a chef capable of making elixir cuisines. Such a chef was hard to find even within the White Cloud Villa. However, even though this young man's culinary skill was pretty good, his intelligence was worrying. Why was he courting death by charging toward the black swamp boa? Even if he really needed that lotus pod, he should first assess his own capability. Attempting to achieve something that exceeded one's capability was no better than committing suicide. Elder Sister Mu was bewildered as well. Before she could even react, Bulletin Fang had already charged toward the black swamp boa. When she finally realized the situation, it was already too late for her to stop Bulletin Fang. Ani was stunned for a moment and then his eyes ignited with boiling hot fervor. Damn it! This friend has the guts to charge out there even though he's only a battle king. How could a battle emperor like me cower inside this place? I will not allow this. Ani let out an angry roar and swung his tail. He was planning to follow suit as well. However, before Ani could even get far, he was struck in the face by the head elder's tail. Stop right there! Go stand at the back! What do you think you're doing? Do you think it's the time for you to behave recklessly? The head elder angrily shouted. Ani's complexion immediately turned ashen pale from fright. He lowered his head and went back to his original position. However, his eyes were still filled with frustration. When he looked toward Bulletin Fang, his gaze was already filled with reverence. The role model of our generation. He shall be honored even in death. The appearance of the blood-crowned black swamp boa was even more sinister after becoming much smaller. Its aura also became very ferocious. Its speed was so fast that everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It sailed through the air like an arrow seeking to pierce through everything. Suddenly, the pupils of the black swamp boa constricted. Within its field of vision, an ant-like human was actually heading straight in its direction. The aura of the human was so weak, that it did not even have the slightest interest to deal with him. Is this human stupid? The 2 from earlier were very powerful but they still nearly died. The aura of this human is clearly much weaker. Is he coming here to die? This was the actual inner thoughts of the black swamp boa at the moment. Since that's the case, I'll just play with him for a while. However, was Bulletin Fang really acting without thinking? No. He was not a fool. While Bulletin Fang was charging toward the black swamp boa, the true energy inside his body was slowly circulating. As the true energy seethed within his body, it filled his limbs and his aura reached its peak. In the midst of running, the pitch-black kitchen knife in Bulletin Fang's hand was also glowing. The intensity of the light was not that strong at the start, but was slowly becoming brighter. In the end, the kitchen knife was shining intensely. Rumble! As Bulletin Fang took another step forward, the ground slightly shook for a moment. The appearance of the antiquated kitchen knife in his hand had completely transformed. It changed from its shabby appearance from before into a large golden kitchen knife. Light was emanating from the knife in all directions. Its intensity was so bright that it nearly blinded everyone. Gosh! What the hell was that thing? All of the serpent men felt a dreadful pressure instantly engulfing them. It was a horrifying feeling that seemed to have originated from the depths of their bloodline. Their bodies started to tremble and their expressions were filled with horror. The head elder was shaking like a leaf. He had never reacted in such a frightened manner before. Even when facing the Serpentine Sovereign for the first time, he did not feel this afraid. This sort of fear was not from the crushing difference in their strength but originated from the depths of their bloodline. With loud splashes, the serpent men prostrated themselves on the ground. The trembling and the sudden palpitation forced them to kneel. Wu Yunbei's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth was wide open as if an apple was stuck in there while her face was filled with disbelief. This. What's going on? Why are the serpent men prostrating on the ground? Ding ding ding. A distance away, the cloud-rising sword that landed on the ground suddenly started shaking as well. Wu Yunbei, who shared a telepathic bond with the sword, suddenly felt a suffocating feeling for a moment. She could feel a sense of fear emanating from the cloud-rising sword. As a semi-divine weapon, the cloud-rising sword naturally possessed sentience. How could a sword with sentience be afraid of an ordinary object? Wu Yunbei raised her head once more and stared at the young man holding the golden kitchen knife in the distance. That kitchen knife? Is that kitchen knife really a semi-divine weapon? Are you kidding me? Which accursed tool-making master produced this semi-divine kitchen knife? Did he not realize that he was wasting valuable materials? Wu Yunbei was furious. The most infuriating part was that she sensed that the kitchen knife seemed to be superior to her cloud-rising sword. The semi-divine weapon of the White Cloud Villa was inferior to a kitchen knife. How humiliating! Bulletin Fang's running speed became faster and faster. Since the kitchen knife became much larger, he could only carry it over his shoulder. At first, the blood-crowned black swamp boa did not take Bulletin Fang seriously. However, when the pitch-black kitchen knife in his hand started glowing and transformed into a large golden kitchen knife, the black swamp boa was dumbfounded. Its body suddenly stopped as if it was frozen solid by the ice from the polar regions. It completely lost its ferocity from before. Roar! A dragon's roar surged out from the golden kitchen knife and immediately rushed into the air, as if a divine dragon was roaming the skies. Boom! All of the serpent men prostrate their bodies even lower toward the ground. It felt as if the blood in their bodies were boiling. Good heavens! A dragon's roar! This kitchen knife was made from the bones of a dragon. Is there any humanity left in this world? A dragon bone, kitchen knife? What a waste of precious materials! This was the inner thoughts of everyone there. Forging a kitchen knife with the bones of a dragon was indeed quite wasteful. However, Bulletin Fang did not care about what they thought. This kitchen knife was part of his god of cooking set. So what if the knife was made from the bones of a dragon? Bulletin Fang stopped right in front of the seed pod of the monarch lotus and took a few breaths. A screeching sound came from above. The blood-crowned black swamp boa was still flying toward him, but the intimidating pressure from before was gone. Compared to the aura of a dragon, its aura was nothing. Bulletin Fang stood right in front of the monarch lotus and watched as the blood-crowned black swamp boa rapidly approached. He slowly wrapped his hands around the handle of the kitchen knife, and then suddenly swung the knife. The kitchen knife, glowing with a dazzling light, drew a beautiful arc in the air before making an intimate contact with the blood-crowned black swamp boa. Chapter 178, The Tribe Leader is saved. Bang! The back of the dragon bone kitchen knife directly struck the body of the rapidly approaching blood-crowned black swamp boa. This 7th-grade spirit beast was immediately sent flying away like a ball. While everyone watched on in amazement as the high and mighty spirit beast violently slammed into the ground. The impact caused the ground around that area to collapse. Bulletin Fang's arms were slightly trembling. He winced in pain as he sucked in a breath of cold air. The serpent was tougher than he expected. The flesh on his palm was almost torn off from the impact. The blood-crowned black swamp boa that was sent flying by Bulletin Fang suddenly rose into the air once more. It flicked its tongue at Bulletin Fang with eyes filled with malice. Bulletin Fang heaved the kitchen knife over his shoulder and raised his eyebrows as he gave the black swamp boa a glance. Then, he slowly walked toward the serpent. At the same time, the spirit beasts around the tribe had all stopped attacking the barrier. They were all prostrating on the ground. The aura emanating from the dragon bone kitchen knife was completely restraining their bodies. Bulletin Fang slowly walked toward the serpent with one hand holding the handle of the dragon bone kitchen knife and the back of the knife resting on his shoulder. The black swamp boa was somewhat flinching while fearfully staring at Bulletin Fang. As a serpent spirit beast, its veins were flowing with the bloodline of the dragon race. Each time the blood-crowned black swamp boa underwent molting, it was further refining its racial bloodline and advancing its development into a dragon. Therefore, when facing the actual aura of a dragon, it could not even think of resisting. Rustle! The black swamp boa was writhing in pain as its skin continued to fall off. The pain experienced during its molting was not something comprehensible by humans. The molting process had already reached its last moments. Since the black swamp boa had not swallowed the seed pod of the monarch lotus, it was clearly doomed to fail. As a result, it would suffer a severe injury that would take a few hundred years to recover from. The black swamp boa originally thought the appearance of the ice soul monarch lotus was its opportunity. However, it never anticipated a young man with a dragon bone kitchen knife would appear. Who could expect such a twist of fate? Bulletin Fang brandished the dragon bone kitchen knife and suddenly pushed the knife toward the blood crown black swamp boa. A faint golden glow circulated on the surface of the kitchen knife and scattered like a wisp of smoke into the black swamp boa's nostrils. The body of the black swamp boa was trembling. It lost all courage to resist. This was due to the effect of racial bloodline suppression. Bulletin Fang indifferently gave the black swamp boa a glance. With the presence of the dragon bone kitchen knife, it was completely unable to resist. The dragon bone kitchen knife could only mildly suppress ordinary 7th grade spirit beasts but possessed absolute suppression effect on spirit beasts like the black swamp boa and wandering dragon cow because their evolution goal was becoming dragons. Thus, they were naturally powerless against the aura of a dragon. Splurt! As the dragon bone kitchen knife swung downward, blood immediately splattered everywhere. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly watched as the black swamp boa writhed in its own pool of blood. On account of the difficulty of your cultivation, I'll only sever your blood crown today. Get lost, Bulletin Fang said. The black swamp boa hissed back in response while flicking its pitch-black tongue. Its eyes were filled with lament and frustration. However, after looking at the golden kitchen knife on Bulletin Fang's shoulder, it chose to back off in the end. After giving a final hiss, the black swamp boa wriggled its body and swiftly slithered into the depths of the illusory spirit swamp. Within an instant, it disappeared without a trace. After losing their leader, the other spirit beasts all retreated as well. In an instant, they were completely gone, like a receding tide. Bulletin Fang let out a soft sigh and staggered for a moment. The dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand grew dim all of a sudden. As the glow gradually faded, it regained its pitch-black appearance. In addition, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and burrowed into his wrist. The true energy expenditure of the dragon bone kitchen knife was simply too much. Even though he possessed more true energy as a 5th grade battle king compared to back when he was only a 4th grade battle spirit, slicing off the blood crown of the black swamp boa was his limit. With his current level of true energy, Bulletin Fang was unable to slay the black swamp boa. The scales of the black swamp boa were too tough. He would need to expend a large amount of true energy to cut through its skin. However, at the moment he was unable to provide the amount of true energy to utilize the dragon bone kitchen knife. After regaining his balance, Bulletin Fang walked toward the blood crown lying on the ground. This was the actual blood crown of the black swamp boa. Even though the other blood crown on its larger body looked pretty good as well, that was not real. All of the serpent's essence was compressed into this blood crown that was only the size of 2 fists. After losing its supply of spirit energy from the black swamp, the blood crown gradually hardened. However, it did not become too hard and retained a certain softness. After seeing the dense amount of spirit and vitality energy emanating from the blood crown, Bulletin Fang broke into a smile. He was pleased with his decision of cutting off the blood crown. It was an outstanding ingredient. After putting away the blood crown into the system's storage space, Bulletin Fang turned around and walked toward the seed pod of the monarch lotus. The ice soul monarch lotus had completely wilted. Its beauty only lasted for an instant. Even though it was astonishingly beautiful, it only left a moment of brilliance in the world before wilting. After it wilted, a faint blue pod filled with jade-like seeds was left. Bulletin Fang took out the dragon bone kitchen knife and sliced off the seed pod. He then walked toward the others while holding the seed pod of the monarch lotus in his hand. Everyone else was still in a state of bewilderment. Some of them did not even know what had just happened. Why did that high and mighty black swamp boa retreat all of a sudden? What happened to that ferocious stampede of spirit beasts? You drove off the blood crown black swamp boa! Wu Yunbei exclaimed while pointing a finger at Bulletin Fang. She was filled with disbelief. While everyone else was despairing from this seemingly inescapable disaster, a chef from God knows where resolved the situation using a kitchen knife. This is the seed pod of the monarch lotus. Bulletin Fang did not respond to Wu Yunbei. Instead, he turned toward the head elder of the serpent men tribe who was still nervously prostrating on the ground. The head elder only looked up after hearing Bullet and Fang's words. When he saw the faint blue lotus pod, his eyes immediately lit up. That's right, that's the seed pod of the monarch lotus. This young master. The head elder hesitated for a moment. If Bullet and Fang was still that unknown chef from before who only knew how to cook, the head elder would have openly snatched the lotus pod back. However, he was hesitating. If he had to prostrate whenever the kitchen knife was out, how was he going to snatch anything? Take it, aren't you going to use this to treat someone? Go see if it works. There's plenty of seeds here, so just leave some for me when you're done, Bullet and Fang said as he tossed the lotus pod toward the head elder. The head elder was stunned for a moment as he subconsciously caught the lotus pod. Young master, you. All right, please come with me. The head elder gave Bullet and Fang a serious look and then beckoned Bullet and Fang to follow him. Yu Fu and the others were sobbing with joy. They thought they were going to lose the seed pod of the monarch lotus. They never anticipated that Bullet and Fang would actually hand over the seed pod to them. In that case, her father would be saved. With the seeds of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus, there was hope for treating their bedridden tribe leader. As the group slowly proceeded on, the head elder instructed a few of his subordinates to tidy up the devastated herb farm before leading Bullet and Fang and the others through a group of buildings. The group soon reached a slightly run-down building. Even though the building was short and run down, it was much more luxurious compared to the residences of the other serpent men. The head elder led Bullet and Fang, Yu Fu as well as the uninvited Wu Yunbei into a room. The interior of the room suddenly became somewhat crowded. The gorgeous serpent woman sitting inside suddenly got up and looked toward them in surprise. Mother, there's hope for father. The moment Yu Fu entered the room, she immediately threw herself into that gorgeous serpent woman's embrace. The gorgeous serpent woman was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously turned toward the elderly head elder and saw the latter waving a faint blue lotus pod with a smile on his face. The monarch lotus has bloomed and its seed pod is here. The tribe leader is saved. Chapter 179, Blood Crown Wandering Dragon Beef Congee. Head Elder, is there really hope for Yu Feng? After blanking out for a moment, tears suddenly trickled down the cheeks of the gorgeous serpent woman. She covered her mouth and started sobbing. There was finally hope for her husband. The former strongest warrior of the serpent men tribe was about to return. The seeds of the monarch lotus will definitely be able to treat Yu Feng, the head elder replied as he gave her a glance. Bullet and Fang and Wu Yunbei remained silent and quietly watched on from the side. The head elder solemnly raised up the lotus pod. As he directed true energy into his palms, a marble-like seed was sucked out from the seed pod. The seed was extremely crystal clear, as if it was carved from a piece of jade. Everyone within the room was somewhat enthralled by the plentiful spirit energy and aroma that instantly filled the entire room. As Bullet and Fang breathed in the aroma, his eyes shone brightly as well. Judging from its spirit energy and aroma, the seeds of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus were indeed qualified enough to be used together with the Phoenix Blood Herb and the Three Stripes Path Understanding Fruit. Holding the seed in his hand, the head elder suddenly clenched his fist tightly together. He directed true energy into his palm and the seed was crushed into powder. As he opened his hand, the seed had turned into a puff of powder and was hovering above his palm. With a gentle wave of his hand, the puff of powder drifted into the comatose serpent man's mouth. Yu Fu's eyes were sparkling with hope as she stared at the serpent man who ingested the puff of powder. After ingesting the powder, the serpent man's complexion immediately started glowing. A faint blue light flashed past, and then nothing else happened. Was that all? Bullet and Fang was stunned for a moment. He turned and looked toward the head elder. After using up a single seed, it seemed like their treatment plan did not work at all. What was going on? It was not just Bullet and Fang who was startled by the current situation, even the head elder was stunned. According to his assumption, the serpent man should have woken up after ingesting the seed of the monarch lotus. Refusing to give up, the head elder crushed another lotus seed and sent the powder into the serpent man's mouth. However, just like the first seed, the serpent man's complexion flashed blue for a moment and then nothing else happened. Each and every single seed of the monarch lotus was extremely valuable. By all rights, the serpent man should have woken up after consuming 2 seeds in a row. Clenching his teeth together, the head elder crushed another seed with his trembling hand. With only 8 seeds in total, using up 3 seeds within such a short while was definitely an extravagance. However, the serpent man remained unconscious. At this point, the head elder's lips started trembling. He was planning to crush another seed but was stopped by Wu Yunbei, who could not stand by and watch any longer. Don't waste any more of the seeds. If this remedy was effective, he should have already woken up after the first seed. 3 seeds is already more than enough. Any more would just be a waste, Wu Yunbei said with a somewhat cold voice. The head elder dejectedly relaxed the hand that was holding the seed. His face was ashen pale from the loss of hope. Meanwhile, the gorgeous serpent woman and Yu Fu were already on the verge of breaking down. The hope that had just arisen was ruthlessly crushed. Wu Yunbei walked toward the bedridden serpent man. A cloud of true energy left her hand and enveloped his chest. She closed her eyes as if she was sensing the condition of his body. He's still unconscious because of a severe loss of vitality energy. No matter how many of the monarch lotus seeds are used, it will only be a waste. Even though the seeds are capable of providing him with spirit energy and enhancing his healing capability, they're unable to replenish his vitality energy. You're only wasting the seeds like this, Wu Yunbei directly said. She withdrew her hand and looked back at the others. The head elder let out a sigh while the eyes of both Yu Fu and her mother were bloodshot. With their hope dashed, it was already a miracle that they did not burst into tears. Vitality energy? Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes as countless thoughts flashed across his mind. Thereafter, Bulletin Fang stepped forward and slowly walked toward the serpent man. He stopped next to the bed and stared at serpent man's face for a long while. After looking for a while, Bulletin Fang turned toward Wu Yunbei and asked, "Are you really sure that he's still unconscious because of a loss of vitality energy?" Wu Yunbei was suddenly speechless. When she noticed Bulletin Fang staring at the bedridden serpent man for such a long time, she thought he had discovered something new. Contrary to her expectation, he still had to ask her in the end. Then, what was he staring at for such a long time? Members of the White Cloud Villa are proficient in all sorts of miscellaneous skills, and learning medical skills is considered compulsory for us. Therefore, you don't need to doubt my diagnosis, Wu Yunbei haughtily said with confidence. Bulletin Fang nodded. Ignoring Wu Yunbei, who was proudly thrusting her chest out, he turned and looked toward the head elder. He held out his hand and said, "Since the seeds are useless, give me the remaining seeds." Without saying anything, the head elder immediately handed the seed pod over to Bulletin Fang. With a flash of light, the seed pod was put into the system's storage space. After storing the seed pod, Bulletin Fang turned toward the gorgeous serpent woman who was quietly weeping and asked, "Do you have a cooking stove here?" The gorgeous serpent woman gave Bulletin Fang a puzzled glance and subconsciously pointed toward the back of the room. Bulletin Fang nodded and walked toward the run-down cooking stove in the corner. There was a rice vat next to the cooking stove. When he removed the lid, he discovered that there was not even a single rice grain inside. The living conditions of the Serpent Men tribe were indeed extremely tough. After cleaning up the pot, Bulletin Fang actually started a fire and got busy around the cooking stove. Wu Yunbei was at first surprised by Bulletin Fang's actions, but she immediately thought of something. Her eyes slightly widened and started shining brightly. Is he going to make an elixir cuisine and use that to treat this serpent man? However, is it really possible to replenish vitality energy with an elixir cuisine? Wu Yunbei muttered in disbelief. Losing vitality energy was actually quite a common problem. The vitality energy of people with weak constitution tended to deplete all the time. However, when the loss of vitality energy reached a certain level, the problem was much more severe. Bulletin Fang took out some rice from the system's storage space. This was the same rice used to cook the egg fried rice sold within the store. Every single grain was plump. Bulletin Fang originally intended to use the rice to cook a meal for himself. However, he never got the chance to use them while he was inside the illusory spirit swamp all this time. Now, it was time to put them to good use. After washing the rice, he left them inside the pot to boil. Bulletin Fang gathered some true energy that he just recovered and brought out the dragon bone kitchen knife. With a flash of light, the blood crown appeared in his other hand. This is the blood crown of that black swamp boa. Wu Yunbei covered her mouth while her face was filled with bewilderment. This fellow, did he obtain this thing earlier on? In that case, the black swamp boa must be really depressed right now. It gained nothing and even lost its own blood crown. Nonetheless, if the blood crown was used, this might just work. The essence of the black swamp boa was located inside its blood crown and most of its vitality energy was accumulated there as well. An elixir cuisine made from the blood crown might just be effective. Bulatin Fang carefully sliced off a small piece of the blood crown using the dragon bone kitchen knife. After dicing the small piece of blood crown, he put the rest of the blood crown away. With a flash of light, a fat and tender piece of the wandering dragon cow's meat appeared in his hand. After dicing the wandering dragon cow's meat as well, he mixed both the meat together and poured them into the pot. As the lid of the pot was removed, everyone in the room was astonished by the refreshing aroma of the rice that accompanied the rising steam. Both Yu Fu and her mother turned their heads and looked in Bulatin Fang's direction. They were somewhat baffled when they saw Bulatin Fang was actually making congee. Yu Fu understood Bulatin Fang far better than her mother. When she realized that Bulatin Fang might be making an elixir cuisine, her eyes glimmered with hope once more. There might still be hope for her father. As white bubbles frothed inside the pot, the swelling rice grains were emanating a mellow aroma. After pouring the mixture of the blood crown and wandering dragon cow's meat into the pot, Bulatin Fang's expression started becoming serious as well. His true energy had not completely recovered yet, so he did not know whether he could last until this elixir cuisine was fully completed. Fortunately, the process of making the congee was much simpler than his other elixir cuisines. Therefore, his current amount of true energy might be enough. I might need to prepare some snacks that could help me recover my true energy in the future. Otherwise, it'll be annoying whenever my true energy runs out, Bulatin Fang muttered to himself. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, the elixir cuisine was still completed in the end. The white grains of rice were reddish in color while dark red pieces of beef floated on the surface of the congee. A rich fragrance and vitality energy was hovering above the congee. Without any doubt, a congee made with the meat from 2 7th-grade spirit beasts was extraordinary. After Bulatin Fang ladled the congee, which was just enough for a single bowl, into a worn-out ceramic bowl, he walked toward the others who were already astounded while holding the congee that was strongly exuding vitality energy. Chapter 180, Look for me in the Imperial City of the Lightwind Empire. Hiss. A faint hissing sound could be heard. As Bulatin Fang held the bowl of congee in his hands, the vitality energy hovering above it appeared to have turned into a small snake. It was continuously swimming around in the air and intermingling with the aroma encircling it. This is an elixir cuisine. Wu Yunbei exclaimed in disbelief. Bulatin Fang gave her a puzzled glance. He could not understand why she was so surprised. Was making a bowl of elixir cuisine really that strange? Of course, there was nothing strange about making an elixir cuisine. Wu Yunbei was only surprised because Bulatin Fang easily made the elixir cuisine even when the amount of true energy in his body was in a depleted state. The working condition was extremely horrible as well. That cooking stove. Wu Yunbei had never seen a cooking stove in such a terrible state before. It was doubtful whether this cooking stove could be used to cook ordinary dishes, let alone elixir cuisines that had harsher requirements and a higher difficulty. Bulatin Fang brought the steaming bowl of congee over to the serpent man. Yu Fu and her mother were staring at him with eyes filled with hope while the head elder's gaze was filled with gratitude. Bulatin Fang's elixir cuisine was their only chance left. Bulatin Fang gave the serpent man a glance and went into a daze for a moment. He then turned toward Yu Fu's mother and said, "Feed this to him." The serpent man was her husband after all. Besides, Bulatin Fang did not have the habit of feeding another male. Yu Fu's mother carefully took the bowl from Bulatin Fang. This was her last hope. As she scooped a spoonful of congee using a worn-out duck spoon, a small snake made of vitality energy encircled the handle of the spoon like a vine entwining a branch. With a careful expression, Yu Fu's mother gently blew on the spoonful of congee in order to cool the piping hot congee, even though this level of hotness would not be able to hurt the serpent man at all. As she fed the serpent man a spoonful of congee, the congee entered his stomach and turned into a small snake. It instantly spread throughout his body and nourished every part of it. The turbulent spirit energy within the wandering dragon cow's meat plus the vitality energy from the black swamp boa's blood crown immediately caused the serpent man's cold body to heat up like he was thrown into a fire. The eyes of Yu Fu's mother suddenly widened and her hand holding the bowl of congee started trembling as well. She suppressed the agitation in her heart and fed the serpent man spoon by spoon. As Bulatin Fang watched this scene, a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. It really worked. Wu Yunbei was astonished. To be able to produce an elixir cuisine in such harsh conditions, how formidable was this young man's culinary skill. Even the chefs back at the White Cloud Villa might be inferior to him. The head elder finally let out a sigh of relief while Yu Fu's eyes were filled with joy. After finishing half the bowl of congee, Yu Fu's mother suddenly felt her husband's body slightly trembled for a moment. The slight tremble caused her heart to quiver in response. There was finally a reaction from her husband. Subsequently, under everyone's attentive gaze, the eyes of that serpent man, Yu Feng, slowly opened. His eyes were filled with confusion. The mood of the serpent man family was finally turned from sadness to happiness. Bulletin Feng was feeling a little happy for them as well. However, Bulletin Feng was more happy about finally completing his objective for entering the illusory spirit swamp. He managed to obtain a satisfactory ingredient, the seed pod and seeds of a 7th grade spirit herb, the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Spirit herb harvesting completed. Next, the return teleportation will now begin. Teleportation preparation in progress. Just when Bulletin Feng was quietly watching the joyful reunion of the Serpent Men family, the system's solemn voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Bulletin Feng was slightly startled for a moment. He almost forgot about returning home. Teleportation preparation is completed. The return teleportation will begin in 3, 2, 1. As the system finished counting down, a white speck of light appeared above Bulletin Feng's head. It started to rapidly form lines of light in the air and soon finished drawing a magic array. Wu Yunbei was the first to notice the strange phenomenon happening around Bulletin Feng. The magic array hovering in the air made her eyes widen from surprise. What is he going to do this time? This magic array, it's really complex. Wu Yunbei thought. It was a magic array that she had never seen before. The Serpent Men family noticed the commotion as well. Yu Fu opened her mouth and asked, "Our benefactor, what's going on? Are you leaving already?" As Bulletin Feng sensed the magic array above his head was about to be completed, he suddenly recalled something important. He went into a daze for a moment before he turned toward Yu Fu and said, Miss, there's something else that I need to inform you. As your father's constitution is too weak, I only provided enough vitality energy within the wandering dragon beef congee to sustain him for half a month." "What?" Yu Fu and her father, Yu Feng, who was getting up from the bed, was startled as well. This bowl of congee will only provide him enough vitality energy for half a month? Doesn't that mean he would revert back to his weakened state after half a month? "Our benefactor, isn't there any other solution?" Yu Feng anxiously asked. Since there was finally a possibility of treating him, he definitely had to grasp the chance. He felt a sense of shame for letting his wife and daughter worried about him while he lay in bed all the time. Yu Fu looked toward Bulletin Feng with hopeful eyes as well. She firmly believed that Bulletin Feng could treat her father. As Bulletin Feng pondered for a moment, a breeze started to encircle him and gradually grew stronger. Within half a month, come to the Lightwind Empire's Imperial City and look for Fang Fang's little store. Once you're there, I have a way of helping you, Bulletin Feng said. Half a month, Lightwind Empire's Imperial City, Fang Fang's little store. Yu Fu deeply memorized these words in her heart. Hey! Don't go just yet. The seeds of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus are still in your hands, I want to trade with you. Wu Yunbei finally recovered from her surprise. Looks like this Bulletin Feng is planning to teleport away. But, activating a teleportation array on the spot, is there a need for him to be so showy? What? This woman wants to make a trade for the seeds of the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. Bulletin Feng thought. He suddenly raised his eyebrows for a moment and then expressionlessly looked toward Wu Yunbei. The latter's voice was already starting to be overwhelmed by the deafening sound of the wind. If you want the lotus seeds, come look for me in the Imperial City, Bulletin Feng coolly replied. As his words ended, the magic array shrunk and disappeared along with Bulletin Feng. Looking at the empty room, Wu Yunbei was furious. She could not believe Bulletin Feng actually teleported away on the spot. She thought, doesn't he know that people who show off like this will get struck by lightning? Within Wu Yunbei's memories, only those teleportation array spirit talismans made by array masters were similar to the magic array that appeared earlier on. The Imperial City of the Lightwind Empire? I will definitely find you. Wu Yunbei muttered. Yu Fu had never gone to the imperial city before. In fact, she had never even left the tribe before, so she had no idea about the outside world. Therefore, she asked, "Dad, our benefactor told us to go to the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire, but how long will it take for us to get there?" At the moment, Yu Feng's expression was somewhat awkward. He stroked Yu Fu's head and said, "It's not that far. From here to the imperial city, should take half a month of travel." A gust of wind started blowing and then engulfed the entire room. A speck of light appeared in the air and gradually formed a complete magic array. As the wind violently blew on, a figure slowly appeared in the center of the wind. Bulletin Fang's thin figure walked out of the wind and stood in the middle of the room. As he sensed the familiarity of his surroundings, he suddenly felt a sense of comfort. "As I thought, the inside of the store is still the most comfortable," Bulletin Fang exclaimed. After staying in the illusory spirit swamp for so long, his entire body was feeling sticky. Therefore, the first thing he did after returning was not examining the ingredient that he obtained, instead, he immediately headed into the bathroom. For a chef with a slight obsession with cleanliness, having a dirty appearance was most unacceptable. However, while Bulletin Fang was happily taking a shower, he did not realize a crowd was already gathered outside the store. Chapter 181, Unbelievable. Owner Bulletin is treating. Still not open? Looks like there is no hope today. I've been here 3 times already. What's going on with Owner Bulletin? Business has been shut down for almost 2 days? Could it be that he is innovating a new dish? Owner Bulletin has changed, he wasn't like this in the past. A crowd has gathered at the entrance, congesting the alleyway that used to be quite spacious. They all stood in front of Bulletin Fang's store, immersed in chatters with each other. Wiang Xiaoai's pretty brows knitted into a frown as she stood by the entrance of the store, occasionally turning her head to gaze at the firmly shut doors. Her delicate lips pursed while she thought, "This smelly boss, no advanced notice whatsoever before closing business." Fatty Jin, with his protruding belly, extended his chubby neck in an attempt to peer into the store to see whether Owner Bulletin was indeed studying a new dish. He gave up quickly however, as he couldn't get even a glimpse of the store's interior. Plus, no aromatic scents were drifting out of the store. On second thought, there probably wasn't a new dish being made. Xiao Yunyu put on her veil and lifted her beautiful eyes to look inside the store, but her gaze eventually landed on Xiaoai as she murmured quietly. "Xiaoai, let's leave, looks like Owner Bulletin won't be opening business again today." Luo Sunyang had a hot temper and was already running out of patience as she stood there. If it weren't for Wan Er, who was next to her with a food container in hand and kept on pulling her back, Luo Sunyang probably would have forced her way into the store to take a look. However, the consequence of forcefully intruding would be dire. Blackie was lying on the ground, and as its eyes looked at this crowd of people up and down, its lips curled, as if it sensed something hilarious and pathetic. But Blackie was also confounded by why Bulletin Fang hasn't opened in business for 2 whole days. It didn't affect him that much though, even if it meant he couldn't eat the delicious sweet and sour ribs. Splish splash! Streams of water ran down, gliding across Bulletin Fang's fair skin. Pieces of hair, moistened by the water, stuck to his body. Bulletin Fang tossed his head, instantly sending splashes of water flying everywhere. Warm steam rose up, both cloudy and hazy. Having just bathed, Bulletin Fang's body was emanating warmth. He wiped his dripping hair with a towel and walked out of the bathroom with a satisfied look. Taking a shower after pure exhaustion is the most fulfilling thing in this world. If only one could also enjoy gourmet cuisine at that very moment. It'd be jollier than being an immortal god. Draped with a long robe around his slightly slim figure, Bulletin Fang leisurely walked to the window. The windows were firmly shut and obscured view to the dark nightfall outside. His long hair was toweled a little bit drier, but it still felt quite damp. Bulletin Fang pushed open the window, instantly feeling a fresh cool breeze drift inside and glide through his moistened hair. It made him feel completely refreshed. Oh crap! The window just opened. Owner Bulletin is inside the store. Damn! Can it be that Owner Bulletin snoozed like a pig for the past 2 days? He didn't even wake up at the ruckus we've caused here. Who would have thought that Owner Bulletin didn't go out? Then, what kind of indescribable thing is a guy doing in his room? Was he really, just merely studying a new dish? When the window was cracked open, Bulletin Fang didn't even get to take a breath of fresh air before the alleyway started ringing with commotion. The noise was filled with shock and bewilderment, and a deep sense of resentment. Bulletin Fang was startled at once, and stretched out his neck to look downstairs. His dampened hair drooped down his face, giving him a chill. Huh? Why are there so many people? What's everyone doing here? Bulletin Fang asked innocuously as he squinted perplexedly at the swarm of people underneath, grinding their teeth and glaring back at him. Those people standing downstairs were furious. Owner Bulletin, why the innocent face? Come on down, we promise we won't beat you to death. Store closed for 2 days without a word, and you ask us what we're doing gathered here. In a flash, everyone in the crowd stared daggers at Bulletin Fang with spiteful eyes. It made Bulletin Fang shiver as he felt all his hair stand on end. Smelly boss! What are you doing? Why didn't you open business for 2 days? Wiang Xiaoi scuttled over, lifted up her tiny face to shout at Bulletin Fang fumingly. She arrived at the store early for the past 2 days and waited by the store for a long time, thinking that her smelly boss would open the door. At the end, the shutters remained firmly closed for all 2 days, not having budged even a bit. As Bulletin Fang detected Wiang Xiaoi's vexed tone, his pupil shrank and the corners of his mouth widened. He suddenly remembered that before leaving for the illusory spirit swamp, he might have forgotten to hang up the closed sign by the door of his store. Did I not hang up the closed sign by the door? Bulletin Fang calmly asked the crowd beneath with a straight face. Everyone shook their heads in unison. If there was the closed sign, they wouldn't be waiting here like idiots. What happened to the foundation of trust between people? Oh, then some household's naughty dog must have ran off with the sign on the door for fun. Bulletin Fang coolly bullshitted. The crowd was speechless. Blackie rolled its eyes. Only a short time no see, how did this brat get such a thick skin? Wait a moment, everyone. Bulletin Fang calmly said to the crowd beneath as he leaned on the window sill. The robe slid down a bit, exposing his fair skin. I'm coming down to open shop, everyone wait for me. Afterwards, Bulletin Fang retreated in his room and changed out of his thin robe. His hair was still somewhat damp, but with the use of true energy, his moistened hair began to emit warm steam, completely drying everything. Using a velvet rope to tie up his hair, Bulletin Fang walked out of his room, down the stairs, and into the store. As the store's shutters opened, a cold wind rushed in. The crowd looked at Bulletin Fang, a line of people staring at each other eye to eye. Looking at the group by the door, there seemed to be around a dozen people. Most of them were familiar faces, old customers. Bulletin Fang's heartstring tugged, feeling slightly apologetic. Sorry for the long wait, come on into the store. Bulletin Fang took a step back and said to the crowd. Wiang Xiaoi charged in first in fume, with a frown still across her forehead. Bulletin Fang's lips curled as he patted Wiang Xiaoi on the head. The latter tried to duck away in discontent but didn't succeed. Sit down everyone, if there isn't enough space just try to squeeze in. As a token of my apology, everyone can taste my new dish for free. Let's count that as a compensation. Bulletin Fang lightly nodded at the crowd and proposed softly. The crowd in the store was instantly shocked as everyone looked at Bulletin Fang with an incredulous expression. Xiao Yunyu's eyes sparkled in a bizarre way as Xiao Zilong's vermilion-colored lips opened to a gape. Unbelievable, owner Bulletin of the Black-Hearted restaurant, was actually treating. Owner Bulletin's treating on the house, now that was the chance of a lifetime. Owner Bulletin was known for his unprecedented level of black-heartedness in the imperial city. A single serving of improved egg fried rice was sold at the exorbitant price of 10 crystals. A black-hearted owner was going to treat its customers? The crowd's astonishment turned into exhilaration, as they feverishly looked toward Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang glanced at the crowd and solemnly nodded his head, patted Wei Xiaoi's head once more, and turned around toward the kitchen. System, if I'm treating because of objective reasons, will my crystals be deducted? Bulletin Fang asked placidly. The host's so-called objective reasons aren't due to system flaws. Therefore, if the host will treat, then all expenses will be deducted from the crystals earned by him, the system replied promptly and gravely. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth tweaked, but he nonetheless walked toward the kitchen, unperturbed. If that's the case, then it'll be fine as long as I don't use the ingredients provided by the system. Bulletin Fang murmured. The system was speechless. Chapter 182, The New Dish After 2 Days of Experimentation. Bulletin Fang easily guessed that if he used ingredients provided by the system to cook, the system would, given its nature, deduct his crystals. That was why Bulletin Fang astutely decided to utilize the many ingredients he gathered by himself from the illusory spirit swamp. Many spirit herbs were collected during this trip, though it didn't include much high-graded ingredients. Bulletin Fang came across an unexpected surprise. That would be the Serpent Men tribe's fleshy first-grade spirit fish. Though its grade wasn't high, every fish had extremely plump and full flesh. Bulletin Fang brought back quite a few of those fishes, as he didn't actually get to taste the aromatic grilled fish he cooked in the Serpent Men tribe and felt awfully regretful. Though he was a chef, he was just as much a foodie. Since his heart kept on calling out to the grilled fish, he brought back a couple, not to mention this fish wasn't that valuable in the Serpent Men tribe anyway. In the Serpent Men tribe, Bulletin Fang was able to cook such delicious grilled fish under tough and lacking circumstances. Now that he was back in his store, provided with much better equipments, the taste of the grilled fish would undergo an immense refinement. The crowd outside greatly anticipated Bulletin Fang's new dish, as Bulletin Fang's new dish never failed to amaze them every time. Standing in front of the cupboard, relishing in the clean and fully equipped kitchen of the store, Bulletin Fang took in a deep breath. He sighed in revelation. The conditions of the store were remarkably better than that of the Serpent Men tribe. With improved equipments and environment, Bulletin Fang became all the more confident in the cooking of this grilled fish. Taking out two slightly squirming, plump fishes from the system's dimensional storage, Bulletin Fang examined the fleshiness of the fish and grew to like it more and more, even though the spiritual grade of the fish was low. A wisp of smoke twirled around Bulletin Fang's hand, and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared. The clear spring water was used to wash the kitchen knife. Even though the dragon bone kitchen knife had self-cleansing properties, Bulletin Fang, being slightly germophobic, still subconsciously washed the kitchen knife. After washing the kitchen knife, Bulletin Fang began to handle the plump fish. Since he was quite proficient with handling fish, the two fishes were processed in no time. Next, he slitted the fish from belly to its back, unfolded it, and marked a few cuts on the fish. He took out a porcelain pot, added cooking wine, placed the processed fish within, layered the fish with some marinated ingredients, and put it into the kitchen cabinet for marination. With the system's help, the marination time could be greatly reduced. During the waiting time for the marination to be complete, Bulletin Fang began to prepare the other side ingredients. He took out fruits and vegetables, twirled the knife in his hands, and finished processing everything. Lastly, he took out a ball of blood-red blood crown. The blood crown of a 7th-grade black swamp boa was highly precious as it contained a rich level of spiritual energy. The surge of this spiritual energy would render one astounded. Bulletin Fang cut off a third of the blood crown, and once a crimson blood crown was slashed open, a gush of spirit essence charged out like a lively dragon. This was none other than the essence of the black swamp boa, and it was naturally extraordinary. The texture of the blood crown resembled that of fungus, so Bulletin Fang chopped up this 1/3 of blood crown into strips and mixed it with the vegetables. Taking the 2 pieces of well-marinated fish out of the cabinet, Bulletin Fang specially requested the system to provide a pan needed for grilling fish. Even though the system was stingy, none of Bulletin Fang's crystals would be deducted for providing a pan for the new grilled fish. Deduction would only occur when Bulletin Fang requested ingredients. The 2 fishes were placed on the pan and then pushed it into the oven for grilling. Given the steaming temperature dispersing within the oven, the flesh of the 2 fishes gradually became well done. When the timing became just right, Bulletin Fang took out the pan, and the aroma of the fish spread out. Fruits and vegetables, already stir-fried with oil, were poured on top of the grilled fish. The blood crown melted gradually under the high temperature of the grill, and its spirit energy seeped into the fish meat and vegetables. A strong fragrance dispersed along with the spirit energy, and it uncontrollably stimulated Bulletin Fang's appetite. The 2 fishes were sizable, enough for the people outside to taste test. Say, knowing how black-hearted owner Bulletin is, what kind of new dish would he treat us with? Fatty Jin extended his neck as he asked those nearby. Luo Sunyang's eyes rolled, her lips forming a smirk. You never know for sure. Given owner Bulletin's nature, maybe he'll whip out an ordinary steamed cornbread and sternly tell you that it is the new dish. No. No way. If owner Bulletin said it's a new dish, it'll definitely be worth the anticipation. Wan Er placed the food container on the table and retorted, shyly and quietly, when she heard Luo Sunyang's words. Everyone was awfully curious to know what kind of dish Bulletin Fang would make for them. It was a difficult question, since they ate at the store on a daily basis and knew very clearly the quality and price of Bullet Fang's dishes. If Bullet Fang said it was on the house today, but only treated a dish that wasn't even worth one crystal, then they would conclude that Bullet Fang was truly goddamn black-hearted. This was also why Bullet Fang decided to take out the blood crown. Just relying on the plump fish from the serpent men tribe may fulfill the standards of taste, but because the spirit level of this fleshly fish was far from strong, if Bullet Fang only grilled this fish, his customers would definitely feel disgruntled. Just as the crowd was chattering tete-a-tete, Bullet Fang slowly sauntered out of the kitchen with the pan containing the grilled fish in his hands. This pan was large, so Bullet Fang did not ask Wei Ang Xiaoi to serve, and instead personally carried it out and placed it on a table. A waft of rich aroma drifted from the grilled fish, causing the crowd's eyes to sparkle right away. It really is a new dish. This is something I've never seen before. It's even served in a special apparatus. Fatty Jin's eyes stared straight at it, he couldn't believe Bullet Fang actually took out this new dish. The corner of Luo Sunyang's mouth twitched, it was incredible that Bullet Fang actually conscientiously delivered a new dish. She thought Bullet Fang was going to toss out a steamed cornbread and call it a day. But of course, having a new dish was terrific. At least they were in luck to give it a taste. The crowd held up their chopsticks and bowls, unable to hold themselves back. Sniffing the fish's rich, mouth-watering fragrance that spread through the air, the crowd was simply intoxicated. However, before they even moved their chopsticks, Bullet Fang intervened. "This is a grilled fish, don't be impatient. You don't get to eat delicious grilled fish if you're in a hurry," Bullet Fang declared. Thereafter, under everyone's stunned gaze, Bullet Fang pried open the top half of the pan, revealing a hollow section within the grill. Bullet Fang lifted a finger and a wisp of ivory-colored true energy floated out of his fingertip, as if a spirit was pulsating upon it. The finger pointed at the hollow inners of the grill, and right under everyone's astonished eyes, a shining luster ignited within the pan and turned into a simple magic array. Scorching heat rose from the magic array. Bullet Fang placed the fish on the grill, the magic array circulated underneath, roasting the grilled fish within the pan. The magic array emitted a brilliant radiance, rendering the entire pan vividly vibrant. It was breathtakingly beautiful. "This is the new dish I invented these 2 days, Spirit Array Grilled Fish." Bullet Fang made up some baloney with a straight face, finding a compelling excuse to justify his absence. Under the magic array's roasting, the aroma of the grilled fish became even stronger. Gleams emitted by the magic array played with the color of the grilled fish, causing it to change constantly, pale red, dark red, pale red once again. Sizzling hot steam became increasingly visible. With clusters of fruits and vegetables on top, the grilled fish looked stunning. Its visual representation was enough to keep one enchanted, not to mention the fish's rich aroma under the effect of the magic array. "This is the first plate of grilled fish. Take your time, everyone. There's another plate inside, I'll go get it," Bullet Fang announced. Go ahead, go ahead." The crowd murmured half-heartedly, already losing track of Bullet Fang's words. The corners of Bullet Fang's lips curled, he glanced at this group of people swallowing their saliva, and turned to head back to the kitchen. "Right, Owner Bulletin, when is the proper time for us to start eating this grilled fish?" Fatty Jin suddenly remembered to ask a crucial question, and inquired as he looked over his shoulder. "Guess." Bullet Fang waved his hand and answered coolly, with his figure quickly disappeared into the kitchen. "Why would I ask if I was going to guess?" Fatty Jin wanted to snap back at Bullet Fang as he turned his head back indignantly, but his pupils suddenly shrank. "Damn it! You barbarians, save me some!" Fatty Jin gaped grievously at the flock that had already charged toward the grilled fish. Seeing that the plump, juicy fish meat was being taken piece by piece, Fatty Jin felt as if all the fat in his own body was being sucked clean. These savage brutes, what happened to the promise of waiting for the fish to cook? What happened to the indestructible foundation of trust between people? Chapter 183, The Sweet and Sour Ribs Eaten by the Dog. In the dark evening, 2 crescent moons intertwined, emitting a chilling glow, as if the earth was masked with a gossamer veil. Fang Fang's little store was well lit, with waves of hot mist floating out. There was aroma within the hot air, and spirit energy fused within the fragrance. The two intermingled and fulfilled each other. With the passing of time, the bustle within the store slowly passed, and the hot mist waned. Bullet Fang stood perfectly straight by the store's entrance. The crowd was thoroughly relished. Tonight's grilled fish made them eat their fill, and their faces were blushing from the rich amount of spirit energy within dish. The tender and juicy fish meat, the permeating fragrance, and the bubbling soup all rendered them uncontrollably insatiable. One by one, the pleased crowd waved their goodbyes to Fu Bang, walked out of the alleyway, and left for home with a satisfied rub on their bellies. Wiang Xiaoai was no longer cross. She beckoned to Bullet Fang and then left the store with Xiao Yanyu. Two shadows, one graceful and one perky, slowly disappeared into the dark night. Hun? Are the egg tarts you've prepared for me to taste in this food container? Remember. You only have 2 chances. Bullet Fang glimpsed at the last 2 figures. One was the burping, red-faced Luo Sunyang, the other a blushing darling, Wan Er. Without a doubt, Bullet Fang was asking Wan Er. Wan Er heard Bullet Fang's words, but shook her head resolutely, and said, "Not today, I'll make a new batch of egg tarts tomorrow for owner Bullet to taste. Today's has gone cold, and thus it'll affect the taste." Bullet Fang was slightly taken back, but didn't say anything and merely nodded his head. "Owner Bullet, your grilled fish tastes truly amazing. Even though you've got flaws up and down, your cooking is sincerely good. I, Luo Sunyang, am utterly won over by your cooking." Luo Sunyang ogled at Bullet Fang with a flushed face, and then chuckled. Bullet Fang remained calm, as he was well aware of this lady's unruly and crazy ways, and had already learned how to get a grip of himself. The two also quickly bid farewell to Bullet Fang and left the alley. The alleyway, which had just been bustling with noise, suddenly regained its serenity. Bullet Fang let out a long breath, glanced at Blackie who was sleeping by the door, curled his lips, turned back toward the store, and shut the door on his way in. Exhausting, right now, he just wanted to hit the hay. "Blackie, time to eat." It was morning. Bullet Fang finished up his daily practice of knife and carving training, and painstakingly cooked a serving of sweet and sour ribs. He carried the ribs outside of the store as he softly called out. Blackie's nose twitched and its eyes twinkled as it gawked at the sweet and sour ribs in Bullet Fang's hands. "This lord dog has ribs to feast on again." Bullet Fang placed the ribs in front of the big black dog, rubbed Blackie's silky, smooth, immaculate fur, then stood up and headed back into the store. Bullet Fang's steps came to a halt and his pupils slightly constricted as he glanced at the earthy yellow flower pot in the corner. This has already grown into a sapling." Bullet Fang muttered, dumbfounded. The seed hadn't been planted within the flower pot for too long, yet a bark had already sprung up. From the bark, new green leaves sprouted, and the plant was on its way to becoming a sapling. Bullet Fang became rather intrigued. He squatted down before the flower pot, and squinted at the budding leaves. On every single piece of leaf there were intricate patterns. These lines of patterns twisted and turned, dazzling its beholder. 4 strips? No. 5 strips of pattern. Bullet Fang carefully counted the number of patterned lines on the leaf, finally tallying up the right number. He stood up. Even though he didn't know what kind of fruits this seed would bear, the faint spirit energy emitting from the leaves proved this seed was extraordinary. Although it didn't have much spirit energy, it circulated inside the store, and formed a unique ambience within. It was a deeply mystifying atmosphere. Apparently sensing the extraordinariness of the sapling, Bullet Fang merrily darted to the kitchen, scooped up a bowl of system-provided clear spring water that was bursting with spirit energy, and poured half a bowl into the flower pot. After a moment of hesitation, he poured the rest as well. "Drink up, the store's afforestation will be on you in the future," Bullet Fang said solemnly to the sapling. Bullet Fang returned to the kitchen, approached the cabinet, and took out from the system's dimensional storage the ice blue lotus. Within the seed pod there were drops of emerald-like lotus seeds, and wreaths of rich spirit energy lingered around it. This monarch lotus was considered a 7th-grade spirit herb. The Serpent Men tribe's head elder wasted 3 seeds, leaving 5 unused. However, this was plenty enough for Bullet Fang. The cabinet was opened, releasing a huge gush of hot energy. 1/2 of phoenix blood herb stood within, and so did the beaming 3 stripes path understanding fruit. In addition to the 7th-grade Ice Soul Monarch Lotus in Bullet Fang's hands, he had gathered 3 types of 7th-grade spirit herbs. It was rather inconceivable. It was already incredible for anyone to possess even one type of 7th-grade spirit herb, yet here was Bulletin Fang, just a chef of a tiny restaurant in the Imperial City, who had 3 types. It was simply unimaginable. There are enough spirit herbs for now. I can probably start brewing the wine, but there's no hurry. There needs to be an elaborate plan on the brewing procedure as well as how to start. Bulletin Fang placed the lotus within the cabinet, which was extremely useful due to its spirit energy preservation properties. Outside of the shop, Fatty Jin brought his heavy-set troops. Fatty Jin, carrying an uncommon pair of sunken eyes, was brimming with enthusiasm. The kind of spiritedness that wouldn't rest. Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen to take a look and was immediately startled. "Oh geez, you Fatty, what's wrong?" Fatty Jin cast a distressing glance at Bulletin Fang and responded, "Owner Bulletin, after eating your grilled fish last night, I lay in bed, tossed and turned, with my heart afire, and could not sleep at all. I was up all night, you see." Fu Bang pursed his lips and lightly hummed, not that surprised at all. The grilled fish from last night contained 1/3 of a black swamp boa's blood crown. That ingredient overflowed with spirit energy, so it was no wonder it disrupted one's sleep quality. Bulletin Fang could imagine that once Wang Xiaoi and everyone else arrived, they would also have dark rings under their eyes. "Owner Bulletin, 1 order of golden shumai. I'll switch things up a bit today and eat something mild." Fatty Jin sat down on a chair as he said to Bulletin Fang. "Golden shumai, mild? Don't lie to me about my own dish." Bulletin Fang glimpsed at Fatty Jin but was too lazy to retort, then took down the other fatty's orders, and retreated into the kitchen. Within the alleyway, a frail shadow drew nearer. This was an elder dressed in a grey gown, wrinkled creases clouded the skin on his face, much like the crumbling bark of an old tree. The elder sauntered forth, one hand across his back, another griping and gently waving a fan made of some unknown spirit beast's feathers. The waving fan seemed odd for such a cold day, but maybe that was this elder's unique predilection. Is this the Fang's little store from an alleyway in the Lightwind Imperial City? Dishes that can crush Awei's gourmet cooking. This old fellow must expand his horizons. The elder smiled lightly and waved his feather fan once more, and his visage betrayed an air of enigma. "Grandpapa, aren't you cold?" Wang Xiaoi stood behind the elder, ogled her big lovely eyes bemusedly at the old man waving a fan in the alleyway, and asked in a perking tone. The elder's body froze momentarily and the air of enigma vanished from his face as he replied, "Of course, not, little lassie. Don't you think waving a fan during winter is rather exquisite?" Wang Xiaoi could not help but roll her eyes. Was this elder there to pull her leg? It's winter, and people couldn't wait to add more layers of clothing, so who cared about exquisiteness? "Is Grandpapa going to eat in the store?" "Come with me," Wang Xiaoi said as she led the way to Fang's little store. The grey-robed elder waved his fan, nodded, and trailed behind Wang Xiaoi. The elder arrived at the entrance of the store, his gaze immediately landing on the big black dog gobbling down food from a porcelain bowl. This big black dog tilted his butt with his tail incessantly wagging, reveling in his feast. "This is sweet and sour ribs, a crystal tangerine tone, suffusing a delicate fragrance. It's perfect." The elder's pupils shrank and he exclaimed with admiration. The elder didn't bother waving his fan and immediately strode toward Blackie. He gazed at the intensely aromatic, steaming sweet and sour ribs within Blackie's bowl, and gulped down his saliva. This chef d'oeuvre of a sweet and sour ribs, one that this old fellow has yet to come across in his lifetime. But what a pity, why is a dog eating it? It's like throwing God's gifts to the winds. What a reckless waste! Blackie's ferocious assault on the sweet and sour ribs came to an abrupt stop, gradually lifting his doggy eyes to inspect the old man before him. Chapter 184, This dog is no ordinary dog. The old man stretched out his neck to stare at Blackie, and Blackie scowled back with his doggy eyes. What did this old man just say? That because this sweet and sour ribs was eaten by a dog, it's throwing God's gifts to the winds? A reckless waste. Blackie was instantly infuriated. Why can't a dog eat sweet and sour ribs? What did this dog ever do to you, old man? Blackie snarled viciously at the old man, showing his teeth. Shreds of sweet and sour ribs still stuck to the crevices between his teeth. "Hey ho, this dog is a hoot, what are you growling for? Surely you don't want to bite this old fellow?" The elder waved the fan made of an unknown spirit beast's feathers as he guffawed. "Ah, but what a pity for the sweet and sour ribs. The elder peered down at the gobbled-up sweet and sour ribs in black a bowl, sighed lightly, and turned around to leave. But in the split second that he turned around, a titanic force of pressure suddenly dropped on the elder's body. The elder, with one foot lifted in the air, instantaneously felt drained, and almost fell to his knees. The elder's pupils shrank and looked around in disbelief. This daunting force of pressure simply made his soul tremble. Here he was, a reputable 7th-level battle saint, who almost knelt in front of this store. If his knees really did hit that floor, it would have been utterly mortifying. Blacka stuck out his tongue to lick his dainty little doggy paws, grumbled, and lifted up his doggy paws, lightly flicking it toward the elder. The elder was absolutely unaware of what went down. He had his back facing Blacka, and had no idea where this force of pressure, as if charging from all directions, came from. Bam! The wrinkled skin on the elder quivered, and he felt like his entire body was crushed by a huge mountain. With a thunderous boom, he was sent sprawling on the floor, as if he had sunk deeply within the ground. What the heck? What's going on? Why is this happening? The elder lifted up his dust-covered head, with a face full of bewilderment, but he still had no idea what happened. Somehow, out of nowhere, came an unseeable force of pressure that flattened him to the ground. Was he really this jinxed? Did he offend anyone? If you have the guts, then come fight this out one-on-one. The elder wanted to cry but simply couldn't, and the sage-like gracefulness that he painstakingly built had just crumbled into pieces. Blacka's doggy eyes sparkled a hint of naughty delight as he licked his doggy paws once more. How dare you badmouth your lord dog right in front of him? If I don't discipline you, I'm afraid you won't even learn this lord dog's name. Afterwards, Blacka reverted to shoveling his teeth into the porcelain bowl before him. It didn't take long for all of the sweet and sour ribs within the porcelain bowl to be completely devoured. The elder desolately picked himself up from the floor, his expression as rotten as if he was constipating. Was this little store deadly or what? Could it be there was a supreme being attending it? But he didn't say anything disrespectful earlier, did he? He only said it was a waste that the sweet and sour ribs were eaten by a dog. Dog, Dog? The elder suddenly remembered something and suspiciously twisted his head to gaze at the tail-wagging, sweet and sour ribs feasting black dog. The more the elder looked, the more his pupils shrank. He failed to closely examine this dog at first. Now, with careful scrutiny, he sensed a terrifying energy circulating within the big black dog's body. This dog is no ordinary dog. With a dreadful glance at the big black dog, the elder turned around to step into the store. Upon entering the store, the rich fragrance of food drifted in the air and instantaneously bombarded the elder's nose and mouth. It sent shocking shivers down the elder's body. It smells so good. This kind of aroma. It's been years since I've smelled this. The elder held up his dust-covered head and exclaimed in bemusement. Wiang Xiaoi perkily walked up to the elder, and asked, Grandpapa, choose what you want to eat. Fang Fang's little store has always upheld business integrity, fair pricing, and absolute honesty. You can take a look at the menu behind you and tell me what you want. The elder was taken back for a moment, but still twisted his head to check out the menu. If the price didn't matter before he took a look, now, after a quick inspection, the elder's face regained a look of ridicule. As the ghost chef, not even this old man charges this much for his dishes. This store dares to demand such exorbitant prices. And you call this fair pricing, absolute honesty? The elder was dumbstruck and could not believe his eyes. In fact, anyone seeing the menu for the first time would be blown away by its intimidating prices. You little lassie are disingenuous, you call this fair pricing, absolute honesty? The elder questioned in dissatisfaction. The price is very fair. See how, even though it's costly, everyone here is happily enjoying their meals. Wiang Xiaoi responded. The elder was lost for words. He glanced at Fatty Jin and others stuffing their faces with food, and his countenance suddenly turned peculiar. He had just checked out the price of the sweet and sour ribs, 1 plate of ribs, 50 crystals. A dog just ate a dish worth 50 crystals. The elder felt a serious case of a man's life is worse than that of a dog's after stepping into the store. Please give this old fellow an order of the sweet and sour ribs. The elder pondered for a while, but still ordered the sweet and sour ribs at the end. He saw that sweet and sour ribs was the first dish on the menu, was already completely subdued by its fragrance, and thus decided to give the sweet and sour ribs a good try. So what if it was 50 crystals? As the ghost chef, the elder was not short of money. "Take a seat first, Wang Xiao," I said, then turned around, headed to the window of the kitchen, and shouted at Bulletin Fang an order of sweet and sour ribs. Bulletin Fang nodded his head and continued to cook the dish he was working on. The elder sized up the environment within the store. The atmosphere here was completely different from that of the restaurant he built in Qingyang town. The former was mystifyingly secluded, generating an magnificently enchanting ambience. Yet the latter, because of its fervent and adventurous customers, could not compare in terms of its atmosphere. "This is..." The elder's gaze froze, as if he saw something exceptional. With a few quick and hurried strides, the elder reached the place where the earthen yellow flower pot stood, and squatted down before the pot, with his face filled with solemnity and gravity. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. The new leaves on the branches emitted a light wisp of spirit energy. This spirit energy, albeit not rich, unconsciously kept the elder enraptured. This couldn't be the Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit tree? But, didn't Awei say, this store owner had just received this prize? What's the deal with this small, burgeoning branch of the Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit tree? The elder was flabbergasted. He suddenly felt like he could no longer understand this world. Owner Bulletin should have only received a seed of the Path Understanding fruit tree a few days ago. But having been plotted in this grotesque flower pot for a few days, the seed had germinated and sprouted out a branch, on which there were leaves imprinted with the Five Stripes spirit nets. He actually found a way to grow the Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit tree? This owner Bulletin. What kind of immortal being is he? The elder had exhausted the level of bewilderment he could reach, suddenly feeling urgent to meet Bulletin Fang. The successful growing of the Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit tree is not a small feat. Emperor Changfeng had obtained the seed of this spirit tree for multiple years, tried to nurture it for so many years, yet never witnessed it germinating. Bulletin Fang had only planted it in this store for a span of couple days, but burgeoning Five Stripes Path Understanding leaves have already sprung out of the soil. The elder took a deep breath to calm himself down. Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit tree, if this name promulgated, it would once again push this store to the cusp of public opinion. And much more perilous this time around. The Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit tree would bear fruit, and the ordinary Three Stripes Path Understanding fruit simply could not compare with the Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit. Eating this Three Stripes Path Understanding fruit could bestow upon one the likely chance of achieving Path Understanding epiphany. What was unique was that as the Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit tree grew, it would disseminate a mystifying energy, and those enveloped by this mystifying energy were more likely to achieve breakthroughs. That was why nearly all cultivators understood clearly the preciousness of the Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit. Here's an easy example. The Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit is the sensational spirit herb that can help a 7th grade battle saint arrive at the barrier to 8th grade war god. All others aside, its capability of bringing a 7th grade battle saint close to the barrier to 8th grade battle god alone is enough to drive plenty of people crazy. As the elder fixated on this Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit tree, a tickling sense of avarice even shot through his heart. He was also a 7th grade battle saint. How badly he yearned to touch the barrier to 8th grade. There were countless 7th grade battle saints in this realm, stuck at the transition between 7th to 8th grade. At this moment in time, a Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit could practically shine light on their desperate grasp for hope, and would naturally attract numerous pairs of greedy eyes. Within the Imperial City, a small store actually plants a growing Five Stripes Path Understanding fruit tree. As the saying goes, the precious stone may land its possessor in jail. This little store probably won't be here much longer, the elder muttered. Bulletin Fang had finished cooking the sweet and sour ribs, wiped off the drops of water from his hands, and sauntered out of the kitchen only to see a grey-robed elder squatting before the earthen yellow flower and gawking at the burgeoning bud. This scene caught him by surprise. This old man, what was he doing gaping at the store's plant? Could it be that the elder was familiar with the breed of this burgeoning bud? Bulletin Fang was always curious about the breed of this sapling, and if the elder had answers, then Bulletin Fang had some questions to ask. Chapter 185, You lad, will regret your decision. Your sweet and sour ribs are ready, please enjoy your meal. Bulletin Fang's soft voice rang out, pulling the elder out from his train of thought over the bourgeoning bud. The elder gave Bullet Fang a look, and his expression was heavy with ponderation. The elder stood up and squinted at the bourgeoning bud with reluctant eyes, as his gaze gave the impression of being in the middle of a struggle. The 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree was too big of an enticement for a 7th grade battle saint. No battle saints could overcome the temptation of this spirit tree. After all, once the spirit tree bears fruit, it would blossom into the 5 stripes path understanding fruit, a path understanding fruit that may help a 7th grade battle saint ascend to the 8th grade echelon. Even a handful of 8th grade war gods would find it hard to resist the allurement of this path understanding fruit tree. Are you the owner of this store? The elder peered at Bullet Fang and inquired. Bullet Fang looked back nonchalantly, nodding his head. Do you know what kind of tree you are planting here? The elder pointed at the bourgeoning bud within the earthen yellow flower pot, and his countenance exhibited a stern solemnness. Given the counterpart's grave expression, Bullet Fang couldn't help but feel startled inside. No idea. Bullet Fang shook his head. He truly did not know what this seed would germinate into. Since this elder seemed to know, then he should give it a try and ask. You actually don't know? Then why would you attend the 100 family banquet and win this seed? The corners of the elder's mouth twitched violently and he asked with a rather seething tone. If it weren't for Bullet Fang sticking his oar into the matter, his 2 disciples would have already brought the seed back. Could it be this seed would grow into something incredible? Bullet Fang probed tentatively. By the looks of this elder, he was bound to know about this seed. The elder heaved a sigh and gazed at Bullet Fang with pity. You actually think this seed is something good? Yes, for some it's considered a treasure, as for others, this seed is a terrifying impending death rune. A death impending rune. This terrorizing. Bullet Fang's heart jolted. Surely this seed wouldn't blossom into a toxic substance. No way, the patterned lines emitted a righteous, healthy energy. Do you know the saying that the precious stone may land its possessor in jail? Holding on to something one has no ability to protect, no matter how precious the object is, would only be equivalent to a death impending rune. Bullet Fang blinked his eyes and his face suddenly became expressionless. After all the fuss, it turned out that the elder was implying that this seed would blossom into something extremely valuable, but because Bullet Fang's capability could not sufficiently safeguard it, it would result in an ensuing tragedy for Bullet Fang. But this news nonetheless prompted Bullet Fang to sigh in relief. If the seed would sprout into a toxic substance, then Bullet Fang really couldn't do anything but discard it, but, if it was about Bullet Fang being unable to guard it, then he could only give a snort of contempt. The security capability of this store was universally recognized. If this store couldn't protect it, then a mere 7th level battle god like you, old man, would have an even slimmer chance of safeguarding it. The elder didn't say anything else, but sat down before the table and turned his attention to the gourmet cuisine. Seeing the sweet and sour ribs within the plate instantly stimulated his appetite. Bullet Fang's sweet and sour ribs, crystal tangerine toned, suffused with a delicate fragrance, emanated a rich meaty aroma. It made one's mouth water and in a hurry to dig in. A bamboo chopstick picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib. With a gentle bite, the tangerine-toned sweet and sour juice instantaneously spread within one's mouth. The plump flesh and meaty aroma burst forth in a flash, utterly intoxicating the elder. Gourmet delicacy, a gourmet delicacy that is hard to come across. The ghost chef was thoroughly stunned. Not even someone like him saw that coming. The youngster before his eyes had achieved such a high standard in his cooking abilities. However, this wasn't what shocked him the most. One piece of rib down his throat, and his eyes bulged to a new level of roundedness, because this sweet and sour ribs was bursting with a staggering surge of spirit energy. Why can a dish contain such a rich level of spirit energy? Could it be that owner Bulletin has a unique method of retaining the spirit energy of ingredients? Pieces of sweet and sour ribs were eaten in a row. The delicious taste was a no-brainer, but in every piece of rib an incredible amount of energy was hidden. The energy combined was stronger than that of the elixirs he consumed. A bowl of sweet and sour ribs for 50 crystals, the elder suddenly felt like it was worth it. Bulletin Fang pocketed the 50 crystals that the elder handed over. His gaze fell onto the elder. He liked customers as such, who didn't drag their feet when it was time to pay. Owner Bulletin, let's negotiate about something. How about giving this burgeoning bud to me? You should know, with your cultivation level you definitely won't be able to safeguard it, the elder remarked. Bulletin Fang was immediately speechless. How wouldn't it be safe in his territory? This old man was so damn ridiculous. No. Bulletin Fang rejected coldly. The elder was instantly enraged. This fellow was merely a 5th-grade battle king. Where did he get the guts to decline his offer? This old fellow isn't lying to you. Once your seed matures, it will undoubtedly attract many 7th-grade battle saints. The elder earnestly explained to Bulletin Fang. Are 7th-grade battle saints such hotshots? If they dare to cause a disturbance here, then don't blame me for throwing them out one by one, Bulletin Fang said, unflustered. Wan Er wore a lilac floral dress today, thoroughly showing off her slim figure. In her arms was a food container, and in it was the egg tart on which Wan Er wanted to consult Bulletin Fang. Egg tart. The ghost chef, though still preoccupied with Bulletin Fang, suddenly found his eyes lighting up. He inquisitively looked at the food container in Wan Er's hands, feeling anxious. Wan Er's arrival broke off the back and forth between him and Bulletin Fang, successfully diverting both of their attentions. There weren't that many customers in the store today, so after Fatty Jin's group finished their meals and left, there were plenty of empty spots. Wan Er meticulously took the egg tart out of the food container. Once the lid was lifted, a rich creamy scent spread, with a strong, swelling aroma. Thought it couldn't compare to Bulletin Fang's egg tart, just judging by the fragrance, it still seemed pretty decent. Bulletin. Owner Bulletin, this is the egg tart I made from scratch, please give it a taste. Wan Er placed down the egg tart, took a step back, and glanced at Bulletin Fang in considerable deference. Bulletin Fang nodded his head, and his gaze fell upon the egg tart. The tint of the egg tart looked fine, much better than that of the first egg tart he tested. Picking up the egg tart, Bulletin Fang took a gentle bite, and the creamy aroma instantly burst forth, transporting him to a place of boundless sky and vast plains, with herds of cows and sheep roaming through the grass. Wan Er batted her eyes, solemnly fixated on Bulletin Fang. She wanted to hear Bulletin Fang offer some words of commendation, that way owner Bulletin would finally teach her how to make egg tarts his way. Bulletin Fang chewed, nodding his head as he munched away, and finally lifted his eyes to give Wan Er a glance. How's the taste? Wan Er asked excitedly. Bulletin Fang did not respond right away. He looked at Wan Er, whose composure was stirring in agitation, and replied placidly, it hasn't reached my anticipated expectations yet. Go back and practice some more, then let me try it next time. From an utmost high to an absolute low, the crash can be achieved in a flash. Having been rejected by Bulletin Fang mercilessly, Wan Er's joyful complexion froze, and instantly shifted to dispiritedness. Sorry, I'll definitely try harder. I'll go back and mull over this again, next time I'll absolutely make an egg tart that will satisfy owner Bulletin. Bulletin Fang admired Wan Er's temperament, because this lady had a true commitment to gourmet cuisine. Even though her egg tart had yet to reach Bulletin Fang's standard, she still unwaveringly persisted to continue studying its cooking method. Wan Er left as quickly as she arrived. Stubbornly hugging her food container as she left the store, she headed back to continue studying the egg tart. Other customers of the store also departed in a scattered manner, and only the odd old man was left now. Egg tart? The ones made by that lassie should be pretty good, why didn't it pass the test? The ghost chef asked out of curiosity. Bulletin Fang frowned, flickered a glance at the old man, and coolly replied, there doesn't need to be a reason. If I think it hasn't reached my expectation, then it's not there yet. The elder blanched, suddenly at a loss for words. Bulletin Fang looked at the dumbfounded elder, then turned around to head back to the kitchen. You truly don't intend to give me the spirit tree's burgeoning bud? The elder gazed at Bulletin Fang's back and asked. Bulletin Fang ignored him and scurried straight back to the kitchen to practice cooking. He could no longer be bothered to retort this old man's words. The elder emitted a long sigh. He felt regretful as he gazed at the burgeoning branches, and announced, you lad, will regret your decision. Just wait till you are encircled by a group of ferocious battle saints. Let's see how you'll fare then. The elder held his hands behind his back, shaking his head as he left the store, and his shadow gradually disappeared into the alleyway. Chapter 186, It was time to start brewing the wine. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, as if feathers dancing. They twirled with a whistle of the wind, then softly descended, landing amidst the boisterous imperial city. The gate of heavenly mystery, having undergone a regime-changing battle in the Lightwind Empire, transformed from an inconspicuous square to one worthy of attention, heavily guarded with an abundance of troops. This gate of heavenly mystery used to be a major route to enter the main halls of the palace. However, after the big battle, Ji Chinsu had ordered an alteration to this principal path. In the future, all those entering the halls mustn't pass through the gate of heavenly mystery, and should enter instead from the westward of the gate of heavenly mystery, the gate of peaceful tranquility. It weren't for any reasons other than the presence of a double calamity dragon head array hidden in the gate of heavenly mystery square. After all, it was this array that had successfully suppressed all the sect warriors. With such a powerful array resting on the gate of heavenly mystery square, Ji Chinsu, as an emperor, naturally had to protect it. But then again, the gate of heavenly mystery had special significance for the palace, and Ji Chinsu could not completely seal it off. Activities in large scale still had to take place at the gate of heavenly mystery. In the stretched streets of the imperial city, an elder who held his body erect sauntered about with his hands behind his back. Snowflakes drifted like goose feathers, fluttering up and down, falling onto his body, but were eventually blocked off by an invisible force of energy. How many years have passed since I last visited the Lightwind Imperial City? Even Emperor Changfeng has already passed away. 'Tis an unpredictable world, and time brings about inconceivable changes. The ghost chef's wrinkled visage was filled with nostalgia as he peered at his surroundings and exhaled a long breath. Emperor Changfeng was a brilliant ruler. The Lightwind Empire developed at the speed of lightning under his reign, forcing countless sect warriors to acquiesce to the formidable empire. It's a pity the peace and tranquility of this empire will come to an end. Once the Five Stripes Path understanding fruit tree blossoms, it will attract warriors infinitely stronger than those of the sects. By then, this imperial city will collapse into mayhem. The ghost chef sighed once more. He had just stepped out of Bullet & Fang's store. He couldn't help but admit that Bullet & Fang's store was peculiar, the flavors of the dishes deserved praise even from him, and that Bullet & Fang could enable the Five Stripes Path understanding fruit tree to germinate was incredible. The ghost chef recalled the mysterious force of pressure that knocked him to the ground by the entrance of the store. Even though he was caught by surprise when the force of pressure hit him, he still knew deep down that Fang's little store, having survived the muddy waters of this imperial city and persisted in demanding such exorbitant prices for its dishes, naturally had its foundational backbone. With Bullet & Fang's cultivation level as a battle king alone, it was undoubtedly insufficient. From the ghost chef's perspective, the trump card of Fang's little store was probably a 7th level battle saint? Or maybe even a being of a higher level. Being able to suddenly knock him down, Bullet & Fang's trump card was probably an upper tier 7th level battle saint, but so what? Once the news of the Five Stripes Path understanding fruit tree leaked, the swarm of intruders wouldn't just be 1 or 2 7th level battle saints. The gate of heavenly mystery was right before his eyes, and the ghost chef continued his course, hands behind his back. Who is it? Guards patrolling the gate of heavenly mystery had increased by manifold. Having noticed the ghost chef's figure, they brawled out. The wrinkles on the ghost chef's face quivered, yet a smile followed. He took a step forward, and suddenly flashed past like a phantom, disappearing before the guard's eyes. His foot landed on the snow-covered grounds of the gate of heavenly mystery square, making creaking noises. The ghost chef scanned the distant horizon and inhaled a deep breath. Double calamity dragon head array, is it right here? The ghost chef peered at the stone pillars on the square, while his gaze was focused. All of a sudden, a piercing blare blasted behind him, and a burly, robust figure manifested. Xiao Meng gently landed on the gate of heavenly mystery square, studied the elder standing erect, and brought his hands into a salute. Senior, long time no see. The ghost chef turned his head, his gaze falling onto Xiao Meng, and grinned. The little brat from the old days has already reached the echelon of a 7th grade battle saint by now. Your innate talents are indeed outstanding. I wholeheartedly thank the senior's compliment. His Majesty requests the pleasure of seeing you, please proceed into the palace to meet him. Xiao Meng faced the ghost chef, still in deference. That works, this old fellow wanted to see how this new emperor who had succeeded Changfeng is faring. The ghost chef lightly replied. Wildlands, the center region. A leisurely growl of a spirit beast rumbled. Almost all of the other spirit beasts of the wildlands froze and extended their heads, they seemed to hear this spirit beast's snarl. Boom boom bang. The stubby bushes were suddenly crushed by a large figure, completely trampled into pieces. The floor shook and the surface of puddles of water vibrated. Bang bang! The silhouette of a mammoth-sized spirit beast appeared. It was a male lion with fiery red fur and two sharp buck teeth lashing out ferociously, resembling two razor-edged long swords. This was a 7th level spirit beast, Fire Lion, an extremely savage spirit beast, one with formidable combat abilities. On the back of this Fire Lion, actually sat a figure. His stature was proudly erect, with a chiseled, elegant face, covered with a scarlet long robe, and a dot of vermilion between the brows. This was a charming, yet wild-natured man. He gently patted the Fire Lion's head, smiling lightly. Finally a chance to walk out of the wildlands, Lil Fire, are you happy? Roar! The Fire Lion raised his head and howled, seemingly responding this man. Haha, take it easy, I brought along both Lil Water and Lil Thunder. Later on, you could all come out and get a breath of fresh air. But now we need to hurry along, our goal is Lightwind Empire. The man in a red robe gently stroked the Fire Lion's fur as he said. The 7th level Fire Lion was naturally quick-witted, and as such it twisted his head, and bolted away. The man in a red robe emitted a light-hearted laughter. Not long after the man disappeared, 3 similar teams of men and women riding on spirit beasts appeared. Beyond doubt, every one of them emitted a terrifyingly powerful air of energy. Temple Master Xiao is way too fast, commented a woman dressed in red, smiling bitterly as she stared at the long-gone silhouette. The trademark of Temple Master Xiao's Fire Lion is speed. It's normal that we cannot catch up. But no need to worry, with Temple Master Xiao's cultivation level and the Fire Lion's presence, there is slim chance of danger, another man dressed in red replied. Us fierce gods of the 3 temples, all sent delegates to the Lightwind Empire. What exactly happened? Why such a large-scale mobilization? Allegedly the High Priest had predicted that good fortunes have befallen on the Lightwind Empire, and then ordered the 3rd Temple's Temple Master Xiao to head down in search of it. I was also pretty puzzled. What kind of fortunes could appear in a petty Lightwind Empire, and especially within the Imperial City, that would prompt the High Priest to send all 3 Temple Masters? Master, are we going to find owner Buledin immediately? Tang Yin hugged his sword. He rode a unicorn, peered at the majestic Lightwind Imperial Palace, and twisted his head to ask Ni Yan, who stood next to him, clothed in a loose robe. Ni Yan held a gigantic spirit fruit in her hands, squirting juice everywhere as she bit into it. Her beautiful face, coupled with a bulging cheek, made an amusing image. She mumbled some words, pointed directly at the Imperial City, and slapped the horse buttocks, taking the lead as she charged toward the Imperial City. Tang Yin watched his foodie of a master helplessly, and urged his unicorn to follow suit. This was their 2nd time visiting the Imperial City. Tang Yin did not know the reason behind this trip, but Ni Yan claimed there were good fortunes, and so he tagged along. But coming to the Imperial City had its pros, as he could taste owner Buledin's cuisine again. Having sent off the last customer, Wiang Xiaoi stretched out her tired body. She bid farewell to Buledin Fang, and left for the Wiang quarters. Buledin Fang gazed at the goose feather like snowflakes twirling in the air, took a gentle breath, and shut the doors. Having closed the store, Buledin Fang entered the kitchen. He opened the cabinet and rubbed his chin. Glancing at the 3 types of 7th level spirit herbs emitting spirit energy within the cabinet, he meditated in silence. It was time to start brewing a wine that would surpass Dragon's Breath. Chapter 187, The Danger of Owner Buledin. On a dark night, the snow lingered, and 2 crescent moons rested partly hidden between the clouds. Lightwind Empire Imperial City, the palace. The inside of the main halls of the palace were brightly lit. The sound of dance and music echoed ceaselessly and the aroma of fine wine and gourmet delicacies pervaded the air of the palace. At the center, female dancers twirled their waists, trying hard to show off their beauty. Court musicians, sitting in a corner, heartily performed pleasant melodies. The female dancers twirled and fluttered gracefully in accordance with the music. It was dazzlingly beautiful, making it difficult to swerve one's gaze elsewhere. In the upper tiers of the main halls, Ji Chinsu sat upon the throne dressed in fine, luxurious garments. On the 2 sides sat important ministers of the royal court, many of which were new faces. They were obviously promoted by Ji Chinsu after the grand cleansing took place. The big-name households of the empire were also seated. Were it the members of the Xiao family, the Wiang family, or the Yang family, they all sat within the main halls toasting each other, emitting waves of laughters. The ghost chef sat close to Ji Chin-su. The wrinkles on his face stirred, revealing his contentment within. Master Wang, this sovereign has heard the former emperor's praise of the master back when he was still active and well. He said the master is a legend of the empire, having traveled across the continent for decades, and has witnessed countless wondrous spectacles as well as people and phenomenon. Allegedly, it was because the master desired to cultivate his cooking skills. It really demands this sovereign's admiration. Ji Chin-su filled a white jade cup with bejeweled nectar wine as he verbally esteemed the ghost chef Wang Ding. Just as his voice faded, he drained the wine within the cup with one gulp. Wang Ding also lifted the jade cup, expressed his appreciation towards Ji Chin-su, and gulped down the wine. He smacked his lips and acclaimed that it was good wine. "Your Majesty, you mistakenly flatter me. This old fellow is nothing more than someone who wandered about the continent, certainly unworthy of the weight of your Majesty's commendation." Wang Ding smiled softly. Ji Chin-su sincerely revered the elder before him. Of course, a large part came from his cooking skills and other capabilities. But the story that ghost chef Wang Ding had journeyed across the continent was indeed truthful. Master Wang is being modest. The hidden dragon continent is vast and without boundaries. This sovereign is aware that the Lightwind Empire is nothing more than a pellet-sized dot within the continent. My heart yearns for the vast universe out there, and thus this deference to the master comes from the bottom of the heart. If Master Wang can afford his time, how about introducing this sovereign to some of the places within the hidden dragon continent, for the sake of satisfying this sovereign's curiosity? Ji Chin-su faced the ghost chef Wang Ding, raising the glass again as he spoke. The ghost chef did not turn down the request. He was actually born in the Lightwind Empire, and as the empire prospered, his fame as the ghost chef also spread. The numerous years afterwards he spent roaming through the continent, and it was only a couple of years ago that he settled in seclusion outside of the wildlands, in Qingyang town, and opened a small restaurant. The crowd within the main hall suddenly turned to gaze at the ghost chef, while their ears perked up. One often felt an inexplicable yearning for the unknown, and even those as noble and privileged as the imperial aristocrats could not escape this. Even someone as almighty as Xiao Meng held his breath in curiosity. This old fellow had traveled across the continent for decades. It's a shame to admit that I have yet to cover the entire continent. The continent is boundless, and this old fellow believes he could never reach the ends even if he devoted an entire lifetime. But this old fellow did not end up empty-handed. Your Majesty should be aware of the wildlands. It is vast in territory, filled with countless savage beasts, and is practically known as a forbidden zone to humans. But in the continent, there are many regions as such. The ghost chef Wang Ding took a sip of the bejeweled nectar wine, emitted a long breath, and said slowly. Up north there is a field of vast, boundless swamp known as the illusory spirit swamp. Its level of menace is not even a degree lower than that of the wildlands. The spirit swamp is broad, but the species of spirit beasts are rich and the amount of spirit herbs innumerable. Even 7th grade spirit herbs exist there. This old fellow trekked across the illusory spirit swamp for many years and has witnessed plenty of peculiar species, for example, the serpent men tribes, the scorpion men tribes, and more. The crowd within the main halls gasped, taking in a chilled breath. Serpent men tribes, that sounded pretty incredible. There is a big city in the spirit swamp, built by the serpent men tribes, that is towering and majestic. There are many warriors among the serpent men tribe, much more than the Lightwind Empire can conceive. Within the illusory spirit swamp, the serpent men aren't the strongest. Instead, there is another villa erected among the clouds, called the White Cloud Villa. This old fellow has only heard of this villa's name but has yet to witness it with his own eyes. Ji Chin-su's eyes sparkled, a gush of heated blood surged up his heart as he took in a chilled breath. White Cloud Villa, Serpent Men City. The continent was immense, and it truly contained an infinite variety of fantastic phenomena. In the east, there is a plain of continuous large mountains, referred to as the 100,000 Mountains, where there is an endless sweep of mountainous ranges and peaks. That was the most frightening zone for this old fellow, who spent a decade there but could not reach the ends of the ridges. The forces of power within the mountain ranges are complex, there are spirit beasts, humans, and unknown species. They all compete for the resources within the mountains for self-development. In the south, there is a boundless ocean. It stretches beyond one's visual horizons, but nobody could tell where it ended. The ghost chef Wang Ding shared a great deal, or maybe it has been too long since he last told his tales. That night, he unleashed his words, describing with meticulous details his adventures. For the crowd within the main halls, this was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It turned out that the continent was really that limitless and beyond belief. Master Wang really is a saint. All these places you've mentioned are unimaginable for us here. The northern illusory spirit swamp, the eastern 100,000 mountains, the southern boundless ocean. The mere sound of it floods this sovereign's heart with emotions. Ji Chinsu raised the wine glass once again, and toasted the ghost chef Wang Ding. Wang Ding also raised his wine glass and drained it. Suddenly, a waft of aroma drifted by, and a number of graceful court maids carrying porcelain plates strolled in. Rich fragrance emanated from the porcelain plates. Ji Chinsu noticed this and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, finally here, Master Wang, give this a taste. Here is the oyster bun that this sovereign specially ordered someone to purchase from owner Bulletin. Master Wang has intensively studied cooking and would probably appreciate it. The ghost chef Wang Ding was taken back. His gaze turned to the porcelain plate that court maids have laid down in front of him. Within the plate was a piece of round-shaped, plump golden fried bun. Ji Chinsu licked his lips, picked up the piece of oyster pancake, and took a bite. Suddenly, the rich aroma burst forth, and with the plump oyster in his mouth he felt completely intoxicated. Because of preoccupation with busy court affairs, whenever he needed to satisfy his cravings, he could only eat this oyster bun. So savory, unbelievably savory. The ghost chef took in a deep breath, and as the rich fragrance provoked his taste buds, he was unable to restrain his mouth from watering. He also picked up this oyster bun and took a bite. It made a light crispy sound. As the outmost layers of the oyster bun was ripped open, its aroma burst out like an exploding bomb and embraced the ghost chef, keeping him intoxicated and unable to escape. His mouth could not stop chewing, and the fragrances from the meat, oysters, and shredded turnips intermingled, presenting him with an unprecedented taste and texture. Delicious. Absolutely too delicious. Wang Ding snapped back to reality and swallowed a mouthful as he showered it with praise. Haha. As long as Master Wang likes it. Since this sovereign planned the banquet, he specifically ordered many people to head down and purchase this oyster bun from owner Bulletin. Each person is limited to one order, and each order only contains 2 pieces. With this many orders of oyster pancake, owner Bulletin is probably feeling exhausted by now. Ji Chinsu chuckled. Owner Bulletin? Do you mean the owner of Fang Fang's little store, located in the alleyway? Wang Ding was dumbfounded. He gazed at Ji Chinsu as he asked in bewilderment. Precisely. Could it be Master Wang is acquainted with owner Bulletin? Ji Chinsu was astonished. The ghost chef Wang Ding shook his head with an odd look on his face, took a bite out of the oyster bun, and replied, I had just left the store before entering the palace. Oh? Ji Chinsu was immensely intrigued. The ghost chef Wang Ding was acclaimed as the man with the greatest cooking skills within the empire. It was fascinating to know what kind of feedbacks he would give after trying owner Bulletin's cooking. Owner Bulletin's cooking abilities is flawless. What is unique is that every dish of his contains a rich concentration of true energy. This is extremely inconceivable and not something a commoner can achieve, the ghost chef added. But just as he finished speaking, his brows formed a frown. But, Your Majesty, there is something to be mentioned, but this old fellow is unsure whether that is appropriate. Speak your mind freely. Ji Chinsu regained a serious posture. This little store has an ambiguous origin, and owner Bulletin is of an unknown identity. Their existence in the Lightwind Empire Imperial City, within the capital of a kingdom, may bring about unthinkable disaster to the Imperial City. The wrinkles on the ghost chef's face froze as he spoke earnestly. At this claim, Ji Chinsu, Xiao Meng, and Grandpa Wiang all blanched in astonishment. Owner Bulletin will bring catastrophe to the Imperial City? Now that sounds like a joke. Chapter 188, The Jar Within the Jar, Wine Within the Wine. Why does Master Wang suggest so? Owner Bulletin has helped the Imperial City through various obstacles. Ji Chinsu knitted his brows, and asked. That was correct. He did not know Bulletin Fang's identity, nor the origin of the small store, but this didn't affect his trust toward the store. Because if it weren't for Bulletin Fang, the entire Lightwind Empire would have fallen to the sects during the last battles. Even though he revered Master Wang, as the ruler of an empire, Ji Chensu also reserved his own judgments. He did not believe that Buleten Fang would bring disaster to the imperial city. Xiao Meng and others also thought this way because they have had numerous contacts with Buleten Fang. Even though they could not fully comprehend Buleten Fang, by his looks, he did not seem like someone who would bring about catastrophe. Wang Ding was rather surprised. Based on Ji Chensu's behavior, he seemed to have absolute faith in owner Buleten. However, he was not too astonished and only gave a light smile as he said, "Does your Majesty still remember the 100 family banquet?" "Of course I remember, it was the first 100 family banquet after this sovereign succeeded the throne. It was remarkably grand, and owner Buleten happened to emerge as the winner of that 100 family banquet," Ji Chensu replied. The ghost chef smiled, but it seemed like a mirthless grin. This old fellow's too-good-for-nothing disciples also participated, with the goal of coming in first to win your Majesty's prize. Now this was awkward. Ji Chensu's complexion froze slightly. Your Majesty's grand prize was a seed, right? Your Majesty may not know what kind of seed it is, but this old fellow does, the ghost chef stated. Ji Chensu became rigid. That seed. That seed is from the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree. Once mature, the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree will blossom into the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. Your Majesty should be aware of the utility of the 3 stripes path understanding fruit, so, what do you suppose the 5 stripes path understanding fruit can do? Once this was said, all those present instantly drew in a chilled breath. 3 stripes path understanding fruit was a 7th grade spirit herb, then what about the 5 stripes path understanding fruit? This made one's hair stand on end. The 5 stripes path understanding fruit, once ingested by a 7th grade battle saint, would endow the battle saint a large probability of gaining enlightenment to the path, even a breakthrough to 8th grade war god. Internally, the ghost chef still felt bewildered. He took a deep breath after saying that excitedly. Ji Chensu paled. 8th grade war god, what kind of an existence would that be? But, that seed could not germinate. Ji Chensu finally snapped back into reality and gazed at the ghost chef. He knew that the seed was valuable, but it was impossible to make it bud. The Empire tried countless methods and still failed to germinate the seed. Xiao Meng, from beneath, took in a deep breath. The echelon of 8th grade war god was a state he yearned for irrepressibly. But, he was still light years away from that level. The ghost chef sipped a mouthful of bejeweled nectar wine, calmed his agitated state of mind, then gradually lifted up his head, peered at those nearby, and lightly announced. Owner Buleten, he got the seed, to germinate. In Fang Fang's little store, the lights shone dimly. Buleten Fang scrutinized the 3 types of 7th grade spirit herb before him, sensing the rich spirit energy that emanated from within, and squinted his eyes. Afterwards, his mind started to ponder over how to utilize these spirit herbs to brew wine. For wine brewing this time, the 9 brewing method could no longer be used. The Ice Heart Jade Urn wine was technically a rice wine, yet the ingredients this time were spirit herbs and spirit fruits, hence it called for a different brewing method. This was precisely what gave Buleten Fang a headache. However, that was still fine. In his previous lifetime, Buleten Fang had experience brewing fruit wine. In that sense, he wasn't too worried, but was only concerned with how to brew this spirit wine to perfection. System, any recommendations for brewing spirit wine? Buleten Fang contemplated for a bit, but still inquired the system at the end. He believed it was safer this way. The system did not reply immediately, and instead remained silent for ages, before finally replying solemnly, brewing the spirit wine counts as the host's temporary assignment. The assignment requires that the host independently brew a wine that can surpass Dragon's Breath. Therefore, the system will not provide any particular methods. As expected. The corners of Buleten Fang's mouth curled up. He knew that given the system's nature, it would leave no loopholes for him to exploit. He knitted his brows into a frown. Since the system wasn't providing a method, Buleten Fang had to come up with something on his own. The most difficult part about fruit wine brewing was the length of fermentation. This timing he had to control himself. If he unsealed the jar too early, the essence within the wine jar would be lost, thereby naturally reducing the quality of the spirit wine. Buleten Fang rubbed his chin and dwelled on this for a long time. Next, Buleten Fang stopped thinking, and instead took out a pile of lower-grade spirit fruits from the system's dimensional bag. The grades of these spirit fruits ranged between 2 to 3, not very high at all. This was a purple spirit fruit, each plump and ripe. Bulletin Fang had tried a piece before. It was sweet and sour at the same time, quite suitable for making the wine nectar of this fruit wine. A wisp of smoke twirled around his hand and a black unadorned knife appeared in his hand. With a heavy smack of his palm, the surface of the table instantly vibrated, and all of the spirit fruits on it flew into the air one after another. Bulletin Fang twirled the knife and utilized the meteor cutting technique, waving the knife closer to cut the spirit fruits. Spush! Spush! A huge wine jar was placed underneath the spirit fruits. Every fruit that had been shredded by Bulletin Fang's knife fell into the large wine jar. There was a great amount of these spirit fruits. After being all shredded into bits by Bulletin Fang, they filled up half a jar. Taking out an extremely small wine jar, Bulletin Fang cleaned the wine jar, and brought out the 3 stripes path understanding fruit. This spirit fruit was a 7th grade spirit fruit, on top of which were 3 stripes of cloud-shaped moires. Light and gentle as ever, the knife in Bulletin Fang's hand whirled, and with a play of the blade, it came down cutting without a trace of hesitation. This 7th grade 3 stripes path understanding fruit was shredded into bits. Because of the unique properties of the dragon bone kitchen knife, almost none of the spirit energy within the 3 stripes path understanding fruit eroded. Having deposited the shredded fruits into the small wine jar, Bulletin Fang placed the small wine jar into the large wine jar filled with minced spirit fruits. Using identical methods, the remaining half of the phoenix blood herb was shredded and placed into the big wine jar. So was the ice soul monarch lotus. With all 3 placed into the large wine jar, an invisible force seemed to entangle one another. The wine jar bearing the phoenix blood herb emanated a fiery redness, and the wine jar holding the ice soul monarch lotus emitted a faint blue tone. The wine jar with the 3 stripes path understanding fruit was rather peculiar, as 3 stripes of indistinct cloud energy actually formed outside. The jar within jar, the wine within wine, all 4 elements fermenting simultaneously. Closing the lid on the large wine jar, Bulletin Fang's eyes focused, after which both of his hands clasped on top of the large wine jar. A wave of true energy circulated naturally within his energy core, suddenly surging through and flowing into the jar. Spush spush! The shredded spirit fruits within the large wine jar were originally minced by Bulletin Fang. Under the pressurized force of the true energy, they squeezed out nectar, and this nectar quickly seeped through the flesh of the fruits. Bulletin Fang's true energy slowly stirred within. As it ceaselessly circulated, his true energy also gradually permeated the wine nectar. Having mixed and blended for half a night, the true energy within Bulletin Fang's body was nearly consumed to exhaustion. Bulletin Fang released his hands from the large wine jar. He stumbled backwards numerous steps, lifted up his palms, and discovered that they were twitching slightly. The true energy output this time was an immense depletion for him. Whether for his energy level or physical stamina, both had reached the limit. Using true energy to assist fermentation, the outcomes should be pretty good. Bulletin Fang muttered, then lifted up the extremely weighty large wine jar, and walked toward the kitchen cabinet. This cabinet was especially reserved for wine brewing. Bulletin Fang took out the 3 jars of ice heart jade urn wine within, and placed the large wine jar inside. In this cabinet, the passing of time was accelerated, so perhaps after a few days the fermentation could be completed. But Bulletin Fang was still unsatisfied. His brows knitted into a frown, and he felt that this was overly simplistic. Back then, Yan had suggested that the brewing method of the dragon's breath was extremely intricate. During the fermentation process, it was likely buried under the Heaven Alps Spirit Lake, and finally became wine after 3 years. System: can this cabinet simulate particular environments? Once again, Bulletin Fang turned to the system. He felt that by applying such a common brewing method, the dragon's breath could not be defeated. Due to the variation in fermentation, diverging environments made a world of difference in terms of the quality of the wine nectar. The time-elapsing cabinet can simulate particular environments. It costs 10 crystals per consumption and will be deducted from the host's revenue sales. The system replied promptly this time. Bulletin Fang rolled his eyes. He knew that given the nature of the system, replying this quickly meant monetary deduction. But it was merely 10 crystals, he could afford it. Bulletin Fang paid the 10 crystals, after which his mind connected with the cabinet before his eyes. Having placed the big jar within, Bulletin Fang found scenes after scenes of varying environments before his eyes. There was a world of snow and ice, an erupting volcano, the Heaven Alps Spirit Lake, and even a boundless ocean. Which environment should he choose? Buleten Fang contemplated for a while, and ultimately configured the environment to the bottom of an ocean. The amalgamation of fire and ice, on top of the ocean's mighty current, this spirit wine even excited Buleten Fang himself into fervent anticipation. As for the time within the cabinet, Buleten Fang thought it over carefully. Given the amount of true energy he injected himself, it still needed to ferment for around 3 years. Hence, Buleten Fang configured the passing of time as 3 years within the time-elapsing cabinet. It would take up around a month. After completing all of this, Buleten Fang was in a state of exhaustion. Feeling the drained true energy within his body, and with his brows knitting into a frown once more, he recognized the pressing urgency of creating a snack that could help one quickly regain true energy. Having left the kitchen and crawled into his room, Buleten Fang took a shower. The heated steam blurred his vision. Even though his body was completely enervated, Buleten Fang was extremely excited inside. A spirit wine brewed with 3 types of 7th-grade herbs. Even Buleten Fang himself had difficulty imagining its level of enchanting superiority. At least he was certain that the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine could not compare with this spirit wine. Suddenly, Buleten Fang became distracted as he lay onto his bed and narrowed his eyes. There was another crucial question: this spirit wine, what should it be named? Chapter 189, Once news spread, winds and clouds shook. The 100,000 mountains stretched beyond one's visual horizons, an unbroken continuous plain with layers upon layers of peaks and knolls. Suddenly, amidst the mountainous range, there arose a thundering roar. A black dot flew from afar, and continually grew bigger as it charged forth. It was a black falcon, impressively enormous, and the feathers on its body fluttered at God's speed, rattling and whistling. The falcon's eyes were incredibly sharp, emitting a radiance that sent chills down one's heart. With a falcon's bellow that reverberated through the highest heavens, the 100,000 mountains rang with birds fluttering their wings. On the back of the falcon sat a maiden dressed in a warrior's robe. The maiden's long hair formed a ponytail, making her look adept and unadorned. The maiden had fine, delicate features, she looked bashful and simultaneously adorable. She carried a longbow behind her shoulder, and was seated on the falcon's back. Despite the fierce howl of wind, an invisible layer of barrier shielded her, and the maiden, utterly unperturbed, happily munched away at spirit fruits. "Brother Diao, Master told us to head to the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire, take your time." The maiden extended her pale, tender hand, gently patted the falcon's head, and muttered with a smile, after which she continued eating the spirit fruit in her hands. The soaring falcon rolled its eyes in a rather humanly fashion and picked up its speed. Mahayana Island was a piece of enormous island floating upon a vast stretch of ocean, within which countless high-rising buildings erected. In the center of a secret chamber within a 9-story tall tower, the silhouette of a figure quietly sat cross-legged. His energy continued to float and sink, as if an odd wave circulated around him, a light golden true energy that encircled his body. A golden relic rotated, within which echoed the singing of a sacred voice, giving one a sense of heavy peacefulness. After a long time, the relic descended. It hovered above the person's hand, and was tucked away. The battle at the gate of heavenly mystery nearly backset my cultivation level, the bitter hatred, this old fellow cannot just let it pass, Buleten Fang. Fang's little store, just you wait. The cross-legged person suddenly fluttered open his eyes, and a beam of gold light spilled out, illuminating the entire secret chamber. Zhao Mushin's complexion were filled with awe, and he gradually pulled up his body. Suddenly, a knocking sound rang by the door. Zhao Ruga gradually walked in with an air of deference. Seeing Zhao Mushin with his hands folded behind his back, he bent over in a bow. "Ruga, what is it? Is something big about to go down in the imperial city?" Zhao Mushin noticed that the visitor was Zhao Ruga, and his face broke into a gentle smile as he inquired. Zhao Ruga's complexion still displayed some excitement as he gazed toward his father. The ghost chef Wang Ding went to the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire, and he even visited Buleten Fang's little store. "Oh? Ghost chef Wang Ding? Isn't he living in seclusion by Qingyang town?" Zhang Mushin kept his countenance. "That's right, the very ghost chef Wang Ding, known for having traversed the entire continent." Ji Chinsu welcomed him with a banquet, and a highly important piece of information was disseminated. "Traversed the entire continent? Haha, this old man kept his thick skin as usual. Go ahead, what important piece of information?" The corners of Zhao Mushin's mouth curled, and he snickered with some disdain. Zhao Ruga took a look at his father, and solemnly announced, the first place price at the 100 family banquet was a seed of the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree. And that seed in Bulletin Fang's little store, germinated. Boom! A mighty surge of force suddenly erupted from Zhao Mushin's body. Zhao Ruga, once hit by this terrifying force of energy, speedily took multiple steps back, and smashed into the walls of the secret chamber. What did you say? The 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree? Is this piece of information true or false? Zhao Mushin's pupils swelled as he was immensely anxious. The 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree, recorded within the Mahayana Island Buddhist collected works, was a miraculous spirit tree that could help a 7th grade battle saint gain enough enlightenment to enter the echelon of 8th grade war god. But wasn't the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree already extinct? Why would it appear, and especially in Fang Fang's little store? This message was spread from the palace. The ghost chef Wang Ding said so himself, it shouldn't be inaccurate. Zhao Ruga rubbed his chest, alleviating the pent-up sense of suffocation, and finally said, "Ha ha ha! The heavens have come to my aid. Bulletin Fang, Bulletin Fang! You've brought this upon yourself. This old fellow only needs to further broadcast the news, and when the time comes, how will your little store survive a siege by numerous 7th grade battle saints? Perhaps, even 8th grade war gods will stick in a foot. By then, there will be no need for this old fellow to lift a finger, and you'd be done for good." Zhao Mushin guffawed at ease. Zhao Ruga, seeing the chortling Zhao Mushin, hesitated for a bit, but still opened his mouth. "Father, by the entrance of Bulletin Fang's little store still lies a supreme beast." "What supreme beast?" "You listen to their rumors, but have you ever seen a supreme beast? That is a sublime, paramount existence. How could it be the guard dog lying by the entrance of a small store? Perhaps it's merely an 8th grade spirit beast, but even if it is an 8th grade spirit beast, in the face of numerous 7th grade battle saints and even 8th grade battle gods, it cannot protect Bulletin Fang." Zhao Mushin had never believed that a supreme beast would lie by the entrance of a small store. He had witnessed a 9th grade spirit beast with his eyes before, and that air of command felt nearly apocalyptic. A trivial light wind empire, in front of a 9th grade spirit beast, was as flimsy as a papier-mâché. Zhao Ruga choked. He was at loss for words. Zhao Mushin continued to howl with laughter, and turned around to leave the secret chamber. This old fellow is going to reach out to the elders of other sects. Those cowardly old men have always refused to join hands, but this time with the appearance of the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree, let's see if they can still hold their composure. Early morning, Bulletin Fang opened the doorboards of his store, walked out with a richly aromatic sweet and sour ribs, and placed the bowl in front of Blackie. Having patted the gluttonous dog who became lively at the sight of sweet and sour ribs, Bulletin Fang turned around to head back to the kitchen, and opened shop for daily business. Fatty Jin brought along his heavy-set troops and flooded into the store. He greeted Bulletin Fang, and began ordering food. He was incredibly familiar with the routine by now. He had tried nearly all the dishes in Bulletin Fang's store, but had yet to get tired of them. This was pretty miraculous, probably attributable to Bulletin Fang's incredible cooking skills. After Fatty Jin's party left, Wiang Xiaoi skipped in. Behind her followed her 3 idiotic brothers, the 3 Wiang barbarians. Those 3 were rare guests. "Hee, owner Bulletin, I have a craving for wine today, a jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine." Wiang Zhen scratched his head and smiled at Bulletin Fang. "Do you need an order of Li's fish? It goes well with the wine." Bulletin Fang batted his eyes, and marketed his food coolly, without changing his composure. Wiang Zhen, however, hastily waved his hands. He was not going to fall into Bulletin Fang's trap again. Back then he had ordered both the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine and Li's fish, but after having drank the wine, the taste of the Li's fish was all lost. What a waste of crystals! Bulletin Fang felt it a pity as he turned around, amidst Wiang Xiaoi's giggles, and entered the kitchen to take out a jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. In the near future, there will be a new wine. When the time comes you could give it a try. Its taste is bound to surpass that of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine, Bulletin Fang said solemnly to the 3 Wiang barbarians. The eyes of the 3 brothers instantly sparkled. Owner Bulletin was coming out with a new wine, so they definitely had to show support. The 3 brothers nodded their heads in excitement. In the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, Xiao Bao stared at the women dressed in a long robe before him in desperation, and the corners of his mouths twitched. Why the hell is this woman back again? Hadn't she left the Imperial City already? Hey oh, long time no see. Owner Qian's life looks pretty good. Ni Yan's stunningly beautiful face held a naughty grin, but it made Xiao Bao's hair stand on its ends. When this woman gave off such a smile, she was up to no good. My, great lady, hadn't you already left the Imperial City? What are you back again? Qian Bao's entire face scrunched up as he wailed sourly. This lady misses Owner Bulatin's dishes. Can't I return to the Imperial City? Stop with the blabbering, tell people to empty the kitchen for me. This lady just learned a new dish, and want to seek Owner Bulatin's insights on it, Ni Yan announced. Owner Qian was boiling with rage. If you wanted to seek Owner Bulatin's insights, then shouldn't you go directly to Owner Bulatin's kitchen? How could you bully someone like this? Qian Bao wanted to mutter something, but suddenly shrank down by glare of Ni Yan's gorgeous eyes. Recalling the terrifying cultivation level of this phenomenally beautiful woman, he thought, never mind, we shall tolerate her this time. You are one of a kind, the kitchen is yours. Next, Ni Yan merrily occupied the kitchen of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. After a while, she carried a food container and left in jubilation toward the direction of Bulatin Feng's store. Tang Yin witnessed his master dashing off and felt torn between laughing and crying at this sight. He took out a few crystals, offered them to Qian Bao, and expressed his apologies before rushing after Ni Yan's footsteps. Xiao Bao shook his hands, glanced at the crystals in his hands and quietly tucked them away as he pursed his lips. Seems like, it wasn't such a loss. Chapter 190, Owner Bulatin, did you miss me? In the main halls of the palace. After a night of dance and music, the main halls regained their solemnity and desolateness. The ministers have already left one after another, and the eunuchs swept the main halls until they were spotlessly clean. The former hustle and bustle were as if a dream by now. Beyond the halls, only Ji Qingxiu was left sitting on the throne. His body was crouched as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. Xiao Meng's figure gradually walked into the halls from outside. He stood from beneath, and bowed slightly to Ji Qingxiu. Has the news been restrained? Ji Qingxiu gave Xiao Meng a glance, and rubbed between his eyes and brows in fatigue. Xiao Meng nodded his head, and replied gravely, your courtly servant was ordered to prevent all news from spreading the moment the banquet ended. As of now, information about the Five Stripes Path Understanding Fruit Tree in Fang Fang's little store is mainly contained, however. Ji Qingxiu glanced uncertainly towards Xiao Meng, who had swallowed back the words on the tip of his tongue. Your Majesty, you should be aware that, even though our imperial city has been harmoniously civil despite having gotten rid of many sect individuals from the last war, there remains many sect figures hidden within the imperial city. The news may still leak that way, so it is best that we take safety precautions. Ji Qingxiu frowned, held his body straight as he ruminated for a long time, and then gave a long sigh. It is unbelievable that this old fellow, the ghost chef, would release such information at the banquet. This sovereign was really caught off guard. Back when father, the emperor, was still alive, he had mentioned this ghost chef. This old fellow, incredibly thick skin, would often find ways to cut corners. In the past, the imperial city had hosted quite a few cooking competitions, and this man relied on unseemly methods to defeat many opponents. It never occurred to me that after this many years had passed, the man's nature had not changed one bit. The muscles on Xiao Meng's face quivered, that's true. Given this old fellow's temperament, he must have offended many people during his trips across the continent. That he wasn't beaten to death, is certainly a miracle. The ghost chef. He is filled with devilish and wicked ideas, that's why he was given the name Ghost Chef. Of course, his cooking is also spectacular, Ji Qingxiu stated calmly. To think I saw him as a senior elder, with a cultivation level of 7th grade battle saint, and possible to ally. I never thought we would end up getting played by this old fellow. He had just left owner Bulatin's store, and must have gotten the short end of the stick. Ji Qingxiu stood up, unhurriedly walked off of the throne and into the main halls, stretching his body. He acted as if it was a careless gesture, but actually wanted to publicize the news. I'm afraid it was to intentionally torment Fang Fang's little store. By then, once a crowd of war gods encircled the store, this thick-skinned old fellow can grope for fish in muddy waters. It's not like he hasn't done this in the past. Xiao Meng nodded, but his complexion still displayed a trace of perplexity. He knew that Ji Chensu definitely thought of what was on his mind as well. But this old man is quite dense, or perhaps he isn't clear of the ins and outs of Fang Fang's little store. He obviously did not gather intelligence before visiting the store. The corners of Ji Chengshue's mouth curled up. He walked to the entrance of the main halls and stared at the feather-like snowflakes falling from the air as he coolly remarked. Never mind a crowd of 7th grade battle saints, even if it were 8th grade war gods, owner Buletin's brows won't even crease. He wanted to grope for fish in muddy waters, but will probably be frightened out of his senses once the time comes. Ji Chensu seemed to have envisioned a comedic scene and couldn't help but emit a light chuckle. However, Xiao Meng was not as optimistic, and couldn't help but reply, Your Majesty, the subject of concern should not be owner Buletin's store, but the Imperial City. A flood of 7th grade battle saints charging into Imperial City may not intimidate owner Buletin at all, but... How I wish to give that old man a good beating. No, the blame is on me, for attracting a buttload of wasps. Ji Chensu's complexion instantly froze. He clenched his teeth but couldn't help mutter a curse. He was seething in anger. General Xiao, pass down the command. Strengthen the Imperial City's defense capabilities. In addition, reinforce the inspection measures for visitors to the Imperial City and immediately report any findings of suspicious figures. When the time comes, the order and stability of the Imperial City will have to fall in General Xiao's hands. Xiao Meng brought his hands into a salute, and the corners of his mouth tasted a trace of bitterness. A crowd of 7th grade battle saints, what a headache, that damned old scoundrel. Buletin Fang looked at the phenomenally beautiful woman before him with a deadpan expression. The woman carried a food container, and her body leaned against the wall as she batted her eyes as she gazed at him. Is she still making the ogling eyes? Buletin Fang thought in his heart. Owner Buletin, long time no see. Did you miss me? Seeing that Buletin Fang couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her and her fluttering eyes, and that he was about to head back into the kitchen, Anna Yan clenched her teeth angrily as she asked. Why would I miss you? You don't owe me any crystals, Buletin Fang replied soberly. Anna Yan's complexion froze. Does your idiot brain only ever think about crystals? Senior, long time no see. Tang Yin hurriedly stepped in just in time to see Buletin Fang, and instantly greeted him excitedly. Buletin Fang nodded his head at Tang Yin, and calmly said, It's been a while indeed. Are you coming in to dine? Recently, the store has got a new dish, it tastes pretty good. Tang Yin's face immediately lit up, a new dish? Yeah, the senior's cooking skill is second to none, Tang Yin's step forward suddenly froze as he peered at the food container being carried by Anna Yan, who was glaring at him with her teeth grinding. Owner Buletin, this is the spirit dish I just cooked, please give me your opinion on it. Yan and I crossly walked into the store, placed the food container on the table, and said to Buletin Fang in a cranky tone. As expected, this woman was there to seek his advice. To be honest, Buletin Fang was not interested in people seeking advice of this sort. Taking a look around, Buletin Fang realized that there were actually no customers at the time being, and instantly scrunched his brows. All of a sudden, Buletin Fang looked toward Tang Yin and said, What do you want to eat? Tang Yin was taken back and swiftly responded, Oh, an order of the new dish, and a jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. All right, please wait momentarily. Buletin Fang nodded in satisfaction, then turned around to head back into the kitchen. Right now is business hours, I don't accept any kind of advice request. Please wait until after regular operating hours, Buletin Fang said as he walked away. Anna Yan was instantly at a loss for words. Tang Yin was also drenched in cold sweat. Senior, you shouldn't play people like this. Of course, Anna Yan's gaze toward his direction was stone cold. Little lassie, I also want to order. Give me an order of the red braised meat and a jar of wine. Anna Yan took a seat on a chair and waved at Wiang Xiaoi, who sat not far away in boredom. Wiang Xiaoi huffed, as she did not have any good impressions of this woman. But since she was ordering food, it wouldn't be right to reject her. And so she walked to the window of the kitchen and relayed the order to Buletin Fang. As Anna Yan waited for her food to arrive, she started to look around the store. This time she stepped into the store, she felt like something was different from before. There was an exceptionally mysterious sentiment stirring inside of her heart. This kind of exceptionally mysterious sentiment only appeared when she was undergoing cultivation, and rarely surfaced otherwise. Yan clamped her hands behind her back as she walked around the store in a hunt. After a while, she noticed the far from eye-catching earth yellow-colored flower pot in the corner. A tiny burgeoning sapling erected from the flower pot. The green leaves were covered with mystifying patterns. This is a path understanding tree. Yang blanched, as she never imagined that Bulletin Fang would grow a path understanding tree in his store. She evidently knew about path understanding trees, as there was one growing in the celestial Arakanum sect. The path understanding tree was categorized into 3 types, 1 stripe, 3 stripes, and 5 stripes. Ancient works also recorded path understanding trees with even more stripes, but those only existed in legends. The path understanding tree in the celestial Arcanum sect had leaves that were over hundreds of years old. As they swayed about, they emitted a mystifying wave of energy. Disciples of the celestial Arakanum sect frequently sat cross-leggedly under the path understanding tree to undergo cultivation, as it gave them a higher chance of reaching a breakthrough. 5 stripes, these leaves have 5 stripes, this is a 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree. Yan counted the patterns on the leaves, and her exceedingly beautiful eyes widened in bewilderment. Oh gosh, now this was a wonder. There was actually a 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree in this store. No wonder there was that exceptionally mysterious sentiment. This was the first time she had seen an alive 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree. Could this be the so-called good fortunes mentioned by the Supreme Elder? A thought flashed through Yan's mind, and her heart jolted. The 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree, once blossomed, would bear the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. This was the spirit fruit that, once ingested, could aid one to a possible revelation, or even break through to the echelon of 8th grade war god. Just as Yan became dumbfounded, Bulletin Fang had finished cooking the dishes and sauntered out of the kitchen. New dish, rainbow-colored water dumpling, please enjoy. Bulletin Fang placed the rainbow-colored water dumpling in front of Tang Yin. Wiang Xiao tailed him, scuttled in with a jar of ice heart jade urn wine, and also placed it before Tang Yin. Thank you, senior. Tang Yin politely expressed his gratitude. Owner Bulletin, you're actually growing a 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree in your store? You've got quite a bold nerve. Yan twisted her head and halted Bulletin Fang, who was ready to head back to the kitchen, with her carefully enunciated words. Chapter 191, Only for Afforestation. You said this tree is called the 5 stripes path understanding tree. Bulletin Fang gazed at Yan, and asked. Surely you aren't unaware of the name of this tree, right? Yan's lovely eyes widened, an air of astonishment across her face. Her dedicated cherry lips pursed, red and shiny, extremely adorable. You don't even know what this tree is called, then why are you growing it in your store? Bulletin Fang curled his lips, I only wanted to enhance the afforestation of the store. Bulletin Fang seemed composed, but Yan was speechless, thinking, do you know how valuable is the 5 stripes path understanding tree? Enhancing the store's afforestation, way to go my dear owner. Perhaps only someone as peculiar as Bulletin Fang would plant a 5 stripes path understanding tree without ulterior motives, for reasons none other than improving the store's afforestation. I have a 3 stripes path understanding fruit, could there be any relations between the two? Bulletin Fang asked in confusion. This was the first time he learned of the sapling's name. The old man from yesterday, even though he also seemed to know the name of this tree, by the looks of the old man, his intentions were not pure, and maybe he even wanted to have this sapling. This goddamned, this was his store's afforestation. This tree is called the 5 stripes path understanding tree. The fruits it bears are naturally called the 5 stripes path understanding fruit. It is not comparable to the 3 stripes path understanding fruit, as they are simply not on the same level, Yan muttered. The 3 stripes path understanding fruit can at most increase the probability of a 6th grade battle emperor reaching 7th grade battle saint. But the 5 stripes path understanding fruit can enhance the probability of a 7th grade battle saint reaching 8th grade war god. There is a world of difference between their values. Bulletin Fang was startled. In this sense, this sapling seemed quite out of the ordinary. If anyone catches news that there is a 5 stripes path understanding tree growing in your store, not after long, your store will be surrounded by a horde of frenzied, manic 7th grade battle saints, Yan explained. Oh, not a problem, Bulletin Fang coolly replied. Yan was taken back. Where is your self-assuredness coming from? We're talking about a swamp of 7th grade battle saints, not a crowd of 1st grade warriors. Dear brother, can we take this seriously? Having learned of this tree's name, Bulletin Fang no longer inquired Yan. Under the latter's bewildered gaze, he immediately turned around to head back to the kitchen. Yan was rather speechless. Perhaps Bulletin Fang really felt like he had nothing to fear, but a horde of 7th grade battle saints. Just envisioning this scene gave her the chills. Reluctant to part with the 5 stripes path understanding tree, Yan gave it another glance before returning to her seat. Not after long, a meaty fragrance emanated from the kitchen, out of which a plate of plump, fragrant red braised meat was brought out. When it came to food, any of Yan's lingering attachment to the 5 stripes path understanding tree was tossed into the winds. What was left in her eyes was the glossy, flushed red braised meat. She poured a cup of ice heart jade urn wine. Eating meat while drinking wine, now this was the life. The only blemish in an otherwise flawless moment was that the ice heart jade urn wine could not surpass the old drunkard's dragon's breath. If the wine could be switched to dragon's breath, then that would truly be perfection. Just as Yan and the others were enjoying their gourmet delicacies, the sound of footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Xiao Meng held his body erect as he approached the store and strode in with wide steps. Uncle Xiao. Wiang Xiaoai perkily greeted him. Her eyes betrayed a sense of confusion. Why would Xiao Meng come here? He really was a rare guest. Where is owner Bulletin? Xiao Meng nodded at Xiaoai and then asked. Wiang Xiaoai pointed at the kitchen. Xiao Meng did not speak another word, found a seat next to the 5 stripes path understanding tree, and examined it from a close proximity. Uncle Xiao, what would you like to eat? Xiaoai asked. A jar of the ice heart jade urn wine. Xiao Meng's gaze was still fixated on the path understanding tree as he carelessly blurted out an order. Uncle Xiao. Today's 3 jars of ice heart jade urn wine have been sold out. Hi. Xiao Meng was stumped, then slowly lifted up his head, glanced at Wiang Xiaoai, then peered at Yan, who was drinking wine and eating meat from afar. His pupils suddenly shrank. Members of the Celestial Arcanum sect were there already. Xiao Meng took in a deep breath and ordered the rainbow-colored water dumpling. Yan felt as if someone was observing her and promptly lifted her head to give Xiao Meng a glance, but wasn't bothered by him and thus went back to devouring her gourmet delicacies. This is the second 7th grade battle saint. Xiao Meng thought quietly in his heart. The 3rd elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect, a strong warrior within the 7th grade battle saint echelon, in addition to the ghost chef Wang Ding, similarly a hard match among the 7th grade battle saints. At present, the number of 7th grade battle saints in the Imperial City is steadily growing. Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of rainbow-colored water dumplings. Xiao Meng merely cast a deep glance at Bulletin Fang, but did not utter a single word. He did not ask about the 5 stripes path understanding tree. Once done with his meal, Xiao Meng left in a haste. Yan, on the other hand, would not leave Bulletin Fang alone. She took out her dish for advice-seeking, yet the results were not surprising, as she got harshly criticized by Bulletin Fang. Once Bulletin Fang turned on the switch for critiquing, he became extremely chatty. Words kept on jumping out of his mouth as he meticulously listed out every single fault on the dish. Yan ultimately took away her food container in a huff and left with Tang Yin. Bulletin Fang watched as their shadows left, and then calmly stood by the entrance. He let out a short breath as he gazed at the whirling snow falling from above. Time was passing in a flash. The temperature of the Imperial City was rising, less snowflakes drifted in the air, and on some days one could even feel the warmth of the sun. The wailing wind also became much more gentle. Even though it still felt like cuts through the skin when it breezed by, it wasn't half as bad as during the late winter times. The Imperial City didn't change much during this month, except for the number of guards in the city, which increased, especially those in armor. There was a horde of strange faces entering the Imperial City, many of whom came from different parts of the Lightwind Empire. Each of them had a strong level of true energy, and most were 5th grade battle kings or 6th grade battle emperors. This surge of warriors induced the Imperial City to enhance its defensive measures. As the head of Imperial City Security Force, Xiao Meng felt deeply anxious. Xiao Quarters, the study. Xiao Yu leaned by the doorframe and played with the sharp sword in his hands. He said in a hoarse voice to Xiao Meng, who sat at the desk reading a confidential report, "Given reliable information, the elder of the Lu family from Yuzhou City has arrived at the Imperial City last night. Apparently, he battled with the 13 thieves from Mizhu City right outside of the Imperial City. The elder of the Lu family, the 7th grade battle saint who has one foot in the grave." Xiao Meng put down the confidential report, rubbed his eyes, and lightly remarked, Correct, the 13 thieves have passable cultivation levels. But once they joined hands, they could repress the elder of the Lu family." Xiao Yu softly flicked the long sword in his hands, it produced a light crispy sound that echoed through the entire study. With one foot in the grave, his conditions are no longer comparable to the times of his peak. The elder of the Lu family now is perhaps only slightly stronger than a typical 6th grade battle emperor. It is then quite normal that he was repressed by the 13 thieves. Anything else suspicious? Xiao Meng asked. "The elder of the Void Sword Pavilion is back. This is news that I recently received, not yet verified, but it has a high chance of being accurate," Xiao Yu announced solemnly. "The elder of the Void Sword Pavilion." Xiao Meng meditated for a while. This was a classic 7th grade battle saint. He shook heaven and earth at a young age, but later seemed to have demonized whilst undergoing cultivation. Everyone thought he had already fallen, so it was unbelievable that he re-entered the picture now. This elder of the Void Sword Pavilion was one of the few remaining battle saint elders who did not belong to the Celestial Arcanum sect. Including this elder, it should be the 15th battle saints that we know of. Xiao Yu smacked his lips. 7th grade battle saints seemed rare when they rested in seclusion, but once they popped up there were so many of them. It was as if all of the 7th grade battle saints in the Lightwind Empire had gathered together. In the Imperial City nowadays, one wouldn't dare to be too arrogant toward anyone whilst walking down the streets, because it was likely that person just might be a 6th grade battle emperor. The rich dandies of the Imperial City have learned their lessons after suffering a few losses, and have decided to stay indoors these days. "Alright, you can continue the investigation. Whenever there is news of a 7th grade battle saints, notify me immediately," Xiao Meng said to Xiao Yu, then stood up and emitted a long sigh. Xiao Yu nodded his head. The tip of his foot tapped the floor, and suddenly, with a flash of the sword, he disappeared from sight. In a luxurious manner within the Imperial City, the ghost chef Wang Ding sat by the table, on which there were a few plates of appetizers and a jar of wine he made himself. He poured a cup and drank to himself. After the ghost chef drained the wine in the cup, the deep wrinkles on his face trembled. It's been a month, the strong forces of energy within the Imperial City have multiplied, just as this old fellow had expected. Once the news of the 5 Stripes Path Understanding Tree was out, not one 7th grade battle saint could keep their cool. It is still unclear how much time is needed for the 5 Stripes Path Understanding Tree to grow, but it should be soon. If that store is able to accelerate the growth of the Path Understanding Tree, then it won't be long before it is ripe. Slowly pouring another cup of wine for himself, the ghost chef peered at the opaque wine nectar, and his lips curled. The fish has arrived, but the water isn't muddy enough yet. Chapter 192, Battle Saints Scattered About. Outside of the Imperial City, a crowd slowly approached. The sounds of horse-drawn carriage wheels rolling by echoed in the air. Among this troop, strong waves of energy rose and fell, as everyone was greatly spirited and vigorous, with their eyes nearly emitting beams of light. Among this assembly was a gigantic prisoner's cage, within which there were 3 figures captive. If Bulletin Fang was present for this particular moment, he would have definitely recognized the silhouettes of these 3 figures, since they were too unusual. Unlike normal humans, the lower halves of these 3 figures were slithering like snakes. "Brother Ani, is this the Imperial City of the Lightwind Empire?" A timid voice arose within the cage. The serpent man covered in wounds lightly twisted his torso, and instantly grimaced in pain as he took in a chilled breath. "From the conversations of these guys, it seems like this is it." Ani's burly upper body was covered with scars and bruises. He had a weak breath, but still forced his face into a smile as he responded. Yu Fu nodded. She peered at her father Yu Feng, who laid next to her with his eyes tightly shut, and couldn't help but emit a sigh. Even though with added speed it would only take half a month to get from the Serpent Men tribe to the Imperial City of the Lightwind Empire, that is only in theory. Uncle Yu Feng knew long ago that half a month was simply not enough, thus sealed off the spirit essence within his body, and went into dormancy. Uncle Yu Feng is fine, don't worry Yu Fu. I comforted her. Yu Fu nodded. She naturally knew the purpose of her father entering the dormant state. I straightened his body, gazed through the bars of the cage and witnessed the towering city walls and enormous city gates of the imperial city. It really is more majestic than our tribe, it is almost incomparable. The creative capacity of humans is unbelievable. Just as I was immersed in revelation, the cage was ferociously smacked, and it emitted a thundering vibration. Away with the chitter-chatter, keep it down. A peevish voice arose from outside of the cage. I's face flushed red, and his hands formed a throbbing fist, but then relaxed after a bit. The three of them had left the illusory spirit swamp and met this group of people once they entered the boundaries of the Lightwind Empire. I was dauntless at first, since he had a cultivation level of 6th grade battle emperor, and had nothing to fear. But, within this small assembly of people, there was actually a 7th grade battle saint. At that moment, I was stupefied. In the face of a 7th grade battle saint, he was naturally repressed. Uncle Yu Feng was also in dormancy, and thus the three of them were imprisoned within the cage, and escorted under supervision to the imperial city. But I was actually grateful deep down, as the destination of this crowd was the imperial city. If it were any other place, it really would have messed things up for Uncle Yu Feng. Boom boom bang. The surface of the grounds trembled. I's pupils shrank as he peered to the left and caught sight of a gigantic spirit beast galloping by. It was a fiery red lion, with its ferocious buck teeth were as sharp as razor-edged swords. 7th grade spirit beast. Fire lion. I's pupils shrank. The group that had imprisoned them also broke out into conversation. The fire lion roared. Its growl was thunderous, and spurred restlessness and fear among the spirit beast horses of this group of people. Arrived at the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire at last. If it weren't for Lil Fire larking constantly, we would have gotten here much early if we hurried up. A helpless voice rang behind the fire lion, and a delicate red-gowned figure revealed himself. The sound of heavy footsteps faded. The fire lion, with the red-gowned man on its back, disappeared within the imperial city. This was a terrifying combination, a 7th grade battle saint with a 7th grade spirit beast. It was frightening. Could it be that battle saints were scattered about the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire? I was flabbergasted inside. Fellows from the imperial beast hall of the 3rd godly temple of the wildlands? Certainly menacing enough. A hoarse, scratchy mutter resonated. I could detect that this was the 7th grade battle saint among the group who had injured him. His name was something like Tian Suzi, and his skills with the sword were astonishing. Merely one lash of his sword's spirit smothered I into losing his wind. A falcon's bellow reverberated sonorously from above. The crowd consciously lifted their heads, and felt as if the skies were completely blanketed. A larger-than-life falcon fluttered its wings and glided in the air. The shadow of a figure leaped off from the back of the falcon and landed amongst the assembly, once again stirring agitation within this group's spirit beast horses. It was a young maiden with a slim figure, and her hair pulled back into a slick ponytail. She was dressed in a warrior's robe, and a longbow lay behind her shoulders. The maiden gazed at her surroundings in perplexity, as if she had lost her sense of direction. After a while she finally remembered something and waved at the gigantic falcon hovering overhead. "Brother Diao, go have fun up there, I'll call you when I'm ready to leave." With a blaring bawl, the falcon's eyes suddenly rolled. Its wings flapped, and with the howling of the fierce winds, it shot straight for the clouds. The maiden smiled bashfully, flickered a glance at the crowd behind her, gave them a light nod, and skipped toward the imperial city. I was afraid to even emit a breath. God damn it, another 7th grade spirit beast, another 7th grade battle saint, and why were they all so freakin' young? This imperial city was truly formidable. 7th grade spirit beast, the wind thunder spirit falcon. This maiden's background is not that simple. The hoarse voice rang again. I could hear the tremble in his voice. Evidently, this old man was also intimidated. "Brother we are at the imperial city. Could I wake up father now?" Yu Fu asked. I was slightly distracted, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn it, they've got a 7th grade battle saint here as well. The 7th grade battle saints he had seen today were more than I had encountered in the past dozen years. Indeed goes the saying, it's such a big world, and one should explore it, or else how could one realize how insignificant and negligible they were? Wake him, or else we won't be able to escape from this group, I said with a bitter smile. Yu Fu's eyes slightly sparkled. Then she took out a spirit herb, tore it into pieces, and stuffed it into the serpent man Yu Feng's mouth. Reporting. General, another crowd of numerous 7th grade battle saints has entered the Imperial City. Reporting. General Xiao, a 7th grade battle saint entered the Imperial City riding a 7th grade spirit beast. Reporting. General Xiao, at the gate of the Imperial City, there is an alien species battle saint fighting with a human battle saint. Xiao Meng's head almost exploded just by listening to the soldiers' reports, and he couldn't help but pat his cheeks. In a month's time, the number of battle saints in the Imperial City had reached an unprecedented level that made Xiao Meng's heart tremble. He had no idea where all of these battle saints popped up from. Your Majesty, oh Your Majesty! Your humble servant does not feel so confident. Xiao Meng smiled bitterly. For the sake of the Imperial City's order and stability, Ji Chensu had even paid a visit to the Imperial Mausoleum and invited back eunuch Lian Fu. However, even with 2 battle saints on duty, it still felt unsettling. The waters of the Imperial City was getting muddier and muddier. Bulletin Fang opened shop, placed the sweet and sour ribs before Blackie, and retreated to the kitchen. Today he felt unnerved inside, because given his calculations, with a month's time, the spirit wine within the cabinet should be done brewing. A spirit wine brewed with 3 kinds of 7th grade spirit herbs. Even he himself couldn't help but stir in anticipation. However, he was not in a hurry and continued practicing his cutting and carving skills. After such a long period of practice, his cutting and carving abilities have improved immensely. After Bulletin Fang finished practicing his cutting and carving, the sounds of footsteps echoed from the doors. Fatty Jin and his heavy-set troops had arrived as usual. A day's business began once again. After Fatty Jin was the cheerful Wang Xiaoi, as well as Wan Er, who hasn't appeared in ages, holding a food container. Luo Sunyang followed the 2 figures and buoyantly walked toward the store. Owner Bulletin, long time no see. Wan Er and I are back again. This time, Wan Er's egg tarts are bound to conquer your heart. Luo Sunyang shouted loudly once she stepped through the doors, extremely assured. Bulletin Fang slowly sauntered out of the kitchen, coolly glanced at this woman, and didn't say anything. Fatty Jin and his crowd finished their meals and bid farewell to Bulletin Fang, who gently nodded his head to them in return. Once they had left, Bulletin Fang finally turned to Wan Er and said, "This is your last chance. Are you sure your egg tarts have reached my level of standards and expectations?" Wan Er clutched her food container. Her baby doll face exhibited a trace of resolution and confidence as her head nodded fiercely. Wang Xiaoi and Luo Sunyang all hovered around in curiosity. Luo Sunyang had tried Wan Er egg tarts herself and was absolutely subdued by them. Luo Sunyang was sure that if even these egg tarts couldn't reach Bulletin Fang's expectations, then it was owner Bulletin who was messing with them. Wan Er slowly lifted the lid of the container, revealing the golden yellow-toned egg tarts within. She carefully took them out and placed them in front of Bulletin Fang. A rich creamy aroma suffused, lighting up Bulletin Fang's eyes. Thump thump thump. Just as Bulletin Fang was about to give the egg tarts a try, a wave of clamorous footsteps, along with a condescending sneer, echoed from the alleyway. "The 5 Stripes Path understanding tree is in this cornered little store? A trash of a store like this, I can smash it into bits with just one hand." Chapter 193, Whitey, strip him and throw him out. Zhao Mushan, with a large cape draped over his shoulders, set his foot on the Imperial City's bedrock stones. He held his head high and the corners of his lips curled up. Having left the Imperial City for so many months, he was nostalgic for the air here. After all, he had stayed in this Imperial City for so long, to the point where he almost believed he was originally from here. The bustle and hustle on the streets remained the same, but in comparison to before, the security enforcement of the Imperial City increased. There were soldiers in armors patrolling everywhere. On the streets of the Imperial City, there were more people oddly dressed and those with strong forces of energy. Zhang Mushan knew that these people were there for the 5 Stripes Path understanding tree. Once this news leaked, it attracted not just 7th grade battle saints, but also 6th grade battle emperors and 5th grade battle kings, who lost their minds over this temptation and heedlessly charged into the Imperial City of the Lightwind Empire. Zhao Mushan held only one attitude toward all of this, the more the better, and to muddy the waters of the imperial city as much as possible. Or else how would some be able to grope fishes out of murky waters or act on opportunities remotely? Suddenly, Zhao Mushan stopped his steps, and his gaze landed on the three shadows far away. Those nearby looked strangely at the three silhouettes, completely shocked and extremely curious. Serpent Men Tribe. Zhao Mushan muttered, rather intrigued. The Serpent Men tribe was situated in the illusory spirit swamp. It was a long journey from the illusory spirit swamp to here, so why did these serpent men bother coming and making fools of themselves? Was it also for the Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree? Among these three serpent men, two appeared fairly wretched, with weak forces of energy, and blood all over their bodies. The scale on their lower halves were also gushed open in many places. It was an awfully hideous sight. The serpent woman supported the other two, and panic was written all across her face as she stood helplessly on the street. This was kind of fascinating. Zhao Mushan's lips curled, and he marched straight to the three serpent men. That unruly and wild, conceited and ignorant declaration reverberated within the small alleyway and hit Bulletin Fang's ears. Everybody in the store was dumbfounded. Able to smash the store into bits with just one hand. Who on earth was this guy, daring to be so formidable? Luo Sunyang smacked her lips in bewilderment. She had witnessed the frightfulness of Bulletin Fang's store. The person emboldened to voice such nonsense, how powerful could he be? Bulletin Fang heard this claim, but was only slightly taken back, and then continued to pick up Wan Yar's egg tarts. The top of the egg tarts were rich and creamy, and a waft of fragrance assailed one's nostrils. Its fluffy appearance was incredibly adorable. Just in terms of its external looks, it had reached Bulletin Fang's expectations. Owner Bulletin, someone is here to make trouble, aren't you going to do something about it? Luo Sunyang peered at Bulletin Fang, who looked like he intended to continue tasting this egg tart, and couldn't help but remind him. Even though she felt like the crowd outside filled with wild talks were a silly bunch, wasn't it rather disrespectful for owner Bulletin to completely ignore them? The sound of footsteps echoed, and numerous shadows blocked the store's entrance. Those figures wore identical uniforms, and the amount of energy on their bodies was extremely powerful. The leader was a man carrying a big knife. His visage was filled with ferocity. Hey oh, this is a damn little store. Whoever is in charge, come out. The ferocious man shouted out aggressively. Afterwards, the interior of the store retained its peaceful tranquility. Nobody bothered taking notice of this man. It felt like a heap of crows smashed into his head as they flew by, such the awkwardness. This man's brows instantly scrunched. His big knife chopped at the floor, emitting sparks as the metal hit the ground. Damn it! Are you deaf? I am the 7th bandit of the 13 bandits of Mizhu. If you have your senses, then get your ass out here. Or else I'll turn your little store into a pile of rubbles. The man yelled loudly. A light breeze blew past, but there was still no response. Oh, just the big black dog lying by the front of the store slightly stirred. He licked his extended paws, flicked the man a look, and returned to his previous position. Outrageous! Have you no respect for me, the 7th master? The 7th master glared with his eyes, raised the knife, and strode into the store. Behind him, a group of sycophants followed along with an air of arrogance. There was a rich life ahead following the 7th master. This was their experience so far. Bulletin Fang took a bite of the egg tart, and its soft texture provoked his taste buds. The rich creamy aroma, along with the egg tart, flooded his mouth. As he continued chewing, the fragrance burst forth. Where is the shop owner? Damn it! How dare you ignore me? The 7th master bulged his eyes, stepped into the store, and bellowed as he breathed heavily. Everyone in the store glanced at him in astonishment, blinking their eyes. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Bulletin Fang took another bite of the egg tart, and nodded as he ate it. He was obliged to admit that the egg tart Wan Er made this time had truly reached his expectations. After all, it took a month's time of studying and making, which fully indicated Wan Er's passion in making egg tarts. Taking in a light breath, Bulletin directed his gaze at Wan Er, and calmly said, "The taste is not bad. Even though there are still many flaws, it has satisfied my expectations at last. In a bit, I will teach you all of the important steps in making egg tarts." Hey, the pretty face boy blabbering away. Are you not freaking aware that I am here? The seventh master waved his knife, brought about a fierce wave of wind, and pointed directly at Bullet and Fang. Each of the 13 bandits of Mazhu had mighty levels of cultivation and had achieved the highest standing of 6th level battle emperor. At the Mo province, they were notorious for being the tyrannous regional overlords. This time, the band of 3 brothers made their advance on the imperial city, precisely for the 5 stripes path understanding tree. If they could obtain the 5 stripes path understanding tree, the degree of difficulty for the 13 brothers to reach 7th level battle saint would easily shrink. At that point, with 13 battle saints, the Mo province would reach supremacy, and could even look down on the entire Lightwind Empire. Bullet and Fang put down the egg tart in his hands and his glance concentrated on the knife-waving 7th master. If you want to order food, check the menu behind you, Bullet and Fang said with a deadpan face. The 7th master's face froze, and then he quickly burst into laughter. He looked at Bullet and Fang as if he was staring at an idiot. Have you brat been freaking scared out of your wits? Do I look like I'm here to eat in your store? Haha. I'm here for the 5 stripes path understanding tree. Don't freaking act dumb with me. The 7th master glowered, with malice written all over this face. Behind Bullet and Fang, Wan Er was shocked by this grotesqueness. Her face was white as a sheet. Luo Sunyang twitched her mouth, consoled Wan Er, and silently cursed this 7th master, what an idiot. Bullet and Fang's complexion exposed an utmost bafflement. As the month passed, this was the first time he had witnessed someone standing so aggressively in front of him and demanded that he handed over the 5 stripes path understanding tree. It seemed like the storm quietly brewing in the past month was finally about to erupt. But Bullet and Fang checked out this 7th master with a glance, and discovered that he was merely a 6th level battle emperor. What happened to the so-called battle saints? If you're not ordering food, then get the hell out. Bullet and Fang couldn't be bothered to say more, and turned around to head back to the kitchen as he coolly replied. Get the hell out if he was not ordering food? Hey oh! Who would have thought this pretty-faced boy was so blatantly insolent? It had been years since anyone dared speak to him, the 7th master, with such a tone. A few days ago, old man Lu accidentally offended the 13 brothers, and got beaten the crap out of him. This pretty-faced boy, was he seeking death? The 7th master's ferocious face trembled. He marched forward and extended his meaty hands toward Bullet and Fang. He really couldn't ease the anger within without giving those who were even cockier than him a good beating. How dare you be so pompous before me, the 7th master? You're looking for trouble. Luo Sunyang, seeing that the 7th master was actually going to make a move, stared daggers and decided to strike. But before she even had an instant to summon her true energy, she felt a fierce gust of wind howling by. Bang! The 7th master's paw was blocked by a gigantic robotic lump. Bullet and Fang came to a halt, and did not turn his head as he calmly said, Whitey, strip him and throw him out. Whitey protruded its chubby belly and its robotic eyes flashed with a red light as it robotically stated, Troublemaker, you will be stripped as an example to others. The 7th master's mouth twitched. What the hell was that? What was this robotic lump? Strip your ass. Get the hell over here. The 7th master scowled, his face filled with barbarity as he waved the huge knife in his hand, aiming it mercilessly at Whitey's round robotic head. Ping! A crispy sound of collision rumbled in the store. The 7th master shuddered and his face blanched as he blinked his eyes. The fierce barbarity on his face instantly eroded. The huge knife that slashed at the robotic lump's head was bent out of shape. A huge chunk was missing from the knife's blade. Whitey's round head remained adorable, and there wasn't even a scratch. Troublemaker, you will be stripped as an example to others, Whitey robotically said as the red beams from its eyes blinded the 7th master. Chapter 194, Simple and Unpretentious Stripping. The 7th master's ferocious face trembled and his mouth opened up in shock, wide enough to fit a huge tomato. His knife, the one that he crafted out of precious, energy-loaded metal, actually, bent. How tough was the puppet before his eyes? With a swing of the knife, a huge chunk went missing, and more importantly, it was bent out of shape. The red beam that flashed across his face unnerved him, but he quickly recovered, growling and grimacing at Whitey. With a loud clang, he threw the large knife in his hands aside. Damn it! Aren't you badass? Aren't you tough? With a rip, the 7th master tore apart his shirt, revealing his bulky muscles, which were covered in dragon-like blue veins. Countless streaks of scars, like centipedes crawling about, made a ghastly sight. I stood on the tip of knives as I fought for my life in the barbaric lands of Mizhu. Would I fear a robotic lump like you? The seventh master slammed a fist onto his chest, emitting a loud, muffled thud, as he bellowed at Whitey. Boom! As he howled, true energy burst out of the seventh master's body. His true energy was fierce, as if wild winds were roaring, brewing a storm that circled around him. Go to hell! The seventh master boomed. His entire body shook as he lifted a fist and aimed at Whitey, who continued standing still. This punch felt terrifyingly powerful, and even the air sounded like it was being ripped apart. This was a punch that concentrated all of the seventh master's spirit energy. One should not be fooled by its simple appearance, it had much deeper implications. This punch contained a type of martial technique, in which there were traces of true energy circulating and at work. Once the punch landed, it would create a dreadful explosion. This was the special martial technique of the 13 bandits of Mizhu, exploding punch. Luo Sunyang could feel the force and pressure from this punch, and her face instantly changed. For her, this punch exuded an unparalleled strength, being simply terrifying. It must be noted that she was a 6th grade battle emperor herself, yet here was a being from the same echelon that presented a blow to her confidence to resist. Whitey's robotic eyes continued to twinkle, its red beam flickering away. Facing this punch, it actually stood still. Die! The seventh master's face twisted into a ferocious look. His fist ripped through the air and smashed down mercilessly. Boom! With a loud pound, the seventh master's punch fell on Whitey's plump belly without any reservation. The belly sank in, and the seventh master's lips slightly curled up as he uttered a single word, explode. Bang! A ear-splitting noise shook the eardrums of everyone nearby, making their hearts beat faster. It was an explosion comparable to that of thunderstorms, causing their entire bodies to tremble. The seventh master took 2 steps back and laughed uncontrollably. Damn it! A metallic lump acting all badass in front of the seventh master. Today, you'll learn what the seventh master is made of. Bulletin Fang reached the entrance of the kitchen, heard the ear-piercing laughing, and knitted his brows into a frown. He flickered a glance at the guffawing seventh master, and coolly said, Whitey, stop playing around and throw him out directly. It bothers my eyes just to look at him. The sound of machinery whirred as Whitey's robotic head slightly tipped downward, the red beam from its mechanic eyes targeted the seventh master. Whitey's sunken belly also gradually recovered under the gaze of the seventh master. Bang! Suddenly, Whitey's palm landed on the seventh master, who instantly felt a huge pressure. His entire body knelt onto the ground, his knees in a splitting pain as he grimaced and scowled. Rib! The crispy sound of clothes being torn apart rang. The seventh master felt a cool breeze traveling through his lower body, and a terrible force smashing onto his body. Spush spush! The seventh master flashed across in a graceful arch and landed in the floor of the alleyway, but his clothes were nowhere to be found. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the seventh master was excruciatingly enraged. He covered his nether regions, which continued feeling a cool breeze. As the cold wind whistled by, he felt a balls-jerking melancholy. The seventh master's minions gaped, dumb as wooden chickens at the naked seventh master flying across their heads and landing meters away. Completely frightened, they envisioned 10,000 big black dogs charging towards them. Rib! Rib! Troublemaker, you will be stripped as an example to others. Whitey announced robotically, grabbing each of the minions with no effort. As their clothes swirled in the air, this group of people all drew graceful arches in the air and landed onto the icy cold alleyway. Each of them covered their nether regions, trembling as they stood up, with their faces mixed with grief and indignation. Wan Er turned crimson as she covered her eyes and emitted a sharp breath. Wiang Xiaoi also covered her eyes, yet her fingers were open. She opened her eyes wide as she stared excitedly. Luo Sunyang was even more direct, smacking and licking her lips as her eyes narrowed into a squint. The seventh master felt a choking pain in his chest. Why, didn't anything happen to the metal lump after being hit by his exploding punch? That was unreasonable. Whitey's robotic eyes swept over them and it took a step forward. The seventh master and his crowd instantly jumped up with fright. Covering up his nether regions, he shouted, aren't you a bold one? Just you wait. Once my 12 brothers come, your little store will be smashed into pieces. The seventh master talked tough but then turned around to flee. It was simply humiliating. The renowned 7th master of the 13 bandits of Mizhu was actually stripped and was streaking on the streets. Now this was a story that would garner some laughs. Luo Sunyang leaned on White E's plump body, and tsked as she studied the 7th master's shaking pale buttocks as he darted away. Pang pang. Good one Whitey, your sister, likes this kind of simple and unpretentious stripping. Luo Sunyang smacked White E's body and laughed. White E's robotic eyes turned and fell onto Luo Sunyang, whose heart instantly skipped a beat. She immediately backed away, as this was not a joke. The metal lump was the kind that resorted to stripping in the face of troubles. Whiteley quickly retreated to the kitchen and didn't make another appearance. It was Bulletin Fang who eventually came out, carrying a porcelain plate that held 4 richly aromatic golden egg tarts. Alright, let's talk specifics about the egg tarts. Bulletin Fang's face was serene, as if nothing had just happened, and he said calmly. Tisk tisk. Could this be a serpent man? That is fascinating. This serpent lady looks pretty cute, should I escort her home, he he he. What are the serpent men doing here in the humans' imperial city? Judging by their wounded figures, these must be serpent men with a story. On the streets of the imperial city, Yu Fu supported her father and I with a panic-stricken expression. Serpent man Yu Feng summoned a great amount of energy earlier and recovered his battle saint cultivation level. However, after battling with the battle saint elder that imprisoned them, he was heavily wounded and was knocked into unconsciousness once more. Being encircled by a crowd of curious faces, Yu Fu's heart was filled with alarm and terror. She had arrived at the imperial city, but did not know where Senior Bulletin's store was located. She wanted to ask someone for help, but didn't dare opening her mouth. The gazes of everyone nearby were filled with ill intentions. Suddenly, the crowd split apart, an elder slowly sauntered in and glanced at her warmly. It was as if everything near Yu Fu's ears quieted down. She could only see the figures' mouths opening and closing, yet she couldn't help but feel settled and calmed. Her entire body, as if completely out of control, followed the person's footsteps and left the crowd. They gradually disappeared into the sea of people. The imperial city's luxury inn. Blood still dripping from the corners of his mouth, the 7th master ran like the wind and charged through the doors, effectively startling the burly fellows drinking wine and eating meat in the inn. Oh gosh! Wasn't the pale piece of ass that just darted by good OL7? He has developed quite a peculiar taste, playing with streaking now. A husky man with a full beard hollered with gaping eyes. Everyone else's face held odd looks, yet they couldn't help but all burst into laughter. OL7 streaking, now that was an interesting turn of events. After the 7th master helped himself to some clothes and walked out of his room with a sullen face, the chortling gradually faded away. The crowd looked at him solemnly. The 7th master gritted his teeth as he recounted what had happened to him earlier. Those in the crowd widened their eyes as they listened, until someone finally couldn't take it anymore, slamming the table as he stood up. Damn it! Dare to mess with my brother, watch me peel off its metal skin. The 13 bandits of Mizhu broke into an uproar and decided to charge to Fang Fang's little store for revenge. Listen to me and halt. However, just as they reached the doorstep, a stern rebuke terrified them into stopping. One by one, they shifted their gaze to the refined man who strolled out of his room. This was the elder and also the strongest of the 13 bandits of Mizhu. He had gotten half of his foot stepped into the echelon of 7th grade battle saint. As of now, there are superior warriors hidden in the imperial city. The number of 7th grade battle saints makes one's hair stand on end, yet none has lifted a finger on the store. Why are you morons charging there with such great fanfare? You want to push yourselves into the spotlight and become the butt of the joke? Are you half-wit idiots? Chapter 195, The Spirit Wine is ready for unsealing. Brother, OL7 suffered such a big loss. Shouldn't we go seek revenge? A full-bearded, thick-set man sounded unwilling to take their defeat lying down. The beard on his face twitched uncontrollably out of anger. Go seek revenge? Do you know why no 7th grade battle saint has attempted seizing the 5 stripes path understanding tree by force yet? Hu Yifeng flickered a glance at this crowd of brothers and sneered as he asked. The crowd was instantly dazed. That was precisely what they couldn't understand. It was merely a small store, and the owner only had the cultivation level of a 5th grade battle king. He was no different than an ant in their eyes. Surely an army of 7th grade battle saints wasn't afraid of a 5th grade battle king, right? That was the biggest joke in the universe. After arriving at the Imperial City, I personally ordered someone to conduct a background check on the store. This small, seemingly insignificant store is not as simple as it appears to the eye. Hu Yifeng took in a breath as he explained. Even though he couldn't be sure of the accuracy of such intelligence, better safe than sorry. The intelligence reported a mechanic puppet that can repress 7th grade battle saints. There is also allegedly a so-called Supreme Beast lying by the entrance. The Supreme Beast part is likely a rumor. However, even if it isn't a Supreme Beast, it is at least a 7th grade Spirit Beast. That counts for 2 7th grade battle saints acting as guards. Do you have the guts to trespass a store like that? Hu Yifeng asked gravely as he tirelessly shared information on the store. Those in the crowd immediately gaped with widened eyes. The 7th master shivered. Damn it, no wonder, that mechanic puppet was not a common metal lump. It could repress 7th grade battle saints, it was freaking out of this world. So, it's already a miracle that OL7 made it back alive. Hu Yifeng remarked. Boss, but if we just call it a day, OL7, I cannot be reconciled. The 7th master clenched his teeth as he muttered. Reliving the moments of being stripped naked and recalling the balls-jerking melancholy, he felt blood shooting up his head, waiting to burst out. Hands behind his back, Hu Yifeng walked around the room and narrowed his eyes as he calmly said, revenge will naturally be carried out, but we cannot be hasty, we must wait for a suitable opportunity. Oh my gosh! How terrifying, what is this monstrous beast? Mamma mia! There's a lion! A man-eating lion! This is a spirit beast lion? How burly! A gigantic fire lion sauntered about the streets of the Imperial City, almost scorching every stone brick that was hit by its feet. The fire lion ran his sharp eyes over the lowly humans nearby. With a lion's roar, he scared the wits out of numerous people, causing them to tremble in fear. On the fire lion's back sat a red-robed man who chuckled as he patted the fire lion's head, trying to calm him down. Knock it off, don't frighten others. The man's voice was gentle. His eyes radiated with a sense of curiosity as he checked out the bustling Imperial City, feeling exceptionally exuberant. Suddenly, a burly figure strolled by from afar, appearing in front of him. The red-robed man's pupils shrank slightly as he solemnly fixed his eyes on this burly figure. He smiled lightly as he nodded his head. This muscular man emitted an alarmingly strong force of energy, he was clearly a fierce 7th grade battle saint. Your lordship's spirit beast is magnificent. But in the Imperial City, spirit beasts are prohibited from walking on the streets. We hope for your lordship's cooperation. Xiao Meng peered gravely at the man and beast before his eyes, his heart thudding inside. A 7th grade fire lion, and a 7th grade battle saint. This combination was truly unnerving. I am Mu Lingfeng, from the Wildlands. I have long heard of the Imperial City's General Xiao Meng as well as your vigor and strength. Today I can say such reputation is certainly not an exaggeration. The red-robed man, Mu Lingfeng, grinned as he said. He leaped off of the fire lion and gently patted its head. A magic array platter carved out of phenomenal quality jade suddenly appeared in his hands. With a flash, the fire lion transformed into a beam of light and entered the magic array platter. Xiao Meng's pupils shrank once more as he took in a chilled breath. From the wildlands and having deep knowledge of imperial beasts, could this be someone from the dreaded group of powerful forces? If even those people were getting involved, it truly painted a daunting future. This way please, your lordship. I have already arranged premier housing for your lordship, Xiao Meng said. Mu Lingfeng flickered a meditative glance at Xiao Meng, yet did not reject the offer as he followed him unhurriedly. Miss, this jade hairpin is definitely a fine quality good. Look at the color of the material, how sparkling and crystal clear it is. It is not overpriced at 1 gold coin. On the street, a seller fixed his eyes on the gawky young maiden dressed in a warrior robe as he went on promoting his products. His acute senses told him this young lady was definitely a clear target, easy to cheat given her simple-minded appearance. 1 gold coin. The girl hesitated, sized up the jade hairpin with her eyes, and looked dazed. The material of the jade hairpin was very plain, made up of assorted bits of jade. Could it be it had other special properties? Miss, I'm working with a small business here. Don't be fooled by the jade hairpin's ordinary looks, as it has extremely unusual effects. Once you wear it, you'll feel serene and concentrated, an aid to your cultivation. Just one glance tells me you practice martial arts. That makes this jade hairpin even more suitable for you. The seller coaxed as his eyes tossed and turned. Under this persuasion the maiden was rather bedazzled. The more she looked at the jade hairpin, the more she saw the so-called magical effects of the jade hairpin fed to her by the seller. Could it be this jade hairpin was really a spirit tool of some sort? Thinking she really came across a treasure, the maiden merrily reached for her wallet, ready to pay up. Hey, lassie, it's been years since we last met, yet you are still so dorky and adorable. Just as the maiden was about to fish out a gold coin, a pale, jade lotus-like arm hung over her neck. A breathtakingly beautiful face appeared next to her and smilingly remarked. Sister Ni Yan. What are you doing here? The maiden studied the person who glided to her side, and instantly lit up as she exclaimed. Ni Yan gently rubbed the lassie's head, grabbed the jade hairpin from her hands, and turned to the seller with curled lips. Why don't you repeat what you just said? The seller didn't expect a phenomenally beautiful woman to suddenly appear out of nowhere. His eyes tossed and turned, ready to say something, only to see a distortion occurring in the woman's hands. The jade hairpin was actually melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mamma mia! The seller almost peed his pants. This woman was a monster. This piece of garbage isn't even worth a copper coin, yet you have the guts to ask for a gold coin. Are you not afraid to have your teeth all knocked out? Ni Yan coldly grumbled. The seller felt bitter inside, but did not dare to let out a breath. Ni Yan was bored with the cowardliness of the seller, then proceeded to leave with the maiden. Ye Xiling, ah Ye Xiling. Why would your master allow you to come out alone? You're the type who would get sold unknowingly and end up helping the human trafficker count money. Ni Yan flickered a glance at the maiden next to her, who was biting into a spirit fruit, and uttered. I'm not afraid, he can't beat me in a fight. Ye Xiling blinked her eyes and responded with a full mouth. That's right, even though you're dense, you don't have a low cultivation. Ni Yan muttered, come on, let me take you, little foodie, to feast on gourmet delicacies. Ye Xiling's eyes instantly brightened once she heard about delicious food, and her face enlivened with excitement. Master told me to seek for good fortunes in the imperial city. Sister Ni Yan, do you know where is the good fortune? Ye Xiling followed Ni Yan and asked in a perplexed tone. Who knows where it is? Who cares? If it is good fortune, then once the time comes, you'll naturally find it. Ni Yan twitched her mouth. The Supreme Elder also sent her out to find the good fortune, but who the hell knew what that meant? The Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree? Maybe that was it. Outside the gates of the imperial city, the shadows of three figures had arrived. Wu Yunbei gazed at the majestic and towering city walls of the Lightwind Empire, squinted her eyes, and then descended from her horse. She led her spirit horse towards the imperial city. After a month's journey, she finally made it to the imperial city from White Cloud Villa. Smelly brat! I hope you still remember the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus reserved for this lady. Wu Yunbei murmured, and then entered the city smoothly. Having sent off a mirthful Wan Er and a swamped Wiang Xiaoi, today's business hours finally came to an end. Bulletin Fang stretched and then closed the shutters. The Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree in the earthen yellow flower pot had already reached a meter in height. Bulletin Fang could constantly feel a peculiar sense of energy waves emerging from the tree. Given Wiang Xiaoi's explanation, this wave was the enlightening morality emitted by the Path Understanding Tree and could help enhance one's speed of cultivation and probability of obtaining enlightenment. During her break time, Wiang Xiaoi would sit by this sapling to undergo cultivation. Even though Bulletin Fang could feel the waves, they had no effects on his own cultivation level. That was because his cultivation level was not dependent on such training but determined by business revenues in the form of crystals. However, Bulletin Fang was still dead clear on the value of this Five Stripes Path Understanding Tree. He returned to the kitchen, scooped up a bowl of spirit energy clear spring water, and poured it into the flower pot. The store's afforestation is not luxuriant enough. Drink up, and show more green. Bulletin Fang looked at the Path Understanding Tree and gently said. Retreating into the kitchen, Bulletin Fang practiced his cutting techniques, and then arrived before the kitchen cabinet in a composed manner. He felt very much agitated inside. Not for any other reason, but because today was the day to taste the spirit wine brewed with 3 kinds of 7 great spirit herbs. The moment he opened the kitchen cabinet, the vigorous scent of the ocean drifted about. This was the environment set within the kitchen cabinet. Bulletin Fang could nearly taste the salty ocean winds. Waving his hands around, Bulletin Fang thinned out the strong scent, and then landed his eyes on the gigantic jar resting soundlessly in the kitchen cabinet. The wine jar didn't look any different from how it was last month, but Bulletin Fang knew that dramatic changes took place inside. Arms around the wine jar, Bulletin Fang concentrated his energy, only to find that the wine jar had gained a considerable amount of weight. For a moment there, he could not lift it up. With his brows scrunched, Bulletin Fang refocused with a pumped energy core, finally hoisting the wine jar out of the kitchen cabinet and placing it on the floor. The wine jar was securely sealed with a mud cap, so tight that no wind traveled through. This meant that not even a waft of the wine's scent seeped through, but this only deepened the degree of curiosity in Bulletin Fang's heart. In a jumpy state of mind, Bulletin Fang placed his hands on the mud cap, and applied a bit of pressure. With a light bang, the mud cap was unsealed. Chapter 196, A Wine Fragrance That Engulfed Half of the Imperial City. Bulletin Fang cracked open the mud cap with a light pop and was instantly hit with a burst of wine fragrance surging out of the wine jar. The aroma, as if taken the shape of enshrouding mist, gushed up Bulletin Fang's nose and made his taste buds tingle. This was a remarkably rich fruit wine aroma, with a splash of sweet astringency. However, such touch of sweet astringency did not affect the fragrance of the wine one bit. Instead, the aroma became even more alluring and intoxicating. Bulletin Fang opened his eyes wide, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in a gulp. Afterwards, he inched his nose closer and inhaled deeply. The wine fragrance crawled up his nose like a tiny serpent and traveled through his limbs, making him all the more exhilarated. Such wonderful aroma! Such wonderful wine! Bulletin Fang gasped in admiration, but his countenance remained largely unchanged. That was because he utilized the wine within wine, jar within jar brewing method, meaning this was not yet the final end product. Even though the wine fragrance was, at this point, quite impressive, it was merely on par with the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. To completely surpass it, or even compare with the dragon's breath described by Ni Yan, there was still a noticeable distance. Bulletin Fang was not in a hurry. He fetched 3 smaller wine jars, and used a bamboo tube to scoop out the wine nectar from the bigger jar and into the smaller jars. The bamboo tube was dipped into the wine jar. With a gentle scoop, the wine nectar rippled like a river stream. Its fragrance, having subsided for a long time, suddenly burst forth, adding a sense of indulgence to Bulletin Fang's expression. This time, the wine nectar was not clear as spring water, but presented a hue of pale yellow. The yellowness was simple and unpretentious, not the type of muddy yellow caused by a mix of impure substances, but a yellowness that was crystallized and untainted in tone. The wine nectar from the original jar was distributed into 3 smaller wine jars. What was left in the bigger jar was remaining residues. Bulletin Fang took out a filter and poured in the leftover wine nectar, eventually filling up another half of a jar. Having done all of this, Bulletin Fang felt a burning flame in his heart once more. With a layer of true energy wrapped around his palm, Bulletin Fang carefully extended his hand into the wine jar. He grabbed one of the jars, which turned out to be scalding hot. In that moment, he shivered inside. This should be the jar with wine brewed with the phoenix blood herb. Bulletin Fang's heart tingled. He applied force and removed the small wine jar. The small wine jar looked smooth and slippery on the outside. If it weren't for the true energy coated over Bulletin Fang's palm, he would have had a hard time taking it out of the large wine jar. The moment he pulled out the wine jar, Bulletin Fang was taken back, as the wine jar in his hands completely transformed. The surface of the wine jar picked up a fiery blaze of redness yet kept a crystal clear tone. Its material seemed to have totally transfigured. Through the translucent external coating, one could basically see the insides of the wine jar. The wine nectar within presented a flame-like redness, with a hazy bed of air hovering above. Bulletin Fang felt quite hot inside and placed the small wine jar onto the table. As a beam of light shone down, a gleam of redness radiated, all magnificent and enchanting. Bulletin Fang tsked in exclamation, and continued covering his palm with true energy. He extended his hand, seized a bone-chilling, ice-cold wine jar, and took it out. The wine jar has transfigured into a pale blue color, as if made of ice crystals. It emitted a hint of winter chills. Without a question, this was the jar with wine brewed by the Ice Soul Monarch Lotus. With the third reach, Bulletin Fang finally took out the last wine jar. This was the jar with wine brewed by the Three Stripes Path Understanding Fruit. The surface of this wine jar did not undergo as much dramatic changes like the last two. The three stripes of cloud-shaped moires on the outside merely appeared fuller, as if clouds truly floated about, thick and undissipated. The three wine jars resting on the table looked unique in their own ways, each a dazzling feast for the eyes. Bulletin Fang dispersed the true energy in his hands, squinted at the three wine jars, and curled the corner of his lips. Now this was something. He picked up the flame-red wine jar. Its mud cap bulged, as if about to break open. Bulletin Fang took in a breath lightly, and cracked open the mud cap. Bang! With a loud rumble, the mud cap shot to the sky. A pounding phoenix's wail blared from the wine jar. An outline of a fiery red phoenix spread its wings and leaped out. In blazing flames, the silhouette twirled in the air and transformed into a vigorous blast of wine fragrance before exploding. Bulletin Fang sniffed this wine aroma, and instantly felt his entire body trembling. Every particle within him buzzed dynamically. His eyes sparkled as the true energy within his body was traveling at a faster speed. A flame-like, rich wine fragrance. A burning sensation. Bulletin Fang thought in his heart, and then shifted his gaze to the interior of the wine jar. Without the time acceleration property of the kitchen cabinet, to reach this level of aroma, the jar of wine would have required 3 years of brewing. The scent spurted out, stirring one's heart. The wine fragrance of this jar alone was rich and intense enough to diffuse and hover over the entire store. In fact, it even spread to the alleyway, pervading the air around. Blackie, who was previously lying down, was also shaken by the wine aroma and immediately lifted up its doggy head. His eyes blinked and peered toward the inside of Bulletin Fang's store. The wine nectar in the wine jar presented a fiery shade of red. Its fragrance resembled a scorching flame. With a light shake of the jar, one could faintly hear the wail of a fire phoenix. Bulletin Fang then directed his gaze to the wine jar that looked as if it was made of ice crystals. With the mud cap unsealed, the fragrance of a wine brewed for 3 years also burst forth and gathered above the wine jar. It transfigured into a blooming, ice-blue lotus flower. The aroma of this jar of wine was not burning hot, but ice-cold instead. Bulletin Fang felt as if his entire nose was frozen by the chills, and slightly scrunched his brows. With a gentle tap on the wine jar, the ice-blue wine nectar instantly rippled. It formed waves after waves, reverberating a light, crispy echo. Bulletin Fang licked his lips and then targeted the last jar, which was made of the Three Stripes Path Understanding Fruit. Unscrewing the mud cap, its effects were plain, and nothing special took place. Bulletin Fang was stupefied, and pulled himself closer to observe. Suddenly, the first stripe of cloud-shaped moire scattered. As if a violent jolt of the heart, an intensely rich wine fragrance gushed out, almost knocking Bulletin Fang to the floor. The wine aroma was incomparably strong, spreading everywhere. It poured out of the store and even stormed out of the small alleyway, adding an intoxicated complexion to countless people standing nearby. With a sniff, they blushed and trembled in tipsiness. Bulletin Fang felt dizzy, and was still shaking from being blasted by the alcohol's strength. The second stripe of cloud-shaped moire also charged forth, forcing Bulletin Fang to take another step back. As if a soundless ripple effect, the wine fragrance disseminated once more, nearly engulfing the immortal Phoenix restaurant. Ni Yan, who brought Ye Xiling to feast on gourmet delicacies in the immortal Phoenix restaurant, suddenly froze. Her petite, delicate nose twitched vigorously and her eyes sparkled as if they were stars shining in the dark night sky. This wine aroma, where is it from? How could it be this rich? In a flash, Ni Yan immediately left the immortal Phoenix restaurant with Ye Xiling. Her nose continued to jerk, in search of the origin of this wine fragrance. Once the third stripe of cloud-shaped moire of the Three Stripes Path Understanding Fruit also spurted out, Bulletin Fang's store became a sea of wine fragrance. One sniff of the aroma made Bulletin Fang's complexion flush with rossiness, as if he had drunk a cup of strong wine himself. Bulletin Fang circulated his true energy to suppress the tipsiness within. His eyes uncontrollably flashed with astonishment. Who would have thought that a wine nectar brewed with these 3 ingredients and under such special methods would have such unexpected effects? But, this wine nectar was still not the ultimate end product. Bulletin Fang took out a jade jar and with a solemn face, poured into it half a jar of the yellow-toned wine nectar from the original larger jar. Afterwards, he respectively poured in half a jar of the flame red wine jar, the ice blue wine jar, and then the three stripes path understanding fruits wine jar. He used the jade jar to mix together these three kinds of wine nectar. The insides of the jade jar gleamed with brilliance, shaking lightly. Bulletin Fang's eyes lit up. He sealed the jar with a lid, and then concentrated the true energy on his hands. With the slam of a hand, the wine jar instantly elevated to mid-air, tossing and turning as it continued buzzing with sound. Dong! The jade jar landed fiercely on the table and emitted a loud rumble. Bulletin Fang's forehead was covered with fine drops of sweat, his eyes burning with flames. This wine was finally finished. The lid was carefully lifted from the jade jar, yet nothing spectacular or odd occurred. However, the scent was richer than ever as it streamed out, tens of thousands times stronger than those of the previous 4 wine aromas. The flooding wine fragrance was vast and mighty, as if turbulent ocean waves tumbling. In that instant, Bulletin Fang was utterly immersed and lost within it. The wine aroma rolled up like flaps of the sea, its tempestuous waves rising higher and higher. With the store as the core, it continued expanding outwards. Yan's face suddenly changed colors as she pulled Ye Xiling along. Her complexion flushed with rossiness as her entire body trembled and shivered. This wine fragrance had changed again. It had become increasingly marvelous. The wave-like wine fragrance permeated in all 4 directions. With the little store as the center, half of the imperial city had been engulfed. Chapter 197, Amalgamation of Fire and Ice, like walking on air. Half of the imperial city was enveloped by the aroma of the wine. It was an extremely strong and bewitching aroma. With a wave-like motion, it silently spread out in a grand manner. Somewhere close to the alleyway, both Yan and Ye Xiling took a deep breath and their faces became bright red. When they turned toward each other, they saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. How could this wine be so fragrant? Yan muttered as she sped up and headed straight toward the location of the aroma's source. Inside a luxurious inn within the imperial city, the 13 bandits of Mizhu were merrily toasting each other. As they continued to drink away, their laughters incessantly resounded within the inn. The interior of the inn was bustling with activity and was overflowing with the fragrance of food and wine. Suddenly, an invisible wave, accompanied with an indescribable aroma, surged past the inn. Clatter! A loud clatter rang out. The 13 bandits were all stunned. The wine jars in their hands dropped onto the ground and splattered wine all over the floor. However, none of them was paying any attention to the spilled wine. They were subconsciously sniffing the air while narrowing their eyes. Their faces were filled with bliss as saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. It smells so good. Is this the aroma of a wine? It's simply irresistible. Brothers, let's go and find this wine. As the 13 bandits recovered from their surprise, they were immediately filled with excitement. The wine's aroma was simply too enticing. As martial art practitioners, they were all wine lovers and the aroma of the wine had lured out the wine bugs in their stomachs. With a shout, the 13 bandits all charged out of the inn and headed in the direction where the aroma came from. Xiao Meng was sitting in his study in the Xiao Manor. As a gust of cold wind blew in through the window, the flame of the candle swayed for a moment. He put down the ink brush in his hand and slightly rubbed his eyes with a frown. As a bewitching wine aroma drifted into the room like a lover's caress, Xiao Meng's entire body shuddered for a moment. He opened his eyes and was filled with a sudden thirst for wine. What an aroma! Such a fragrance doesn't seem like something that exists in the mortal realm. Xiao Meng took a breath as if he wanted to inhale all of the aroma in the air. He then stood up and grabbed a thick overcoat with images of cranes sewn on it off the chair. After putting on the overcoat, he headed in the direction where the aroma came from. Xiao Yu was sitting cross-legged in his room, while whitish sword energy surrounded him. As the sword energy violently surged, it unceasingly converged above his head. From time to time, the sword energy would interchange between a small sword and innumerable rays of sword energy. Suddenly, the sword energy around Xiao Yu all dissipated with a poof. As he opened his eyes, he could not help but lick his parched lips. A wine, that's even more fragrant than the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. Oh my heavens! Xiao Yu's raspy voice was filled with indescribable astonishment. As Xiao Yu inhaled the aroma in the air, he was unable to focus on cultivating any more. With a single leap, he threw open the door with a hand gesture and flew out of the room while stepping on his sword. If there's such a fine wine around, how could I, Xiao Yu, be left out? Ha ha ha. Inside the Wiang manor, thunder-like snoring was resounding within the room belonging to the three barbarians of Wiang. The three brothers had a habit of sleeping together in the same room. Every night, it was as if there was a thunderstorm inside. In fact, none of the guards needed to stand guard there at night because the snoring was basically repelling burglars on its own. Suddenly, the snoring that should have lasted for the entire night stopped and was soon replaced by the sound of lips smacking together. The eyes of the three brothers were wide open. Their nostrils expanded as they furiously inhaled the aroma in the air. Their current behavior resembled that of a dog that had just detected the smell of meat. Bang bang bang! The three brothers got up from their beds in complete sync with each other and put on their clothes. Saliva dripped from the corners of their mouth as they sniffed the air once more. Then, they stormed out of the room and ran straight toward the location of the aroma's source. This night was a sleepless night for many people. With half of the imperial city shrouded in the rich aroma, all of the wine lovers gave chase after the extremely enticing aroma. As Bulletin Fang wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead, a smile appeared on his lips. He looked at the liquid inside the jade jar and suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The 4 different kinds of liquid were all filled with spirit energy. In order to perfectly blend them together, it was not just a matter of stirring the mixture. He first needed to use his true energy to harmonize them. This was not just a qualitative improvement from a quantitative change but a sort of inherent improvement. The fragrance emanating from the jade wine jar was extremely tempting. Bulletin Fang was feeling a little drunk just from smelling the aroma alone. It could be imagined just how intense the wine was. There was simply no comparison between the aroma of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine with the fragrance of this wine. It was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. Of course, this was just the difference between their aroma. The actual difference in taste was not that drastic. However, the difference in the spirit energy between the two wines was even larger. Grabbing a green jade porcelain cup, Bulletin Fang filled it to the brim with wine. After blending the 4 liquids together, the color of the wine melded together into a faint green color. The puff of vapor lingering above the cup made the wine appear extremely ethereal, like the immortal's wine served in the celestial palace. Picking up the cup of wine, Bulletin Fang could not help but lick his lips as he looked at the liquid inside. He had to forcefully suppress the urge to immediately drink the wine. A fine wine needed to be slowly savored. Bulletin Fang knew the logic behind more haste, less speed as well. Bulletin Fang carefully brought the cup to his lips and softly took a sip of the wine. The moment when the wine passed through his lips, a cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread in his mouth. As the liquid ran down his throat, it erupted like a volcano and a burning feeling coursed through his body. Bulletin Fang's eyes widened. He felt as if all of the pores throughout his entire body had expanded. As the wine entered his stomach, Bulletin Fang felt as if an entire ocean had surged up and completely engulfed him. The spirit energy surged violently within his stomach like an explosion. After 3 times in a row, Bulletin Fang could not help but let out a burp. The refreshing feeling that instantly coursed through his body caused Bulletin Fang to narrow his eyes and slightly bare his teeth. How refreshing! What a fine wine! Without saying, this was definitely a fine wine. It was a wine that not even the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine could compare with. No matter the taste or the aroma, it was the superior wine all around. After taking another sip, the invigorating feeling of coldness mixed with scorching heat gave Bulletin Fang an urge to exhale steam from his nostrils. Amalgamation of fire and ice, it almost feels like I am walking on air. Bulletin Fang praised before taking another sip. In 3 sips, the green jade porcelain cup was completely emptied. Slightly shaking his head, Bulletin Fang was feeling slightly tipsy. He only drank a single cup of the wine and yet he was already getting drunk. The new wine's intensity was truly terrifying. Bulletin Fang used his true energy to disperse the alcohol in his body and managed to sober up a little. As he ran his tongue across his lips, he stared into the jade jar with eyes burning with desire. According to his estimation, he could probably only brew 3 jars of this wine in total. If he was going to put the wine on sale, he would most definitely not sell them on a per-jar basis. After all, the intensity of the wine was too strong. Even Bulletin Fang was almost knocked out after drinking a single cup. After mixing part of the remaining liquid, he concocted 2 more jars of wine. The rest of the liquid was then poured into Whitey's stomach. In response, Whitey only scratched its bald head while its eyes flashed for a moment. This is... I knew the aroma was coming from owner Bulletin's place. I was wondering who within the Imperial City could have produced such an aromatic wine. Who else other than owner Bulletin could have done this? Yan followed after the aroma of the wine and arrived before an alleyway. When she saw the familiar alleyway entrance, a sudden realization dawned on her and a sweet smile appeared on her peerless face. However, the smile soon disappeared and was replaced with a frown. Owner Bulletin's store isn't open for business during the night. Doesn't that mean I will have to wait until tomorrow morning? Just when Yan was hesitating, a series of footsteps echoed in the empty street. Yan turned around in surprise and saw a group of people heading in her direction. The corners of her mouth twitched for a moment. This lineup was a little terrifying. The 13 bandits were at the very front. As they ran, they were vigorously sniffing the aroma in the air. Right after the 13 bandits was a bunch of elders. The aura emanating from these elders were extremely powerful as well. Some of them were even 7th grade battle saints. A man dressed in red was sniffing the air while running with his hands held behind his back. An white-bearded elder carrying a longsword on his back was walking toward the store with large strides as well. Saliva was drooling from the corners of the 3 barbarians of Wiang's mouths as they walked toward the store with heavy strides, while General Wiang Zongheng and the elderly Wiang Qi were following behind them. The drunkards of the Wiang family were all present. A light flashed past and Xiao Yu arrived on his sword. Xiao Meng, who was following after the aroma of the wine, came as well. This was a terrifying lineup. As the group of people arrived before the alleyway entrance, they looked at each other with odd expressions on their faces. Xiao Meng was feeling even more dumbfounded. Like he had expected, the aroma was indeed Bulletin Fang's handiwork. Other than Fang Fang's little store, he could not imagine where else the aroma could have came from. The 7th master's complexion had turned ashen pale. This was a place that gave him unforgettable bad memories. The group of people looked each other in the eye and started nodding toward each other as a show of friendliness. None of them said anything since they were all feeling embarrassed. After all, they were all people with high social status and yet they were chasing after the aroma of a wine in the middle of the night. Furthermore, they even ran into each other. It would be a lie to say that they were not embarrassed. As they continued forward and stepped into the alleyway, they soon saw the tightly shut entrance of the store. The rich aroma was steadily drifting out from inside. Everyone was astonished. It was said that the aroma of a fine wine could travel for 10 miles. However, the aroma coming from the store was practically enveloping a radius of hundreds of miles. What an aroma! This old man can't stand this anymore. I shall go ahead and have a taste first. My fellow friends, please feel free to take your time. The white-bearded elder with a longsword on his back was the first to lose his patience. With a laugh, he started walking toward the store with quick strides. The Grand Master of the Void Sword Pavilion, Tian Suzi. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted for a moment. This was an expert in the path of the sword, a 7th grade battle saint. However, Xiao Yu's expression soon became odd and a derisive smirk appeared on his lips as he looked at Tian Suzi's back figure. Chapter 198, The Titillating Owner Bulletin. The fact that Tian Suzi was a wine lover was something that every member of the Void Sword Pavilion knew. In fact, many of those who followed the path of the sword enjoyed drinking wine. There seemed to be an unexplainable relationship between them and alcohol that created a custom for many swordsmen to love wine. Xiao Yu was a wine lover, so he was lured over here by the aroma of the wine. Tian Suzi was even more of a wine lover, so he lost his patience and decided to go ahead of the others. Xiao Yu watched on in amusement. He thought, Tian Suzi is going ahead even though the aroma is coming from owner Bulletin's store. Doesn't he know about Fang Fang's little store's reputation? Everyone else remained on the spot and watched Tian Suzi's back figure with strange gazes as he gradually entered the alleyway. With a longsword on his back and his robe flapping loudly in the wind, Tian Suzi unhurriedly arrived in front of the store. The first thing he saw was a large black dog sleeping next to the entrance. After pondering for a moment, Tian Suzi directed his gaze toward the tightly shut door boards. He thought, the entrance is closed. It looks like the store isn't open for business right now. Lifting up his hand, Tian Suzi knocked on one of the door boards. As the sound of knocking echoed in the alleyway, everyone started becoming nervous and their gazes became even more serious. After knocking for a while, Tian Suze's expression darkened, because not even the slightest sound was coming from within the store. This meant that the owner of the store was ignoring him and could not even bother to open the store. How dare he ignore me? However, it might be because he doesn't know that I am the one knocking on the door. Tian Suze thought with a sullen expression. Therefore, Tian Suze cleared his throat and said, "Store owner, this is Tian Suze from the Void Sword Pavilion. I suddenly smelled the wine aroma coming from your store, so I specially came here tonight to purchase your wine. Would you please open the door?" Tian Suze's voice loudly echoed in the quiet alleyway. However, after a long while, there was still no response. The entrance of the store was still tightly closed and there was not even a slightest indication of the door boards moving. Tian Suze finally lost all of his patience. His expression turned sour as he coldly said, "Even though I am sincerely trying to purchase your wine, are you not even going to give me a reply? Is my stature not even enough for you to open the store?" Tian Suze, the Grand Master of the Void Sword Pavilion, was one of the strongest within the Light Wind Empire in his youth. Even though he was now much older, his might had not waned in the slightest. Many tales relating to him were still circulating within the empire. A smirk appeared on Xiao Yu's face. He was amused by Tian Suze's words. He thought, honestly speaking, your stature is indeed not enough for owner Bulletin to open the store. How dare you, I've never been treated in such a manner before. Today, I've truly witnessed your arrogance. Since this is the case, don't blame me for intruding. Tian Suze was furious. As the true energy within his dantian revolved, his hair and beard suddenly started fluttering as well. Waves of true energy encircled his body, as if a myriad of tiny dragons were surrounding him. Bang! Tian Suze's eyes hardened as he suddenly pushed his hand forward. His palm filled with true energy heavily struck the door boards covering the entrance of the store. As the resulting shock wave spread into the surroundings, its intensity caused the expressions of many of those present to change. The cultivation level of this Tian Suze was indeed living up to his name. However, right after many of them exclaimed at the level of his cultivation, their expressions became increasingly strange. The naive Ye Xiling even failed to hold in her laughter and burst out laughing. The mood suddenly became rather awkward. Even though Tian Suze caused a powerful shock wave when he struck the door board, it did not damage them in the slightest. The entrance of the store was still tightly shut. Tian Suze's hair and beard were both hovering. His eyes were widened and his hand was still pressed against a door board. He was wavering on whether to lower his hand or not. He said he was going to intrude into the store, and the result was he could not even get through the entrance. It was simply a slap in the face. Furthermore, it was of his own making. Tian Suze pulled back his hand and cleared his throat. Tapping the ground with the tip of his toes, he rose into the air before backing away from the store. As Tian Suze formed a sword finger gesture with his hand, sword energy encircled his body and tore the air around him apart. "I'll give you another chance. If you still don't come out, I'll really be intruding," Tian Suze unabashedly said. The entrance of the store remained tightly shut and not a single sound was heard. Tian Suze was maddened from the embarrassment. With a shout, he pointed forward with a sword finger gesture and the myriad of sword energy encircling him flew toward the store. Blackie, who was lying next to the entrance, opened its mouth and let out a yawn. It disinterestedly watched as the dazzling sword energy struck the door boards before rolling its eyes and going back to sleep. A cloud of dust rose into the air. As a gust of wind blew past, it was gradually cleared away. Tian Suze's eyes trembled and almost popped out from the shock. "What the? Is this run-down store made from a turtle's shell? How is it still intact? Even if it's not broken, can't you at least show some trace of damage? Is there a need to be so ruthless?" Tian Suze felt as if he was just fucked by a dog. The strength of this move was already quite powerful. Even the city gates of the Imperial City would have been smashed open. However, when used on the entrance of this store, he could not even scratch the wooden boards. "Haha! Tian Suze, have you weakened from old age? How did you even fail to break a few wooden boards? The skill of Tian Suze is impressive indeed. The wooden boards are still spotless after such an attack, how impressive! Elder sister Ni Yan. Is this old man stupid? As Tian Suze listened to the chattering and the unrestrained jeering in the background, he suddenly felt as if his heart was pierced by an invisible arrow. While everyone was busy mocking him, the humiliated Tian Suze was almost ready to unsheath the longsword on his back. However, just before he was going to prepare an attack with all of his strength, one of the doorboards covering the store's entrance was removed. The moment when the doorboard was removed, an even more powerful aroma drifted out. This wine aroma was like a poison that caused everyone to fall into a state of euphoria. An uninhibited figure was holding a porcelain cup in his hand while leaning on a doorboard. He was looking at them with a drunk expression. "Burp. Who's the one knocking on my door in the middle of the night?" Bulletin Fang's face was flushed, but his expression was extremely stern. This conflicting appearance created a strange image. He was wearing a robe with his chest area wide open, seemingly because he was feeling stuffy. As the wine aroma wafted out from inside the store, Tian Suze's eyes locked onto the porcelain cup in Bulletin Fang's hand. "A fine wine. This is definitely a fine wine. The finest wine that I've ever encountered in my life," Tian Suze exclaimed. Hovering above the porcelain cup in Bulletin Fang's hand, a dense mass of spirit energy was forming into 3 clouds. "This is naturally a fine wine. However, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you the one knocking on my door in the middle of the night?" Bulletin Fang gave Tian Suze a glance while leaning on a doorboard. "That's right, I came here to purchase your wine." "I wish your distinguished self would grant my request," Tian Suze excitedly said. Bulletin Fang raised his eyebrows. He lifted up the porcelain cup and gently shook the cup in front of everyone. "Are you talking about the wine in this cup?" Bulletin Fang softly asked. As Bulletin Fang flaunted the cup before them, the aroma of the wine inside the cup assaulted their senses and their eyes all lit up. Meanwhile, the ones who were familiar with Bulletin Fang all had strange expressions on their faces. The corners of their mouths twitched as they watched the disheveled Bulletin Fang. Was this titillating person really the owner Bulletin that they knew? Even though that expressionless face was still the same, his actions were simply painful to watch. Was owner Bulletin drunk? That's right. Tian Suze swallowed his saliva. The wine bug in his stomach was already ensnared by the aroma. A smile appeared on Bulletin Fang's lips as he looked at Tian Suze. Then, under Tian Suze's stunned gaze, he finished the cup of wine in a single gulp. Bulletin Fang bared his teeth and exclaimed, "Slurp, ahh. What a fine wine!" Tian Suze felt as if his heart was cut apart by a knife. He thought, "This fellow, he's doing this on purpose." Bulletin Fang lightly breathed out and said, "Today's opening hours has already ended. No dishes will be sold tonight, including alcohol." Tian Suze's expression turned cold and he said, "I am telling you to sell your wine, so you should just sell it. Don't waste my time with your nonsense." Within the Void Sword Pavilion and even the entire Lightwind Empire, there was no one who dared to talk to him in such a manner. Even if he drank wine without paying, no one would dare to say anything. However, this store owner before him actually dared to be so arrogant. With sword energy surrounding him, Tian Suze stepped forward and appeared before Bulletin Fang in the blink of an eye. "Those who dared to make a fool of me have long since turned into bones. Brat, do you have a death wish?" With extremely overbearing words and surging waves of sword energy, at that moment, Tian Suze was fully displaying the might of the Void Sword Pavilion's Grand Master. Meanwhile, Bulletin Fang was calmly leaning against a wooden board while holding the porcelain wine cup with 2 fingers. As he let out a burp once more, a rich wine aroma filled the air. Behind him, 2 beams of red light lit up and White E's chubby figure appeared. Gazing at Tian Suze, who was almost within arm's reach, Bulletin Fang wrinkled his nose as he looked at the other party's dazzling white beard and hair. "I've already said that the opening hours is over. Are you trying to cause trouble? In that case, you'll have to bear the consequences." Chapter 199, Whitey, you've become incredible. "If you're going to cause trouble, you'll have to bear the consequences," Bulletin Fang serenely said before letting out a burp. He was leaning his shoulder against the doorboard while holding a porcelain wine cup with 2 fingers. His expressionless face was flushed from the alcohol and his eyes half closed from tipsiness appeared very flirtatious. Tian Suze's face immediately scrunched together when he smelled the burp. He took a few steps backward and coldly glared at Bulletin Fang. Then, a cold smile appeared on his lips as his hair and beard started fluttering and sword energy appeared behind him. So what if I am going to cause trouble? If I don't get to drink this wine tonight, I'll tear down your store. Tian Suzu said. As he formed a sword finger gesture with his hand, the long sword on his back emitted a melodious trill and shot out of its scabbard. It flew around a few times in the air before stopping above his head. The blade of the sword was extremely dazzling. In the darkness, it was eye-catching like a sparkling starlight. This was the Void Sword Pavilion's secret technique, the sword manipulation technique. Meanwhile, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth were twitching as he watched Tian Suzu exhibit the sword manipulation technique. Looking at Tian Suzu, who was itching to start the fight, Xiao Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately realized Tian Suzu did not gather information before coming to the Imperial City and clearly knew very little about Fang Fang's little store. Xiao Meng had received the short end of the stick at this store before, so why would owner Bulletin even fear a 7th grade battle saint? On the other hand, Yan was watching the confrontation with much interest. Her charming eyes were slightly widened with expectation as she gazed at the plump figure of Whitey stepping out from behind Bulletin Fang. This puppet is very interesting, Yan thought. She had never seen a puppet capable of going against a 7th grade battle saint. Looks like I'll get to witness something entertaining today. Elder sister Yan, aren't we going to help him? That Tian Suzu is a 7th grade battle saint, but owner Bulletin seems to be just a 5th grade battle king. Wouldn't he get butchered at this rate? Ye Xiling asked in bewilderment. Her eyes were wide with confusion as she looked toward Yan, who appeared to be looking forward to a good show. It's fine, that old man isn't going to die, Yan replied while patting Ye Xiling's head. Elder sister Yan, you've got it wrong. I am saying that store owner might be in danger. A battle saint is still quite powerful, Ye Xiling earnestly said. Yan glanced at this young girl whose earnestness contained a trace of childlike adorableness and could not help but let out a chuckle. She said, it's fine, that old man really won't die. Ye Xiling was dumbfounded by her reply. Xiao Meng appeared unworried as well. He was standing there with his hands behind his back. He thought this was a good chance for him to check out how powerful the Grandmaster of the Void Sword Pavilion was. Back then, he went toe-to-toe against Whitey. If Tian Suzu could also achieve the same feat, he would have to view him as a serious opponent. The 13 bandits of Mizhu were intently watching the confrontation between Tian Suzu and Bulletin Fang with excited smiles filled with intrigue. The man dressed in red clothing, Mu Lingfeng, was leaning against the walls of the alleyway while playing with his slender fingers as he serenely watched the fight that seemingly could begin at any moment. Bulletin Fang smacked his lips as he recalled the captivating flavors of the wine. Then, he straightened his back and tidied his clothes. He turned around and gently patted Whitey's belly. He said, just strip the troublemakers and throw them out. Everyone, today's opening hours is already over. If anyone wishes to taste the wine, please queue up earlier tomorrow. Our store doesn't provide any services after business hours. Bulletin Fang's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness of the store. However, that indifferent voice of his soon drifted out from the store and resounded in the ears of everyone present. All of their expressions slightly changed. Come earlier, tomorrow? Some of them even sneered, apparently holding Bulletin Fang's words in contempt and disdain. Who did he think he was? Letting a bunch of 7th grade battle saints patiently wait until opening hours? Even the Emperor did not have the capability to do such a thing. Hehe, queue up tomorrow? If your storefront is destroyed tonight, there's no need to queue up tomorrow. Standing together with the rest of the 13 bandits, the 7th master sneered as he watched the imposing Tian Suzu. When Tian Suzu saw Bulletin Fang was ignoring him and going back into the store, he immediately flew into a rage. When was he, the world-renowned Tian Suzu, ever ignored in such a manner? This young man was simply too cocky. Arrogant brat, do you really think a mere puppet could stop me? How foolish! With a roar, Tian Suzu pointed forward with a sword finger gesture and the flying sword turned into a stream of light. As Tian Suzu stepped forward, spectral figures encircled with sword energy appeared everywhere in an instant and charged toward the store. Their target was Bulletin Fang. Whitey was standing in their path with its bulging belly and its mechanical eyes were flashing red. As the red beams emitting from its eyes scanned its surroundings, the 7th master hiding within the crowd shivered. He suddenly remembered some unpleasant memories. The entire area was filled with sword energy and spectral figures. Tian Suzi was moving extremely fast and attempted to get past Whitey in an instant. Tian Suzi's cultivation level was very high. His move caused the crowd to draw in a breath of cold air and their expressions to become serious. A battle saint adept in the way of the sword was definitely fearsome in combat. Even Xiao Meng would feel some pressure while facing this attack. Meanwhile, Yan was pursing her lips. This flashy move was so showy that it gave her goosebumps. However, she had to admit, it was formidable indeed. Elder sister Yan. When Ye Xiling saw Tian Suzi performing this move, she looked toward Yan once more to inquire whether they should intervene. Nonetheless, Yan still shook her head. However, the serious expression on her face indicated that she was wavering as well. Tian Suzi's figure appeared extremely imperceptible. Surrounded with sword energy, he was attempting to sneak into the store. He was very confident of himself. After all, he was performing the sword manipulation technique. Whether in combat or fleeing, he was so fast that his enemies could not keep up with him. He was confident that a mere puppet would not be able to block him. That arrogant brat, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. I'll let him know that the strong must be respected. Tian Suzi thought with a sneer. Bang! Suddenly, as a sound rang out, the sword energy filling the entire area completely disappeared in an instant. A long sword fell onto the ground with a loud clatter. Tian Suzi's expression stiffened and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His ghostly figure was swiftly moving as he attempted to get past Whitey. However, his entire body suddenly started trembling. In his eyes, a gigantic metallic palm was swiftly becoming larger. Bang! Tian Suzi's head slammed right into the Whitey's palm. During the moment of collision, all sorts of complicated feelings suddenly flooded his mind. God damn! Tian Suzi's swiftly moving figure suddenly came to a halt and was sent flying by a tremendous force. His body somersaulted in the air before violently smashing into the ground. He was even pushed quite a distance away by the remaining force. Embarrassment and silence filled the area. The atmosphere suddenly became rather strange. The eyes of the crowd were filled with disbelief as they stared at the sorry figure of Tian Suzi groaning on the ground while clutching his nose. When they looked at the chubby Whitey once more, their faces looked as if they had just saw a dog biting a lion to death. Ye Xiling's adorable eyes were wide open and her rosy lips were parted enough that an egg could almost fit in her mouth. Yan had a smile on her face as she breathed a sigh of relief. As she expected, owner Bulletin was not being brainless but instead had the means to back up his words. Even though she did not know how much of a coincidence was involved in that scene just now, sending a battle saint flying with a single blow. Whitey, you've become incredible. Yan was elated. Tian Suzi got up from the ground while clutching his nose. Just a moment ago, his nose made an intimate contact with Whitey's metallic palm. The feeling of colliding into something with his nose at such a speed made him feel like crying. He was furious. He was completely enraged. If he was only looking to punish that arrogant brat previously, then his only desire right now was tearing apart this mechanical puppet that humiliated him. His carelessness nearly caused a humiliating defeat. This was simply mortifying. Buzz! With a humming noise, the longsword that fell onto the ground flew toward Tian Suzi and hovered in front of him. His expression became grave and tiny swords were seemingly moving about in his eyes. Then, with a gentle flick of the sword finger gesture, the longsword started duplicating. It turned into 2, then 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into a bunch. Countless amount of longswords were hovering in front of him. Attack, my swords! Chapter 200, The clothes are gone, forget about the wine. Bulletin Fang staggered back into the kitchen. As he let out a light breath, the rich smell of alcohol spread from his mouth. Having drank 2 cups of wine, Bulletin Fang felt all tipsy and light-headed. He had to admit that this new wine was much stronger than the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. He put away the rest of the wine jars in the kitchen, leaving out only 3 white jade wine jars. In these jars was the newly brewed spirit wine, which fragrance had engulfed half of the imperial city. The 3 white jade wine jars were carefully lidded, sealing the rich wine aroma within the wine jar themselves to prevent it from further dissipating. Bulletin Fang patted the white jade wine jars and licked his own lips. The scent of alcohol once again gushed out of his mouth. Gazing at these white jade wine jars, Bulletin Fang fell into a deep contemplation. It was time to name the wine. A spirit wine brewed with 3 types of 7th grade spirit herbs, maybe call it 3 treasures wine? Bulletin Fang quickly shook his head. This name sounded awfully gawky, and it would devalue the wine. 1 sip fills the mouth with burning flames, once swallowed it becomes cold as blades of ice. How about Frost Blaze wine? Nope, still too unsophisticated. Perhaps Frost Blaze Path Understanding wine? Let's go with Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew. Bulletin Fang rubbed his chin as he mulled over this, but his heart was indeed fervent. The Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew had easily surpassed the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. He wondered how it might compare with the Dragon's Breath. Bulletin Fang's knowledge of the Dragon's Breath rested on Yan's description. He hadn't personally tasted the Dragon's Breath himself, and so he was unable to make a valid judgment. System, is it possible to test whether the Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew or the Dragon's Breath is more superior? Bulletin Fang asked the system in great anticipation. However, the system remained silent for a while before solemnly replying him, the comparison needs to be made by someone who has tasted Dragon's Breath. Thus, the host is unable to complete the temporary assignment at this stage. Please continue trying hard. However, the Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew has been successfully recorded, and so the price valuation has begun. The system's reply exceeded Bulletin Fang's expectations, leaving him slightly dumbfounded. Must the comparison be made by someone who has tasted the Dragon's Breath? It caused Bulletin Fang to wrinkle his brows. Not after long, he relaxed his brows and curled the corners of his lips. There was one person in the Imperial City who had drank the Dragon's Breath before. That was Yan, which meant that the adjudgment could be issued once she came by on the following day to try the Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew. The system was still working on the price valuation. Bulletin Fang didn't have a clue over how it would turn out. However, he was clear on one thing, it certainly wouldn't be cheap. The results wouldn't be in for quite a while, and Bulletin Fang was also drowsy from the wine. He yawned, walked out of the kitchen, and got ready to close up and withdraw upstairs. Whitey stood by the store like an unshakable mountain. A red light flickered continuously in its mechanic eyes. A thick rain of swords fell before Tian Suzi. These shadows of blades were all generated from the sword in his hand. Tian Suzi's face was grave. Dark red blood trickled out of his nose and stained his white beard. Behead this robotic puppet. With a light snarl, Tian Suzi concentrated hard and released waves of true energy from his body. Clink, clank. The shadows of blades whistled and charged toward Whitey. The shadows covered the sky, almost metamorphosizing into a shower of swords. Its density made one's hair stand on ends and one's heart shudder uncontrollably. Amidst the rainstorm of blades was Tian Suzi's vigor of sword. That was a 7th grade battle saint's vigor of sword, a mighty, formidable and rare one. It poured down in a way that nearly crumbled the city gates. An ordinary 7th grade battle saint wouldn't even have the guts to resist this move. This move was plainly terrifying. Those nearby were in awe. They now had considerable awareness of Tian Suzi's brooding strength. Whitey's plump body seemed so tiny amidst the torrent of blades, as if a single boat on the vast sea, just waiting to be overturned by the tides. A robotic sound suddenly rang in the air. Whitey's mechanic eyes raised up and emitted a red beam over the shower of blades. At that moment, the dense torrent of blades had completely engulfed it. Ha ha ha! Crush it for good! Tian Suzi roared with laughter. He wiped away the blood dripping from his nose, absorbed by elation. Suddenly, his hearty laughter stopped short. This was because, right before him, the rainstorm of blades were being swallowed by a bottomless pit, and continued to thin out. Not after long, only a few shadows of blades were left. The incredible show of force had abruptly reduced to a sorry sight. Tian Suzi's eyeballs bulged as he glared at Whitey. Extending out a finger, he couldn't stop shuddering. Damn it, why was there such an intimidating puppet in this world? Whitey's mechanic eyes flashed red once more, and the delicate metal sword in its hands was instantly bent out of shape. With a crack, the blade was completely broken. That crispy sound reverberated in the alleyway once so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In that moment, everyone in the crowd took in a chilled breath. Tian Suzi spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps in dejection. His body couldn't stop trembling. That was a spirit sword he had created with essence blood. Who would have thought that the robotic puppet before him could simply crush it? Tian Suzi even felt his kidney twitch. He felt weak as never before. Troublemaker, you will be stripped as an example to others. Whitey's robotic voice rang. Nobody understood what that meant, and were all taken back. The seventh master hiding among the spectators recognized this familiar, nightmare-like sound. His entire body shuddered and shivered in fear. Again, not again. A demon obsessed with stripping others. Whitey threw the broken sword in its hands onto the floor. Its palms lifted up, and with a whir, extended outwards. They rested above Tian Suzi and simply lifted him up by the head. That was a palm that could crumple a spirit sword. The bystanders felt their brains freeze. If that palm even exerted a tiny bit of force, mind one that Tian Suzi's brain was certainly not sturdier than the spirit sword, the consequences would naturally be hard to digest. But the reality wasn't what those in the crowd had envisioned, even though that sight would have been too hard to bear. Rib. Tian Suzi felt a chill breeze around his body. The robe he wore was torn apart by the metallic lump. Oh my gosh! What did this metallic lump want? Has it lost its mind, unwilling to even let an old chap go? The seventh master's teeth chattered. This was a familiar sight, one that was eye-blinding, and fully evoked the pain in his heart. Whitey's red beam scanned across Tian Suzi's naked body, then its arms swung and flung Tian Suzi away. He was like a bean bun tossed far away, kicking up the dust on the ground. Nai Yan blinked her eyes and quickly covered Ye Ziling's eyes. You little girl, don't look. The 13 bandits felt a pain shoot up their teeth as they wheezed one after another. Damn it, exactly as what the seventh master had said. This metallic lump was a demon obsessed with stripping others. It would kill you, but it wanted to strip you naked. Now that was messed up. Tian Suzi crawled up from the floor. As the wind blew by, his balls felt oh so cold. His old, saggy face became paler than ever. He had effectively snapped out of the temptation of fine wine. The clothes were gone, forget about the wine. The metallic lump of a puppet before his eyes was a fierce warrior. That, alas, was the trump card of the store. No wonder it could possess a 5 stripes path understanding tree. Turns out it had a puppet that could single-handedly strip a 7th grade battle saint. It was plainly terrifying. Tian Suzi no longer had the face to stay there. He waved his hand and numerous swords appeared in his hands. With a flick of a finger, these long swords covered the lower part of his body and began spinning, as if forming a skirt, but at least it succeeded in screening off the eye-blinding sight. Xiao Yu was stunned. The elder of the Void Sword Pavilion lived up to his name. He knew how to have fun. The light tap of footsteps rang. The tipsiness has yet to fade from Bulletin Fang's complexion. He walked to the entrance, flicked a gaze at the bare-naked Tian Suzi attempting to cover himself with rotating swords, and curled his lips. Patting Whitey's fat belly, Bulletin Fang said coolly, "We are closed. If you want wine, come back earlier tomorrow and line up. Oh, there is a limited amount of wine. First come, first served," Bulletin Fang stated calmly. Whitey turned around, returned to the store and stepped into the kitchen. Bulletin Fang reached for the shutters and closed them before the dumbstruck crowd. Having shut the door, Bulletin Fang felt his eyelids struggle in a battle. He was far too sleepy. Emitting another breath that was still rich with the scent of alcohol, he returned to his room on the 2nd floor. After a bath, he climbed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. There was a limited amount of wine, first come, first served. This announcement caused many to avert their eyes. They left one after another, each immersed in their own thoughts. It seemed like this wine could only be tasted tomorrow. Try to snatch it by force? Tian Suzi's eyesore of a spectacle was still vivid in their minds. They were not idiots, and naturally wouldn't consider making a move against Whitey, the demon clearly obsessed with stripping others. Let's go. Tonight's show has ended. Let's get here early tomorrow to drink the wine, Nai Yan said as she patted Ye Ziling's head. Afterwards, she pulled the ladder after her and left the alleyway.